We in Geojit will not entertain any proprietary business. We will only focus on our customers and we will focus on their long-term wealth creation. This purpose of existence that was laid down in 1987 continues to be as valid as ever before.
Over the years, Geojit has evolved and now has subsidiaries, joint ventures and associates, making a significant mark in the financial services industry.
We serve our clients through 3 different channels. One is online, where primarily the trading volume happens. The second is offline, where we use the branch support and the employees to do long-term delivery. And the third is customer care center, where you can call up and take any of your queries. But we feel phygital is the way going forward, where delivery-based clients will be able to use the services of our branches and the employees in those locations for building wealth for the long term.
We were the first in India to launch online trading, and there began our journey towards investor empowerment. Geojit's clients feel safer knowing that there is always a branch at their disposal for whatever their needs. Our digital platforms are developed to augment this human relationship and not to displace it.
With a massive presence of 400 plus branches across India and GCC, Geojit is continuing to grow by leaps and bounds. Geojit is the first Indian broker to establish a presence in the Middle East. We have gained unparalleled insight into the financial needs of non-resident Indians. We now have presence in UAE, Kuwait, Oman and Bahrain.
Geojit is a strong, resilient and sustainable organization. First of all, the company has to be profitable.
A good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected leaders, inspiring professionals and the remarkable women who are shaping the future of our organization, our communities and our society. It is my Rakhi Vijay Nair absolute privilege and honor to welcome you to the Women Leadership Conclave 2026 organized by the Kerala Management Association here at this beautiful venue of Taj Vivanta, Cochin. Leadership is about empathy. Leadership is about collaboration. Leadership is about creating opportunities for others to grow. And across industries, across institutions, across communities, women leaders are demonstrating that the most powerful form of leadership is the leadership that lifts others. That is exactly what brings us together today. The theme of this year conclave is Tadati Prapnoti in Sanskrit. That means give to gain. These 3 simple words is one of the most powerful philosophies of leadership. We will be commencing the formal function in a short while. I request all of you to please kindly settle and please keep your cell phones on silent. If it is urgent, you can go out and then answer your calls. Thank you so much. So today's conclave is about exploring this very idea, how the act of giving becomes the foundation of meaningful leadership. Through inspiring keynote sessions, through powerful conversation, through real stories of courage, perseverance, and transformation, we will discover how women leaders across sectors are not only achieving success, but also creating pathways for others to rise. For decades, KMA, Kerala Management Association, has been a beacon of professional excellence, nurturing leadership, encouraging innovations, and creating platform where ideas can inspire action. Through initiatives like the Women Managers Forum, KMA has consistently worked to empower women professionals, encourage dialogues, and build network of mentorship and collaboration. And today's conclave, ladies and gentlemen, is a reflection of that vision, a platform where voices are heard, ideas are shared, and leadership journey inspires the next generation. It's my privilege to introduce a few words about Kerala Management Association. Before we begin the formal proceedings, it is important to acknowledge the institution behind this remarkable gathering. Kerala Management Association, popularly known as KMA, is one of the most respectful or respected professional management bodies in the country. For decades, KMA has been a catalyst for professional excellence, leadership development, and knowledge exchange in Kerala's busy and management ecosystem. Without any further ado, let us watch a video so that you get a better glimpse of KMA.
The Kerala Management Association was registered under the Travancore Cochin Literary, Scientific and Charitable Societies Registration Act in 1957. The association was soon affiliated to All India Management Association, AIMA, New Delhi, and started functioning as its local resource center. Objectives were well crafted right from the beginning. It was a journey with a purpose to build a strong business community through healthy interaction between corporate leaders and management gurus. This has helped many companies to surge ahead with sound professional management practices. A growing economy often ushers in new trends in the market. Regular seminars and interactive workshops are conducted by KMA to keep up with the ever-changing market requirements. A two-day annual management convention is conducted during the first quarter of every year, which is attended by over 1,000 delegates from all across Kerala. Eminent speakers of national and international repute lead this prestigious event. KMA has many such successful initiatives. Evening lectures by eminent people, CEO Conclave, Management Students Forum, Young Managers Forum, Sector-specific seminars, Women Managers Forum are some of them. KMA is active in the social media networking sites. It also has a comprehensive website, www.kma.org.in. KMA is managed by a managing committee comprising of prominent industry and corporate heads and functions at its own premises at Panambali Nagar, Cochin. The long-cherished dream of renovating the KMA building at Panambali Nagar became a reality as one big conference hall, 3 small meeting halls, and 1 boardroom. The main hall is named Lulu Hall. The other halls are Cochin Shipyard Hall, Geojit Hall, and Muthoot FinCorp Hall. Corporate companies are awarded KMA Excellence Awards in 5 different categories, which promote healthy competition for excellence among members. Membership. A membership in KMA offers opportunities to interact with the top management leaders in Kerala to share knowledge and skills, thereby commanding respect and credibility to your organization. Corporate membership is open to business houses, government enterprises, educational institutions, etc. Any individual who meets the norms set by KMA can enroll as life members on payment of the fees as a lump sum. Senior citizens only have to pay half the fee. For more details, please contact.
So as we just witnessed, every year during Management Week celebration, KMA organizes several thought-provoking. Amongst these initiatives, the Women Managers Forum and the Women Leaders Conclave stand as powerful platform dedicated to celebrating women leadership, encouraging mentorship, creating networks of empowerment, highlighting stories of courage and transformation. Today's conclave is part of that inspiring journey. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed further, it is important to acknowledge the organizations whose generous support has made this conclave possible. Events of this scale and significance are possible only because visionary institutions believes in creating platforms that encourage dialogues, leadership, and progress. Kerala Management Association expresses its sincere gratitude to our esteemed sponsors for their valuable partnership and support in making this KMA Women Leadership Conclave a reality. We would like to acknowledge and thank Agape Diagnostics Limited, Synthite Industries, Geojet Financial Services, Mancancor, Nita Gelatin, Ashwani Lejmendas Group, Heal, and also please note that we do have 4 stalls that is arranged at the dining space. Please do visit them and shower your love with the theme of give to gain, and encourage them by buying their products. Mom Sparsh, Iniyat Designs, Adarsh Vidyalaya, and CPAC Industries. These respected organizations have consistently demonstrated their commitment to empowering initiatives that promote leadership, innovation, and inclusive growth. Before we formally begin today's proceedings, it is our tradition to seek the divine blessings for wisdom, harmony, and success. To invoke those blessings, may I invite a respected leader from the world of business and development, my dear friend, Mini Verma, the director of Verma Homes, a name synonymous with quality and trust in Kerala's real estate sector. Kindly rise, requesting everyone to rise.
Arunyam kolunna sneha swarupanim kalina kaivanannu njangal vayuvum vellavum mannum agashavum teeyum haninde anugrahangal prananum buddhiyum സ്നേഹവും ശക്തിയും പ്രാണനിൽ പ്രാണനം നിന്റെയല്ലോ എന്തിനും മീതെ വിളങ്ങട്ടെ ദൈവമേ നിൻ തിരുനാമവും കാരുണ്യവും നല്ലതേ തോന്നാവൂ നല്ലതേ ചൊല്ലാവൂ നല്ലതേ ചെയ്യാവൂ നിന്ദയായി എന്നും അതിനുള്ള ബുദ്ധിയും ശക്തിയും തന്നരുളിയിടണേ തമ്പുരാനേ.
We now begin the formal inauguration session of the Women Leaders Conclave 2026. I request our chairperson, Meena Thomas, to escort the chief guest to the
Association often called as KMA, is established in the year 1957. This has been pioneered in promoting professional management practices and nurturing young talents. It's my great honor to welcome our distinguished dignitaries who have gracefully accepted our invitation to be part of this important event. A very warm welcome to Mr. Harikumar, President of Kerala Management Association, whose visionary leadership continues to guide KMA in strengthening the management ecosystem of Kerala. I request Mr. Abraham Olikel to hand over the love of bouquet. Welcome you, sir. I'm privileged to invite Ms. Ashwati Jiji IPS. She was supposed to come, but due to her official duties, she could not reach here today. I welcome her in her absentia. It's my privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to Ms. Mariam Mammen Mathew, CEO of Manorama Online, a dynamic media leader who has played a pioneering role in shaping digital media landscape in India. It's my personal privilege also to invite Mariam onto the stage. She's my close friend too. Welcome, Mariam. I invite Dr. Nirmala Lilly to hand over the bouquet. Delighted to welcome Dr. Jain Joseph, founder and chairman of Neo Film School, a visionary entrepreneur who is redefining creative education and empowering young minds to pursue their passion in cinema and media. It's our privilege and happiness to have you here, sir. I welcome Dr. Indu Nair to hand over the bouquet. A very special welcome to Ms. Cuckoo Parameswaran. She's yet to reach here, and she's an acclaimed Indian actress and secretary of AMMA, whose contributions to cinema and cultural landscape have made her respected and admired personality. She is reaching within 5 minutes. And welcome to Mr. Anil Joseph, Chairman, KMA Management Week Celebrations. This conclave is also being conducted as a culmination of a week-long celebrations. I welcome Mr. Anil Joseph. I call upon Mr. Sunil Balakrishnan. My sincere welcome to Mr. Anil Verma, Honorary Secretary of KMA, whose dedication and tireless efforts continue to strengthen the association initiatives and programs. I welcome Mr. A.C.K. Nair, sir, to hand over the bouquet. Yeah, I welcome Ms. Cuckoo Parameswaran. She's just on time. Welcome, ma'am. I request Ms. Lekha Balachandran to hand over the bouquet of love. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conclave carries a very impactful theme. It is give to gain. In a world that often emphasizes competition, individual success, and personal achievement, the principle of give to gain reminds us that true leadership rooted in generosity of knowledge, generosity of giving opportunity, encouragement, and compassion. When leaders give their time to mentor others, they gain stronger teams. When organizations invest in people, they gain loyalty and innovation. And when society supports and uplifts women, it gains progress, prosperity, and balance. And this is the spirit of celebrating today as Give to Gain theme. On a personal note, being part of this conclave is deeply meaningful to me. Over the years, I had the privilege of witnessing journeys of many women who balanced careers and families, who overcame barriers, who turned challenges into opportunities, and who continued to move forward with courage and grace. Their stories remind us that leadership is not about titles or positions. It is the willingness to make a difference in the lives of others. Before I conclude, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the KMA leadership, the Women's Forum team, the partners, and the organizing committee whose dedication and teamwork have made this conclave possible. And the most importantly, I thank all the participants who have taken time to be here today. Your presence definitely adds energy, diversity, and purpose of the gathering. I hope by end of this conclave, each one of us will take back something valuable, an idea, a connection, an inspiration, or perhaps a renewed belief in our own potential. Let us have a good day. Let us connect together, make more meaningful lives, and give to the society back to gain others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meena Thomas, for that warm and inspiring welcome that truly set the tone for today's conclave. It's now my privilege to invite the President of Kerala Management Association, a leader who continues to guide the organizations towards impact initiative. Please join me in welcoming Mr. K. Hari Kumar, President, Kerala Management Association, and the CEO of Aryavadyashala, Kottakkal, to deliver the presidential address.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Meena, for setting the tone of the meeting. Distinguished guests on the dais, past presidents of KMA, managing committee members, dear delegates, and dear friends. We are having a very, very meaningful theme for discussion today. The entire leadership profile is changing, organizations are changing, the world is changing. In accordance with that, the leadership style which is required also continues to change. For example, even in organizations, the type of leadership style required in a brick and mortar industry is totally different from the style required in an organization driven by the Gen Zs. So, and even in the same organization, depending on the time, depending on the growth curve the organization is going through, at the time of starting, the style is different. In difficult times, the leadership style changes. At the time of consolidation of the business, the leadership style is different. At the time when the organization needs to drive the growth, the leadership style is different. So what I'm trying to tell you is the leadership style required changes from time to time. It changes from organization to organization. It changes according to the circumstances. So there is nothing definite called a leadership style. And depending on the success, see, unlike many other forms of science, management actually plotted down the leadership styles depending on the success of the individuals or depending on the success the organizations could achieve at different points of time. And incidentally, this Women's Conclave, the Women Leadership Conference, is happening just a couple of days after the International Women's Day. That makes it all the more meaningful. And women are driving organizations, let us accept it. And women are reshaping the organization. Women are redefining the leadership. That's a very, very important thing. And the leadership style which is being practiced is being changed from authoritative. It has actually changed to more empathy driven. It has become more collaborative. It has become more resilience driven. So the type of leadership is also continuously changing. And if you look at women as a manager or women as a leader, see, many organizations, let us not get into the gender equality business and all that. See, women even as a member of the team or even as a member, as a team leader, women are getting more and more accepted because there are basically because of two things. Number one is they can bring in a diverse perspective, because the way man thinks is totally different than the way woman thinks. So when an organization is getting more complex, more diverse perspectives can come, women can think in a different way, and when collective pooling of thinking happens, automatically the organization moves forward. Even my global studies have shown that women leaders not only drive the, you also drive the drive the economic growth also of the organizations, other than even driving the working atmosphere, making an organization a better place to work. So there are a lot of things happening. And even Government of India through the Companies Act also has made the women directors a mandatory percentage is there. Even in Parliament also, even in the legislature also, they talk about 33% reservation. Whether it happens or not is different. What I would urge all the women leaders is only one thing. Let us not talk about the gender preference and all that. There is an opportunity for you to come up on your own merit. Don't ask for favors. Automatically, the world is getting more and more meritorious, merit-driven. People want merit, and automatically you will be able to attain these positions of glory. It's not that Indira Nooyi became the head of PepsiCo by reservation or by way of preferential treatment. No. There are people who attain positions only because of merit. And merit is up to you to prove. Once you start proving the merit, I perfectly agree that there could be some barriers, unforeseen or unconscious barriers which you have to face. But in spite of that, merit is something which people cannot compromise. Merit is something which has to be recognized and which will definitely be recognized. There are opportunities. And it is forums like this, kindly come, kindly interact with the people, because this not only gives you an exposure to the outside world, this also gives you a platform to network. It also a platform to nurture your talents, platform to nurture the, nurture the relationship you have with the other fraternity. And I'm sure women stand to gain a lot. I'm sure without doing anything, by sheer competence, by sheer hard work, without looking at the government for any support or compulsory denomination of women for certain positions and all that, you have a great opportunity, because the world needs merit. And it is, I don't have to say anything more. I wish the program all success. Let me also compliment Meena for organizing such a wonderful meeting. Please take the best out of it. Please network. Please listen to all these achievers, both men and women. You have a lot to learn, and I'm sure this will help you in your road forward. It will help you in your career forward. Thank you very much. All the best.
Moving forward, the Women Leaders Conclave is also an integral part of Management Week celebration, a period when KMA celebrates the spirit of leadership, learning, and innovation. To share a few words about the significance of this Management Week, may I invite Dr. Jain Joseph, Chair, Management Week and Managing Director, CSUNS.
Very good morning all. Respected President Hari Kumar, the Chief Guest Mariam, Mammen, Mathew, the energy behind today's show, Meena Thomas, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, past presidents, fellow management committee members, members of KMA, and the force of the which is driving the world, the woman. This week, we are celebrating the Management Week in KMA. Every year, it is planned in the month of February, but this time we thought we will plan in connection with the International Women's Day. So we started this program on March 8th, on the International Women's Day, by addressed by G. Priyanka, the district collector. And on the same day, we had a medical camp organized in connection with Medivision. So the concept of management is that if you cannot measure, you cannot manage. So you have to measure your health also in between. And we have our own Bibu and running the Medivision. So make sure that you all can have the checkup in a proper manner and manage your health system, which is the most vital part. Without health, nothing else happens. And on that day itself, we had a health and aid clinic conducted by Medical Trust Hospital along with Regional Sports Center. Again, a message which we want to share, that hospitals are one place where we do recovery, and the sports centers are where we go if we can prevent disease from happening. So we have a lot of promotion of health centers, but not much of sports. So we want to equally convey the message that sports helps you getting into the disease and can help you lead a strong life ahead. And that day itself, we had a Karma Homes KMA scholarship given for the interns who are part of the government administration, who are going to support the district collector in running the firm. So we have selected 10 people, selected by the assistant collector, which KMA Karma Homes is doing the internship payment for them for a training period, so that they know how the governance work, which will be much helpful for them when they get into the corporate ladder and to understand what is happening. So that was the day one of the management day. So I just want to share the message which Priyanka shared in her speech. Two things she pointed out. One, woman should have the capacity to leave the moment. According to her, woman starts thinking hundreds of problems simultaneously. So her system get jammed all the time. So they think of X, Y, Z problem. So she wanted to convey the message. I thought this is the right forum to convey that message, that leave the moment. And second is that celebrate success with your fellow women and share their sorrows also together. So that can help a great way ahead. And on day 2, we had the K.T. Chandy Memorial Lecture, which was delivered by Kochausek Chitavlapalli, the eminent industrialist. And also the remembrance speech was delivered by our past president, Dr. Sunil. The third day, we had the leadership insight where Dr. Raghavan talked about the current scenario of trade and the trade tariff war which is happening between India and US, and the free trade policy which is coming with European Union. Yesterday, we have a very vibrant Young Minds team in Kerala Management Association, and they had a conversation with Binu Balan and Anup on the developments and the new concepts from accounting to storytelling was the theme, and it was a very good program. Today, we are culminating the management week in this particular forum, and thanks to Meena for providing this opportunity with the Women's Leadership Conclave. This is the last program today, and it is a great opportunity to thank all people who have supported us in this Kerala Management Week and made this Management Week a great success. And wish all the very best for this program, and look forward for being here and learning more from the Women's Leadership Conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jain Joseph, for briefing on the Management Week celebration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the auspicious beginning by lighting of a ceremonial lamp, symbolizing the triumph of knowledge over distinguished dignitaries on the dais for lighting of the lamp ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in applauding our dignitaries as they illuminate the lamp of knowledge. Please rise. group of Malayalam Manorama. Before joining Malayalam Manorama, she was with Chase Manhattan Bank in the Management Consulting Center and then at Lab Morgan in JP Morgan, New York. She is a member of the Governing Council of the Internet and Mobile Association of India, which is established in 1888. Malayalam Manorama is India's third largest circulated daily newspaper with more than 1.7 million copies. Malayalam Manorama Group is one of the largest publishing companies in India with over 40 publications. The group also runs Manorama News, a 24 news channel, which is the #1 news channel in Kerala, and Radio Mango FM stations in Kerala. MalayalaManorama.com was launched in 1997 and then relaunched in 2002 as a comprehensive portal with more than 500 million page viewers a month. It is one of the largest websites in the country. It is my immense pleasure to invite Ms. Mariam Mammen Mathew, CEO, Manorama Online, to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me here. Meena, thank you so much for inviting me. This looks like a very interesting day that she has planned out for you. So today is Friday the 13th, by the way. It's an interesting day. It really is, when you think about it, I was thinking about when I was coming in, I suddenly said, oh, it's Friday the 13th. Now, people look at Friday the 13th in very different ways, right? The number 13 in very different ways. There's a bunch of people who look at it and say, oh my God, it's 13, it's so bad for you. And then there's the other bunch of people who, see the glass half full all the time. And for them, 13 is actually very lucky. So really, at the end of the day, it is what you make out of it, right? It is your attitude, what you make out of whatever you get. And that, in essence, is who we all are. So when I was thinking about what one should talk about, and honestly, this topic, give to gain, is very close to my heart. Not only because of the spirit of generosity that my parents and my husband and my in-laws have brought in, but also because of the organization that I'm in. So Malayalam Manorama's motto is, in charity is household divinity. So when you think about it, I read somewhere that powerful stories are not the ones that you tell, but they are the ones that you own. And when I think about 25 years ago, and really it is 25 years ago that I joined this organization, coming as a young, know-it-all, a kid from Manhattan with spiky colored hair. It's been a journey. And in this journey, there have been many, many stories that not necessarily are my own, but that I have seen and which have taught me so many things. So when I came in 25 years ago, I grew up in the north, so I grew up in Delhi. But Manorama was a name I knew because it was a paper which would come to my house 5 days late, and yet my parents would read it. Bizarre, right? Who reads a paper after 5 days? So when I joined and I realized what Manorama was about, it was really not about the stories and the things. It was about the community. It was about each one of us, the stories that kept people together. It was about building a community and an ecosystem. And this ecosystem was about shaping Kerala as well. So when I think about when I joined, there were 3 of us talking digital at a time when nobody knew about digital. Nobody gave a damn about digital. In a group of people full of men, right? Running an organization for 130 years, doing extremely well. And then here comes this young brat who has been brought by a 90-year-old chief editor whose vision was that this will be the future. I can tell you that it was not easy to get people to listen to you, to get people to talk to you, to get people to even acknowledge your presence in the room. That was difficult. But what I realized were the allies that I had around me. So when I first started, and when nobody would listen to me, I would go to Mr. K. Mathew and say, Pariyapchan, nobody's listening to me. I don't know why you've got me out here. He would just smile and he said, Mole, don't worry. You call a meeting and you express what you want. He would come for the meeting. He would never take over the meeting. He would never say a word. He would just smile and be there, but be my pillar and my strength. That taught me that you don't have to be, always managing the show. What you can give is just by being a pillar of strength. Then, things evolved, lots of things have happened. A product, a company which had maybe, less than 1% women, Manorama Online today has more than 60% women in our team. It's the largest group of women, I think it's even almost 70, run by the fact that we have 2 big business lines in our team. And one of the largest business lines is run by a dynamic duo of 2 women. Completely ideated, run, expanded just by them. And that is and what was amazing was one of the ladies who was running it, she and I were, I think we had our kids together at the same time. And, being who I was, I could go back home, feed my child, do everything. I saw her struggle through the whole thing. While she fed her child, she created a new product. She launched a very successful product, M4Marry, and she managed her house beautifully. She taught me resilience. She taught me that no matter what, if you trust in your village will come through. And she was the one who actively brought women into the group and who really built this ecosystem. We have a product called M4Marry. This M4Marry ecosystem was built by this 2 dynamic duo and 10 of our original women telecallers who would come and own the product and tell me, this is not how you have to do it. This is what you have to do it. They had the conviction and they had the knowledge, but they were also willing to share it. They were willing to own it. They were willing to stand by their mistakes because, yes, of course, when you're starting a product, you're going to make lots and lots of mistakes. Life is about mistakes and failures. And if you are not willing to own up to our mistakes and failures, then we have a problem. And what they taught was that if you have to be in the room, be resilient, be willing to share your knowledge, and be willing to take the fall for the mistakes as well. Like this, there are many, many stories that I can tell you. In the past few years, I've been more involved in international and national media organizations. I'm currently the chairperson of an organization called Digital News Publishers Association. It's a very new organization, it's about 6 years old. When we started, this organization was run, we had one secretary general, a lady, and we had a very senior retired officer, IS officer, who was helping us to do a lot of things with the government, with media, with where to go. And when I took over, this lady came to me and says, "Ma'am, I need a role. I can do much more. You are not paying me enough for what I can do. You're not paying me enough for what I'm doing, but it's being hidden by somebody else." And I remember looking at her and when you start off with a very skeptical kind of mode and said, "Really, can you? Because I'm not seeing you doing anything or whatever, because there is this person who's doing." And she said, "Let me prove it." And at some point of time, we felt that we could not afford two people, and we felt that we had a pitch, and we said, "You know what? Let's give her a chance." We gave her a chance, and this year she has delivered the best ever performance that DNPA has in the last 6 years, single-handedly, with no help. What it showed me was, if you're ready to deliver and you're willing to take it up, be ready, and when your opportunity is given, take it. Don't go back. You can take it. So in all this, and I can go on forever, so I'm not going to go on forever because I have been allotted a time. What different things have told me is that my education gave me intellectual abilities, gave me the ability to debate, gave me the ability to have my management training, gave me frameworks, rigors, and resilience. But what Manorama taught me was that if we give our time, our support, and our ideas, we gain a lot more in relationships, in learning, and in purpose. What I have learned is that when I open the door for someone else, my room becomes larger. What I have learned is that when I don't hoard my information or my knowledge and I share my information with others, I learn a lot more. I learn to be the bigger person. In fact, if I've learned that if organizations don't encourage knowledge sharing, that organization is a lot worse than an organization which encourages such things. This instinct to hoard knowledge, to protect territory, to compete for visibility, it diminishes everyone. And I will end with saying what the media industry has taught me, especially if journalism is done right, is that if you give to your audience the absolute truth, if you give to your sources the dignity of being heard, and if you give to your team the trust that they will do their best, then there is no book in strategy or management which shows how much you will grow as an organization with a loyal, credible, and absolutely fantastic team. So to close, I have just a few things to say to the women out here. Do not wait to be invited. Walk in as if you are always meant to be there. Do not shrink your ambition. Redesign the mold. Be ready and deliver when you get the moment. So show up, share, and create space. And then this is not management, but it is a movement. So all the best, all of you, for today. By this, I inaugurate today's session, and I hope you have a great day that Meena has planned for you. Thank you so much.
So much, Ms. Mariam Mathew. My takeaways summarizes as: show up, share knowledge, give room for others too. And this reminds me of one quote: a woman is like a tea bag. You can't tell how strong she is until you put her into hot water. Thank you once again for that. Now, moving forward, our next keynote speaker is a visionary entrepreneur who has been instrumental in nurturing creative talent and shaping the media and film education ecosystem. Dr. Jain Joseph is a filmmaker, a creative educator, and the foundation and chairman of Neo Film School, Cochin, one of the India's pioneering integrated film school. Trained in film making at the prestigious Film and Television Institute of India, Pune, and in management at IIM Ahmedabad, he combines artistic excellence with strategic leadership. A cinematographer and filmmaker, he has worked on feature films, documentaries, and media production. Passionate about nurturing creative talent, he mentors students across filmmaking discipline and designs industry-oriented learning programs. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jain Joseph, founder and chairman, Neo Film School, for the keynote address.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests on the stage, and equally or more distinguished members of the audience. I'm very privileged to be here to play the keynote, because normally it is told that the keynote is what sets the tone and start playing. മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ പൂരത്തിന് പ്രമാണം കൂട്ടുന്ന പോലെ ഇരിക്കും അല്ലേ? That's a keynote, and it's a big responsibility. And definitely I can also feel like ഇത് കൂടൽമാണിക്യ ക്ഷേത്രത്തിൽ കഥകളി കളിക്കുന്ന പോലെയാണ്. എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കളിയെറിയുന്ന ആട്ടക്കാരും കളിച്ചു മടങ്ങിയ വേഷക്കാരും എല്ലാ നുവാൻസസും അറിയുന്ന connoisseurs of management is sitting in front of me. And I have to be very cautious about spelling out every word about management, because it's a truly discerning audience who is sitting in front of me. I'm very much aware of that. And when I knew that the topic is giving is gaining, or to give is to gain, when we travel on roads, we see that lines on certain donation boxes, right? ദാനധർമ്മങ്ങൾ ആപത്ത് തടയും എന്ന് പറയുന്ന വരികൾ നമ്മൾ വായിക്കാറുണ്ട്. We also know about the 10th, which we talk in the Bible, of sharing from your earnings or the harvest. But normally it is considered as a stupid religious fallacy or a spiritual trap for the devotees to get money out of the devotees, right? And I also have used to think like that. Then at some point of time, I could feel that this giving is to gain is a truth. It's a fact. It's a scientific fact. And why we don't believe is that we certainly miss to understand the concept of time behind that. The factor of time. As I was listening to Mr. Harikumar speak, Harikumar was speaking about the management nuances. He was talking about time, maybe tens of, like many times he was talking about the time of the startup stage, time of the stage in which the company is happening. So it's all about like time and timing. And നമ്മൾ മലയാളത്തിൽ ഒരു ചൊല്ലുണ്ട്, അതായത് ഈ കൊച്ചിയിൽ കൊടുത്താൽ കൊല്ലത്തും കിട്ടുമെന്ന്. അത് ചെറിയൊരു നെഗറ്റീവ് കൊണോട്ടേഷനിൽ അത് പറയാറ്. എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വാട്ട് എവർ യു, അതിൻ്റെ ബേസിക് സംഗതി ഇതാണ്, വിതയ്ക്കുന്നത് കൊയ്യും, വാട്ട് എവർ യു സോ യു വിൽ റീപ്പ് എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഈ കൊടുത്താൽ കൊല്ലത്തും കിട്ടുമെന്നതിന് ഞാനൊരു പാഠഭേദം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കൊടുത്താൽ കൊല്ലത്തേ കിട്ടൂ. You will only get it from Kollam, not from Kochi. If you reap something here, if you sow something here, you will get it from somewhere else. If you give help to someone, you will get back that help from someone. The problem of this disbelief of giving to gain is a wrong fallacy, is that you are looking for to the same person thinking that he is going to give back. It never happens here. Because the basis of life is time. The whole game called life started when the first pulse started pulsating in your heart. That was the first time-bound pulse, right? The vibe which has started. And the moment that vibe stops, when that flow of time stops, we become body, right? So the whole game of life is about time and timing. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ഈ കേട്ടിട്ടുള്ളത് പോലെ, സമയപ്രവാഹം എന്നൊക്കെ കേട്ടിട്ടുള്ളത് പോലെ, നിങ്ങൾ കൊടുക്കുന്നിടത്ത് നിന്ന് തിരിച്ചു കിട്ടില്ല. it will be received from at some other point of time, from some other person, some other organization, in some other context. This is the basic understanding we should have. ഞാനതിനെ പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞു വരുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്, ഇടുക്കിയിലൊരു തേങ്ങ നമ്മൾ പുഴയിലിട്ടാൽ, പെരിയാറിലിട്ടാൽ, അതൊരു പക്ഷേ മുളയ്ക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത് ആലുവയിൽ വന്നിട്ടായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഇടുക്കിയിലെ തെങ്ങിന്മയിലേക്ക് നോക്കി നിന്നാൽ നമുക്കവിടെ തേങ്ങ കാണാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അത് പുഴയിലൂടെ, ഈ പ്രവാഹത്തിലൂടെ ഒഴുകി പരന്ന് പിന്നീട് എവിടെയോ മണ്ണിലുറച്ച് വിത്തായി മാറി അതിൽ നിന്ന് തെങ്ങുണ്ടായി വരാനുള്ള സമയത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ കൂടുതൽ ബോധവാന്മാരാവേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ആ സമയത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് ബോധവാനായി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഐ എം ഓൾസോ റിമൈൻഡഡ് ഓഫ് എ സ്പീച്ച് ബൈ വിവേകാനന്ദ. ദർ ഇസ് എ ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ ബുക്ക് വിച്ച് ഐ റിയലി ലവ്ഡ് അറ്റ് മൈ യങ്ങർ ഡേയ്സ്. നമ്മൾ ഈ കോളേജിലൊക്കെ പ്രസംഗിക്കാൻ നടക്കുമ്പോൾ വായിച്ചിരുന്നൊരു പുസ്തകമാണ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഇറ്റ്സ് 100 സ്പീച്ചസ് ഓഫ് ദി ഹിസ്റ്ററി. അതിൽ ജവഹർലാൽ നെഹ്റുവിൻ്റെ ഉണ്ട്, വിവേകാനന്ദൻ്റെ ഉണ്ട്, അങ്ങനെ വലിയ മഹാന്മാരുടെയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ മഹാനാവാനുള്ള തത്രപ്പാടിലാണല്ലോ ഈ പുസ്തകങ്ങളൊക്കെ വായിക്കുക. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ വായിച്ചതിൽ എനിക്ക് അന്ന് മനസ്സിലാവാതിരുന്നതും പിന്നീട് മനസ്സിലായതുമായിട്ടുള്ള വിവേകാനന്ദൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രസംഗമുണ്ട്. ഇഫ് യു വാണ്ട് ടു ഫ്രൂട്ട്സ്, യു ഹാവ് ടു വർക്ക് അറ്റ് ദി റൂട്ട്സ്, നോട്ട് അറ്റ് ദി ഫ്രൂട്ട്സ്. കാരണം ഈ വൃക്ഷത്തിൻ്റെ വേരുകളിലാണ് നമ്മൾ പ്രവർത്തിക്കേണ്ടത്. ഇതിനെ നമ്മുടെ കാരണവന്മാർ നമ്മളോട് പറയാറുണ്ട്, ഈ തെങ്ങിൻ്റെ തലയ്ക്ക് നോക്കി നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ അത് തലയ്ക്ക് കായ്പെടുത്തില്ല എന്ന് നോക്കിയിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല, അത് കടയ്ക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്താലേ തലയ്ക്ക് വരുള്ളൂ എന്നുള്ളത്. ദി സെയിം തിങ് ഹാപ്പൻസ് ഇൻ മൈ ലൈഫ്. ഐ ഹവ് സീൻ. ഞാൻ ഈ തെങ്ങൊക്കെ കൂടുതൽ പറയുന്നത് എനിക്ക് ചുറ്റും തെങ്ങുകൾ ഉണ്ടായത് കൊണ്ടാണ്. ആസ് മിസ്സസ് മറിയം വാസ് സേയിങ്, ലൈക്ക് ദി സ്റ്റോറി വി ക്യാരി ഈസ് ഓൾസോ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്, റൈറ്റ്? ഇറ്റ് ഹോൾഡ്സ് ദാറ്റ് സ്ട്രെങ്ത് ഓഫ് കൺവിക്ഷൻ. നമുക്ക് കർക്കിടകക്കൂരെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടൊരു തേങ്ങയുടെ പരിപാടിയുണ്ട്. കാരണം കർക്കിടകത്തിൽ കിട്ടുന്ന തേങ്ങകൾ mostly it will be small, very small. The coconuts which you get in the season of rainy season, and the season is very rainy. There is enough of water and enough of, like, whatever that coconut tree needs is around, but the fruits are small. The reason is these fruits were made in the month of May, which was dry, and this will be small. And the fruits which had started forming in the month of Karkadaga will have a bigger, richer fruit in the month of Chingam. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കൺസെപ്റ്റുകളെല്ലാം ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് എന്തിനാണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, പ്ലീസ് ഡു ബോദർ അബൌട്ട് ദി ഫാക്ടർ ഓഫ് ടൈം, ആൻഡ് ദെൻ യു വിൽ അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ് ദാറ്റ്. ദെൻ ഇഫ് യു ലുക്ക് ഇറ്റ് ഇൻ എ ഹിൻസൈഡ്, യു വിൽ റിയലൈസ് ദാറ്റ് there were lot of things which you have given without no reason has come back to you in multiples by this time. The things which you have given at a younger time, at a younger period, in an older or past years, have come back to you in multiples. This is giving is to gain. ഇതെന്തുകൊണ്ട് മനസ്സിലാവുന്നില്ല എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, പലപ്പോഴും ഈ സമയത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് അറിയുവാൻ we have to evolve personally, and the new term is personal evolution. അപ്പോൾ ഈ പേഴ്സണൽ എവല്യൂഷൻ്റെ, സിൻസ് CEOs are here, you must have heard of like reptilian brain, mammalian brain, and neocortex, and the next 4-5 steps. അപ്പോൾ ഈ റെപ്റ്റീലിയൻ ബ്രെയിനിലൊന്നും ഈ ടൈമിനെ കുറിച്ച് നമുക്ക് യാതൊരു ധാരണയുമില്ല. ഈ പിന്നെ ഫൈറ്റും ഫ്ലൈറ്റും ഫ്രീസും മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. നമ്മുടെ ടെറിട്ടോറിയൽ സെൻസ് മാത്രമേ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളൂ. രണ്ടാമത്തെ ലെവലിലെത്തിയിട്ട് മാമാലിയൻ ലെവലിലേക്ക് എത്തുമ്പോഴാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ ആശ്രിതവത്സരരായിട്ടുള്ള CEOമാരെയും ആശ്രിതവത്സരരായിട്ടുള്ള പൊളിറ്റീഷ്യൻസിനെയൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ബിക്കോസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് മമാലിയൻ സ്റ്റേജ് ഓഫ് എവല്യൂഷൻ. നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ കെയർ ചെയ്യുകയാണ്, നമ്മളെ ആശ്രയിച്ച് നിൽക്കുന്നവരെ നമ്മൾ കെയർ ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ദെൻ കംസ് ദിസ് നിയോകോർട്ടക്സ് ലെവൽ. അതിലെത്തുമ്പോഴാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ സ്ട്രാറ്റജിയെ കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ സംസാരിച്ചു വരുന്നത്, ഹാബിറ്റ്സിനെ കുറിച്ച് സംസാരിച്ചു വരുന്നത്. സോ സ്ട്രാറ്റജി ഈസ് ആക്ച്വലി ദി 4th സ്റ്റേജ്. പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മളുടെ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ഡിസ്കഷൻ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് അറ്റ് ദി സ്റ്റേജ് ഓഫ് സ്ട്രാറ്റജി. There starts innovation, which we have recently started hearing about. Innovation ആണ് 5th സ്റ്റേജ് വരുന്നത്. അതിനുശേഷം വരുന്നതാണ് സിസ്റ്റമിക് ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന വിൻ എന്നൊക്കെ വാക്ക് ആരെങ്കിലൊക്കെ പറയാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ we can understand that okay, this guy has reached the level of personal evolution of systemic intelligence. He also wants the other to exist for him to perform. അതുവരെയുള്ള ലെവലുകളിലൊന്നും ഈ അതറിനെ കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ മൈൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഓൾ സെൽഫ് സെൻറ്റേഡ് സ്ട്രാറ്റജീസ് വിച്ച് വി ഡ്രൈവ്. ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് നമ്മൾ അടുത്ത ലെവലിലേക്ക് എത്തുമ്പോഴാണ് പേർപ്പസ് ഡ്രിവൺ എന്ന് പറയുന്നൊരു വാക്കിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്നത്. സോ ഹിയർ യു പീപ്പിൾ ആർ എയ്തർ യു ഹാവ് റീച്ച്ഡ് എ ലെവൽ ഓഫ് 6 where we are talking about this purpose driven and others are there to reach. ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ ഒരു CEO ലെവലിലെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷനിലുള്ള ഇൻട്രാക്ഷൻസ് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയൊരു കാര്യം, മേ ബി വിമൻ ഈസ് ഹാവിങ് ട്രബിൾ ഇൻ ഇൻട്രാക്ടിങ്. The reason is you have to check who is sitting on the other side of the table. I've tried it out and it wonderfully works. ഇവർ ഏത് പേഴ്സണൽ എവല്യൂഷൻ ലെവലിലാണെന്ന് നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ആൻഡ് യു ലേണേഴ്സ് ആർ വെരി ഗുഡ് അറ്റ് ഇറ്റ്. നമ്മൾ ഈ ചെറിയ കുട്ടികളോട് അവർ വീട് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ തറയിൽ ചവിട്ടാറില്ലേ, തറയിനെ കുറ്റം പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്, കട്ടിലിൻ്റെ കൈനെ അടിക്കാറില്ലേ, കസേരേനെ നമ്മൾ ചീത്ത വിളിക്കാറില്ലേ? കാരണം കുട്ടിയുടെ ബ്രെയിനിൻ്റെ ഇവല്യൂഷൻ ലെവൽ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് റെപ്റ്റീലിയൻ ബ്രെയിനേ ആയിട്ടുള്ളൂ. അവന് സെൽഫ് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ, അവന് വേറെ പർപ്പസും പരിപാടിയൊന്നുമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലുള്ള ആളുകൾ മുമ്പിൽ ഇരുന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ റെപ്റ്റീലിയൻ ബ്രെയിൻസ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. അവിടെ നിങ്ങൾ പർപ്പസ് ഡ്രിവൻ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഒരു കാര്യവുമില്ല. അതേസമയം ഈ ലെവലുകളെ മനസ്സിലാക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ദി കണക്ടിവിറ്റി ഈസ് സോ സിമ്പിൾ, ദി കൊളാബറേറ്റീവ് ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ഈസ് വെരി പവർഫുൾ. അപ്പോൾ പേഴ്സണൽ എവല്യൂഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നൊരു കാര്യത്തിലേക്ക് കൂടി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിച്ചു തുടങ്ങിയാൽ ദി കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ വിൽ ബി മച്ച് മോർ ഈസിയർ ആൻഡ് ഫൈനലി യു വിൽ സീ ദാറ്റ് വാട്ട് എവർ യു ഗീവ് റിയലി കംസ് ബാക്ക്. I'll just state one more portion to this and finish my keynote address. ഞാൻ ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു 10 വർഷമോ 17 വർഷമായി നിയോ ഫിലിം സ്കൂൾ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട്. സോ ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ആൻ ആക്സിഡൻ്റൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ്. ഐ നെവർ വാണ്ടഡ് ടു സ്റ്റാർട്ട് എ ഫിലിം സ്കൂൾ അറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് ഏജ്. ഐ വാസ് എ പെർഫോമിംഗ് സിനിമാറ്റോഗ്രാഫർ. ഐ വാസ് വർക്കിംഗ് ഇൻ ദി ഫിലിം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി. ബട്ട് ഇറ്റ് ഹാപ്പൻ സോ ദാറ്റ് ഐ ഹാപ്പൻ ടു സ്റ്റാർട്ട് എ ഫിലിം സ്കൂൾ. So I was wondering how to build it up, a system there and all. I was connecting with people, contacting with people, but startup was a very rare word at those times of business in Kerala. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംരംഭകത്വം എന്ന വാക്കൊക്കെ നമ്മളൊരു 10 കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് കേട്ടു തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ളൂ. സോ ഐ യൂസ് ടു ഗോ ടു ഡൽഹി. അവിടെയുള്ള എൻ്റർപ്രണർഷിപ്പ് കോൺക്ലേവുകളിലാണ് ഞാൻ ഇതൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചു തുടങ്ങിയത്. ആൻഡ് ദർ വി ഹാഡ് എ ഗവൺമെൻറ് സെക്രട്ടറി ഹു വാസ് ഇൻ ദി സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് ഹു ഹാഡ് കം ടു ഷെയർ എ സ്റ്റോറി. അപ്പോൾ അവർ ഈ സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റിന് വേണ്ടി ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഡിസിഷൻ എടുത്തതിന് ശേഷം ദേ വർ ഫേസിങ് എ ബിഗ് ചലഞ്ച്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ബാർബറുടെ മകന് ബാർബറാക്കാൻ ബാർബർക്കൊരു ഉദ്ദേശമില്ല, ആശേരിയുടെ മകനെ ആശേരിയാക്കാൻ ആശേരിക്കൊരു ഉദ്ദേശമില്ല, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ തയ്യൽക്കാരൻ്റെ മകനെ തയ്യൽക്കാരനാക്കാൻ തയ്യൽക്കാരനും ഒരു ഉദ്ദേശമില്ല, തയ്യൽക്കാരനാവാൻ തയ്യൽക്കാരൻ്റെ മകനും ഒരു ഉദ്ദേശമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ ഇത് എവിടേക്കാണ് അത് കൊണ്ടുപോകുക എന്നുള്ളൊരു പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. Then some brilliant brain came out with an idea, let us change the name of it. Then barber became hairstylist, carpenter became interior designer, tailor became fashion designer, and they started 6-month courses in interior designing. Then it was not 6-month course in carpentry, it was 6-month course in interior designing. It was not 6-month course in tailoring, it was 6-month course in fashion design. So a change in nomenclature can help you a lot in communicating in a modern way. So let us change this nomenclature of give to gain into investment to return on investment. Every investment is a giving. You are giving time, effort and money to every single business, every single transaction you do either at the business organization or at your home. നിങ്ങളുടെ കുട്ടികളിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ടൈം എത്രയെന്ന് ആലോചിച്ചാൽ മതി. നിങ്ങളുടെ കുട്ടികളിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള എഫേർട്ട് എത്രയെന്ന് ആലോചിച്ചാൽ മതി. Forget about money. Time and effort is a big investment. And start investing in things. Investing including in you. Investing in others. And let the returns be really, really surplus in abundance, which can take care of you, your family, and a prosperous community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jain Joseph, for that wonderful speech filled with connotations and allowed us to reflect on how a new perspective about giving to gain. Our next dignitary is someone who needs no introduction to audience across Kerala. An accomplished actor, actress, and cultural personality who has also contributed immensely to the artistic community. Ms. Cuckoo Parameswaran, Secretary of Amma, is an experienced actress who got a chance to polish her skills from the School of Drama. She also got a handful of characters which we all could resonate with, even attracted the National Film Award jury. The role of a nurse who she handled comfortably in the Hollywood movie Cotton Mary gave her international recognition. She also worked as a dubbing artist in Kadapurushan and in Mariam. She acted in films like Niral Kooter, Cotton Mary, Vana Prestham, which I vividly love that role, Moonilonna, Karakkam, and so many, ladies and gentlemen. The noted factor is that all these films have won awards in any of the fields. So please welcome Ms. Cuckoo Parameswaran, Indian actress, Secretary Amma, for the felicitation address as guest of honor. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning to dignitaries in the dais and the friends and fellow women. Good morning. I think standing here as guest of honor, I think there is very little I can talk because everybody has talked about what we women can do and we women should achieve. And above all, when this year, when the theme of International Women's Day came out, like Give to Gain, I was a bit upset. Literally, I was upset. Not why. Lifelong, the day you were born as a girl till the death, women are giving. We are giving with no stop, there is no interval. In a way, we are giving all the time. Give away space to your brother, give away space to your fellow beings, give space to the road. In the road, when we are driving, we are being honking behind, and we have to give away, giving away. And even now, the International Women's Day want to give more. Then I thought, I could be a fool thinking that. There are people who are deciding this, must be someone who can think beyond things, who had experiences to coin this. So I started thinking about it, sitting. Usually, എനിക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഡൗട്ട് വരുമ്പം I call my sister, elder sister, and we have a chat. This time I didn't call her. I sat, thought about it. Then I started thinking about my mother. So, as we all women would say, our point of encouragement, point of courage, point of land where we land is our mother, like that. ഞാൻ അമ്മയെക്കുറിച്ച് ആലോചിച്ചപ്പോൾ കിട്ടിയതാണ് giving is to gain in a way. എന്തുണ്ടെങ്കിലും നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഓരോ അറിവും നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഓരോ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസും അത് ഇമോഷണൽ ആവാം, അത് ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ആവാം, ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ആവാം, അത് ക്രിയേറ്റീവ് ആവാം. When is that growing is only when you give it. The moment an artist give it on the stage, he or she flourish because from the approval, from the acknowledgement, she flourish inside. She creates more. Like that, everyone. It is not just for women, give to gain. I think this is for the whole humanity. So it is, I think, international, it should be a theme for the humanity. Give to gain, as if, because at the point where we are at, look at our youngsters. They don't have, എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിലൊരു 25 വയസ്സുകാരനുണ്ട്. എന്തെങ്കിലും ചോദിച്ചാൽ I think so many can identify. So what? That is his answer for everything. So what? The so what-ൽ ഞാൻ ഇറിറ്റേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരവസ്ഥയിലാണ്. Then I realize how to grab that so what and throw it away. That is where give to gain is applied. And also we women, especially women, I may be wrong, please forgive, but I think നമ്മൾ ഈ give to gain, giving gratitude is a big thing. we don't really give gratitude to ourselves, to our sisters in work, sisters in different areas. Are we grateful to our own people? So that also takes you to another level. That is one thing I make it a point every day. I am grateful for every step I'm going. I think I'm gaining. I'm going up above or forward only because of that gratitude, that giving. That gratitude is something that we have to start. We have to tell these youngsters as well as giving to gain, youngsters എങ്ങനെയാണ് കൊടുക്കുക എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ show them. Like I was talking about the same thing to my fellow actors in Amma. We should be thankful to all the actors, female and male, who walked before us. That is the gratitude. അവർ ആ നടന്ന പാതയിലെ മുള്ളും കല്ലും ഒക്കെ മാറ്റിയത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് എനിക്കിപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ വന്ന് നിൽക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. അവർ സഹിച്ചതും ക്ഷമിച്ചതുമായ പലതും കൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ മുന്നിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നത്. That is giving. And here I gained. Like that, every one of us who's sitting here, male or female, are sitting here because you gained from someone's, someone really extended their hand and you grabbed it. That could be anyone. So giving to gain is not a motto just for this year. It is something every one of us should keep it. Very simple ആയിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞാലും അമ്മ പറയും എനിക്കും like Miss Mariam has said and Jain has again emphasized, it's from personal thing. You make the story, and that is what I can say it with confidence. Only my personal experience and personal emotions. അമ്മ പറയാറുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്, എന്താർക്ക് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോഴും അത് ആരുമായിക്കോട്ടെ നിനക്ക് ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടമുള്ളതായിരിക്കണം. യു ഷെയർ വാട്ട് ഈസ് വെരി പേഴ്സണൽ ആൻഡ് വെരി ദാറ്റ് സംതിങ് ദറ്റ് യു ലൈക്ക് ഇറ്റ് ക്ലോസ് ടു യുവർ ഹാർട്ട്. നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടാത്തതാവരുത്, നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമില്ലാത്തതാവരുത്, നമുക്ക് ഉപയോഗമില്ലാത്തതാവരുത് when you give it to somebody, because that is not giving. Usually നമ്മൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കാത്ത ക്ലോത്ത്സ് കൊടുക്കും, second clothes, hand me downs. So from very 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 young age I was not allowed to give hands on used clothes. If you want to give somebody, give what is yours and what you love the most. That is where giving means something. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ എൻ്റെ മദർ ഇൻ ലോ ഒരിക്കൽ പറഞ്ഞു, ഒരു ഹിമാലയത്തിലേക്ക് പോയപ്പം she just celebrated her birthday 2 days back. She's 95. She told me, when she was walking to Himalayas, അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ തിരിച്ചു വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് കാശിയിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമുള്ളത് ഉപേക്ഷിച്ചിട്ട് വരണം. ഉപേക്ഷിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അവിടുത്തെ സാക്രിഫൈസ്. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് എത്ര ആലോചിച്ചിട്ടും ഒരു പിടിയും. ഷീ ലവ്സ് ലൈഫ്, ഷീ ഈസ് വെരി ഹെൽത്തി, ഷീ എൻജോയ്സ് എവ്രിതിങ്. ഷീ സെഡ്, വളരെ വിഷമിച്ച ആ കുട്ടിയെ ഞാൻ ലഡ്ഡു ഉപേക്ഷിക്കാമെന്നങ്ങ് തീരുമാനിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ I felt so sweet. She doesn't want to give up the sweet. So what she did is ലഡ്ഡു, കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ലഡ്ഡു ഉപേക്ഷിച്ചു. സോ ഇഷ്ടമുള്ളത് ഉപേക്ഷിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടാവുന്ന ആ ഒരു വിഷമവും പക്ഷെ ഒരു സന്തോഷവുമുണ്ട്. You are giving something because you love it, and that shows your grit. So women and men, what we need in this world, what we need in this life is the grit. So, and also one more thing when I talk about my personal thing, we are right now aware of everything happening around our world, war, confusions, everything. And without our knowledge, it will affect us one way or other. Be aware of that. So when I'm standing here, 2 days back, it was Women's Day. And I remember my father who says, ഏത് രാജ്യത്താണോ സ്ത്രീകളും കുട്ടികളും സുരക്ഷിതര്, ഏത് രാജ്യത്താണോ സ്ത്രീകൾക്കും കുട്ടികൾക്കും സ്ഥാനമുള്ളത്, ആ രാജ്യത്തിനെയാണ് ഞാൻ ഒന്നാം കിട രാഷ്ട്രമായിട്ടും ഡെവലപ്പിംഗ് രാഷ്ട്രമായിട്ടും പറയുന്നത്. He is always a woman's soldier who always asks me when I come back from a work, what have you done for your kind? He asks this question from my very young age. The issue is, at that time, I never understood that word. Later, as time went by, as I saw the world, I experienced the world, I understood the question, what have I done for my kind, my womankind? And I make sure in every work I do, I don't bring them down. In every word I say, I will rise with them. And in every action or thought or deed, I will travel with them, and I'll keep our kind's head high. That is something that we all have to do, because there is nobody else to keep us. And also I want to add, Mr. Harikumar has said, we have to, meritocracy is something we should appreciate. But at the same time, long time ago, women never got that many chances. So, like Indira Nui got a chance to got educated. Not every woman got that chance, even if they wanted. So, some got the privilege of education and they went ahead. Right now in 2026, when we are standing here in Kerala, a state where education and everybody can read and write to some extent, here now, definitely meritocracy should work and must work, because that's not the case of the whole of India. So we need a little bit more space as women. I'm not saying we need reservation, but acknowledgement and a space where we can come in and present our case, and an attitude to listen to us. And I think a place where the nature has given the trust for women to bring life, I want the society to place a little more trust in women to run the world, if you can run the household, it's a complex structure. Like Jain said, we can run the world with no problem. Thank you very much for the invitation, and good day.
Parameswaran, I'm sure that the audience and myself, we had a lot of takeaways and thought-provoking thoughts. Thank you for that. Now, may I request the chair and the president to hand over the mementos to our guests. So may I call president and our chair to hand over.
Bring back.
All the dignitaries for joining us in this inaugural function. Before we conclude the inaugural session, it's time to express our gratitude to all those who made this gathering possible. To deliver the vote of thanks, I invite Mr. Anil Verma, the Honorary Secretary, Kerala Management Association and Managing Director, Verma Groups.
Very nice to hear from Mariam ma'am. She asked you to not to wait, not to wait for invitation. And Jain sir said involved, and Cuckoo ma'am said gratitude. What a great meaning in everything. So I think to conclude, what I understand is to empower only you can do that. Empower yourself. No one else will help you. That's what I feel, So I think empowering yourself is something great that you have. It's an art, I think. You should learn that. And at this moment, I take this opportunity to thank Mariam ma'am for being this part of this show and inaugurating the show. Thank you, ma'am. And of course, Jain sir, thank you for being with us and addressing us. And Cuckoo ma'am, it was very nice. It came from the heart, I think, I believe. And I also thank our chair, Meena Thomas, Jain Joseph, and President, of course, Harikumar sir, and the entire MC members, past presidents, and of course, the KMA members and the ladies here, girls here, sitting here. Thank you for coming in large numbers, and also thank the executive secretariat team for making it very vibrant and very colorful. Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
We Kerala Management Association expresses its sincere gratitude to our esteemed sponsors for their valuable partnership and support in making this Women Leadership Conclave a reality. From Crown Plaza, and the winner is
Shima PS. She's here.
Shima PS.
Or shall I
Can we
take-
have you? We'll call once again. Shima PS, are you here? She's our toughest physical challenge. Professionally, Srisha serves as a manager at Ernst & Young with over 15 years of experience in international taxation and team leadership. She specializes in analyzing client data and reviewing and signing US tax returns prepared by junior professionals. She holds prestigious ATT, Association of Taxation Techniques, and EA, Enrolled Agent, certifications reflecting expertise in expatriate tax, UK tax, and US tax compliance. Known for accuracy, dependability, and collaborative leadership, she is passionate about delivering timely tax solutions while fostering a productive work environment. Her accent of Mount Everest mirrors her professional ethos, meticulous preparation, persistence under pressure, and the ability to lead and inspire others towards ambitious goals. Please join me in welcoming our speaker for the day, Srisha Ravindran. The floor is yours.
So I know a lot of people ask me, is this Srisha? Because I know I look very small, someone who can really not achieve the summit of Everest. So good morning to the members of Cochin Management Association, distinguished guests, fellow leaders, and everyone present here. I'm so grateful to be here today because I had a fever of almost, I think 99 yesterday. I was thinking I'll drop the plan, and then somehow I got better. And I was just talking to Shrikant sir, and he said, there is reasons why you will be in some places, and I think that is right, because I had an enlightening conversation with you, sir. So the topic given here today is give to gain. I think throughout my life, give to gain worked a lot, because all these things that I'm doing, that is working, summit of Everest, I'm a professional mountaineer, and then I'm a professional dancer too. I'm doing my post-graduation in Bharatanatyam now. And I feel all of this happened not because of me or 100% because of me. There are a lot of people who gave so many things to me because of which I could achieve any of this. Now I'll start off with Everest Summit. So on May 20th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m., I was on top of Everest. And that day was quite different from any other day. Because usually you would have seen Everest is being polluted, there is a big queue on top of Everest, and people are dying while they wait for summit. But when I went, there was a very bad weather because I got a wrong weather report. My Garmin device was not showing the right weather report, nor it was for my mentors, the other guides there. And then we call it as jet stream winds. So basically it is like a lot of snow particles inside the wind that can harm you. And the wind was above 75, temperature dropped below -55. And that is not usually how an Everest summit looks like. And that is the reason why you see 30 to 40 people on Everest summit. So when I went, there were only 2 people. 4 of us, sorry. Wajidullah, a Pakistani climber, me, and our Sherpas. So the first give to gain, I want to stress on one event. So when I was on top of Everest summit, I went blind on one eye because of the snow particles. The snow particles was consistently going inside my eyes, and I lost vision on one eye. And this Pakistani climber, that time the war talk was going on between India and Pakistan in the month of May in 2025. But we were joking about, our countries are on war, but we both are here helping each other. Because we both were the only climbers on top of Everest. And when I went blind, and my goggles, that is the summit shades, it destroyed because it fell down, and then, I might be blind on both eyes. But he lended me one of his goggles, and he said, you use this, because we are supposed to have 2 of everything that we carry. And we are not supposed to lend because, we have to be selfish, especially on peaks like Everest or any other 8,000 meter peaks. But he lended me one of his goggles, and he said, you take it. And it is very expensive, okay? The shades that we use, it is around 35,000. And he never took it back from me. So he just gave me this, and he said, you have a successful summit. Of course, he was a faster climber than me. He was ahead of me by 10 minutes. And because he gave me that, I could at least save one of my eye. And I went ahead to the summit. And now, during the summit, when we reached the balcony of Everest, balcony is a place where we usually take rest. So when we reached balcony, I saw all of the climbers going back. So I had these Polish climbers with me, climbers from Russia. So they are very strong climbers, actually. Very strong compared to Indians because of probably the genes too. And I saw all of them going back. So it was around 1 a.m. in the night. And then, we can make out only because of the torchlight. And then I kept seeing all these torchlight that was coming up, it was all going down. And then I was like, what do I do? Because I lost my confidence there. And then I kept asking my Sherpa, his name is Chakrarai. So I kept asking Chakradai, do we have to go up? Because everybody is going down and I think the weather is very bad. He said, no, this weather is something I have faced. It is going to be brutal, but you can still go up. You will summit Everest. And what happens on peaks like Everest usually is, when the weather is bad, none of the Sherpas take the risk of losing their life. Because if the client becomes tired, their morals will not allow them to leave the client and come. They will try everything to save the client, and what happens is, in the process, the Sherpa might lose his life, or he might get a frostbite, need amputation, or any of those things can happen. And then he said no, because he knows me quite well. He knows that I'm into mountaineering from almost 15 years, and the struggle, because financially it is very expensive. So we have to save so much for the sponsors and all of that. So he clearly know everything about the struggle I had to go through to get to the Everest summit. And he told me only this, if you climb Everest, like doctor and all that, we get a tag Everester. So we will be known as Everester in the mountaineering community. So you will become an Everester, which is a lifetime achievement. And that will not be possible if you drop the plan now. So the wind was pathetic, okay, and I was around 49 kg then. And I was literally swaying. Just because of the oxygen cylinder, I was on toes. But even he was struggling. I could see him going 1 step ahead and then taking 2 steps back. So that is very tough on a summit like Everest, because it drains your energy. But I could only see Chakradai wanting to take me to Everest summit. And same with the Pakistani climber. He said, you are not leaving it. You can do it. Come, come, come. That is the amount of motivation they gave me. And then I finally went to the Everest summit. And then there is something called as Falls Summit. And on the Falls Summit is where you start seeing the dead bodies. That is the green boots and all these dead bodies. So my prayer was just this: how much ever I struggle, I should not be falling on one of the dead body. And exactly on balcony, there was so much of snow accumulation because of snowfall. And I think the snow was, up to our knees. And it is very loose, the snow. So when the snow is loose, it is very difficult for us to get a firm grip. And I saw Chakradai struggling, I was struggling. There were 2 dead bodies next to the place we were trying to climb. And then, like one angel, I saw the Pakistani climber coming again. And then he just took my hand, he lifted me up. Then he lifted Chakradai up, and he said, I will wait till you guys do the summit and come back. And in that weather, this Pakistani climber and this Sherpa, they waited for us. And once we came back, because it is not safe to leave us alone there. So it felt really scary because, the Everest I know which is crowded, that there are like 30 to 40 people on the Everest summit, and it's very happy. That is what I've seen usually on the summit pictures. But when I went, it was only me and my Sherpa on top of Everest. The wind was so bad. It was roaring as if there is a monster, telling us, don't come here. It is very risky. And I think if Wajidullah was not there, if he didn't lift our hands, if Chakradai did not make that effort to take me up, Chakradai also got a frostbite along with me on his index finger. So if he did not put that effort to make me an Everester, that is, I think, his morals, the way he was giving, the way Wajidullah was giving me, his Sherpa was giving me. It could be because I'm the only woman on Everest on that day, but that does not matter because I think gender doesn't come into picture when your life is at risk. But what these 3 people did was they forgot everything and they were all about making me summit because when I saw the dead bodies, honestly, I lost the courage. So when I was going to Camp 4 of Everest also, we saw 3 dead bodies, one of a Philippine climber and 2 Indians. So from there itself, I was losing my confidence because I know I'm walking into this and if this decision is good, because I think about my family, my son, the good life waiting beyond Everest. But I think because of these 3 people, the way they helped me, the way they were not selfish at all, because they were not worried about them. All they wanted to was take me to the summit, get me back. I think that is the only reason why I summited Everest. Because like I said, I'm short. And for a short person, when there is too much of snow on Everest's balcony, it is not possible to climb Everest, to clear that path. But I did that only because I got a hand at that point of time. So I truly resonate with give to gain because nobody does anything because they can do it. If somebody is saying they are doing something in life because they are talented, because they are blessed, they are whatever, I don't think that is right. That is a very sad thing to say. They are doing something because 50% is because of their talent, I agree, yes, but 50% is also because there are a lot of person pushing you, a lot of people behind you. Now, coming to my family, when my grandfather was in the army, he was serving in Siachen base, and my father, he used to take my father for, to the Himalayan regions for trip and all these things. My father was not interested in joining army. And then my father used to take me. Now I'm from Palakkad. My family is, I have not seen a family this orthodox, to be honest. Girls in my family used to get higher degrees just to find a good groom. Trust me, that is still happening in Kerala. I mean, I think in India, everywhere. So my family, most of the women in my family was like that. They used to get degrees to find a good groom. But I was wired differently. I was not like them, maybe because of my father. My father used to always tell me, don't grow up completely as a girl. There should be a boy element in you. That was what my father used to tell me. So I was like the black sheep in my family. I used to do whatever I want because my father is supporting me. Of course, my mother was cribbing all the time. Don't do this, don't do that. People are talking, people are saying this, people are saying that. No, I did not care. My father did not care. You do whatever you want. That was the thing. I used to have very short hair when I was young, even though I was dancing and all that, because I used to find hair very irritating to manage when I'm doing my activities. So I was into swimming and all that, and hair was the last thing I want to deal with. And the girls in my home, they have like really long, lustrous hair. So, they compare. And I used to get tanned so much. So when I come back from one event, I'll be so tanned, I'll be so dirty, I'll have bruises. So in my school, we used to wear salwar and, the pant of my salwar would be torn. So because of this, I was into basketball, though I was not a basketball player, I'll just go and play with the boys and the pant used to get torn. So because of this, when my relatives are there at home, they used to tell, oh, she's not really ladylike, this is not good for our family, look at her, and all these things. And then they used to compare with my cousin sister who is having long hair. But my cousin sister, I know, secretly wanted to be like me. She wanted to enjoy the freedom. So that was the irony there. And then my father used to hear so much of criticism. I was good in studies, but that was not enough. I was a dancer, that was not enough. I am into sports, that was not enough. What was needed as a woman was I have to be ladylike, and I was strictly against being ladylike. I don't want to. And then my father told me, you do whatever you want. As long as you're not flirting around with men, you don't have a lot of boyfriends, you do whatever you want in life. So, and I was not interested in boys at that time because I found them very irritating. So, I was really not. I mean, when guy used to come and propose me, I was like, oh, what are you doing, dude? You're not like this. You're not, you're not doing what I'm doing. You're just sitting in, all nerds. Sorry, I'm not judging nerds here. So yeah, that condition of my father was met. And then I used to, my father was like, you do whatever you want, and I started trekking. And when I started mountaineering, I still remember my dad's mother saying, oh, now this also. So, and my father was like, yeah, this also, let her do whatever she wants. Because my sister was like my mother, she's like into makeup, and she wants to dress well, she wants to go for modeling and all that. So, and then after I completed my first climb, when I was 15, I did with youth hostel, and I remember a sir there, Prakash sir. He was the chief of NCC that time, and he told me, I was the only girl. There were like around 17 to 18 boys in youth hostel. We stay in one tent, and I got scared that time because those boys looked really scary. There were a lot of guys from Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh, and I've not met a crowd like that before, and I was really scary. My father was also a bit scared, because I'm staying alone in the tent with all of these boys, men. And that Prakash sir told me, if you are a fearless woman, how many ever boys are around you, nothing can be done. You will be safe. And if there is a father like yours to protect you, because he was seeing how much my father wants to make me do things. And he said, if there is a father like you around you, nothing will happen to you. You will continue to be a fearless woman who wants to do whatever she wants in life. And that is how my father gave me. He gave me all of his confidence. He took so much criticisms. When I was sent to Bangalore also, people were so much against sending me to Bangalore. I'm thinking about the family, okay, because they were criticizing my father so much. He used to lose his mind at times, I still remember. And my father told me only one thing, I believe in you, you do whatever you want, you do whatever you want. This line was always there in my head. And that is how I got into mountaineering, and that is how my father, and of course my mother, after going through so much of mental pressure, the drama, trauma, this lady is like this girl is like this, you're not doing that. So after going through all that, now my mother is also in very much liking what I'm doing. And only thing that they say is this, the other person need not be concerned about how the food is getting cooked in our house. If they have food, I think that is fine. So, my mother coming from Palakkad, from a village from Palakkad, when she's constantly hearing the criticism, when she's constantly being judged about her daughter's choices. I'm a divorcee, I got remarried, so I went through substance abuse. And when I went through substance abuse, that was at the age of 26, I took the decision that I'm walking out. And I walked out the house without even one pin in my hand. I just walked into an empty house with my son. And I heard this word adjust, which I'm sure all of you are hearing every day, all of you are discussing about it every day. So I heard this word adjust a lot, and that is not something I was not ready to do, because dignity is something that should be never compromised, is what my father used to say. And my mother, I think by then my father passed away, and my mother, I think she was the strongest version of herself by then, because she was such a fearless tigress, I would say. Anyone who comes and asks Risha to adjust, no, she will not adjust. Let her do whatever she wants. The same thing that my father was saying. So that is how my mother helped me. I would say at least at the age of 26, my mother was only irritating me, saying, don't do this. But after that, my mother has become my strongest foundation. She helped me so much. She helped me so much. When I go on mountaineering expedition, she would come and stay in my home. And she used to take care of my son. She used to take care of everything. And when I'm away, even the finance, my son studies everything. Everything she used to handle single-handedly. And this is parallelly, she was hearing all these things from the relatives, family members, because I'm a divorcee too, and how dare she now go and do whatever she wants in her life. But it did not matter. My mother just supported my dreams, and I think that is how my mother clearly helped me to achieve everything. And I clearly remember during my first dance program, one of the neighbor asked my mother, she's doing mountaineering, she's working now, she wants dance. Does she even have time to take care of her son? This is what one of the neighbor was asking my mother. And my mother said, I think her son will be the best out of all the children out here, because her son is seeing whatever she is doing, and that is definitely going to be a motivation for my son. So I felt bad when I heard that. But my mother, she did not budge. She just started attacking them like a tigress. So I think, and then, of course, when I remarried my husband, Everest, there were a lot of problems in doing Everest because funds were not coming in. I felt sick. I had an appendicitis surgery and I felt sick, and then I have to train. I used to train for 5 hours a day. And my son's exam, my son is a national taekwondo champion, so his programs are going on, his matches are going on. Where do I go? How do I do all this? And how am I going to even meet the ends, like be with my son, take him for his training, be with my husband because I'm newly married, take the responsibilities at home, and in between my mother also fell sick, she got typhoid. So how do I manage all this thing? And then like one guardian angel, my husband, I have no idea how he single-handedly did everything. When I look at him, he's one side taking care of my mother, on the other side he's teaching my son, on the other end he's taking my son for his taekwondo trainings. So that place where he used to get trained was about 35 kilometers from my house. And in Bangalore, the traffic is crazy. But my husband used to wake up at 5, make my son up, give him something, because I'll be so tired after my training. Trust me, when I go home, I can't even walk. That is how I'll be after rigorous sessions of training. But like a guardian angel, my husband, he helped me so much. I can't believe when I met him, I really never thought that he's going to be this way. But he helped me so much, and he's one of the primary reason why I summited Everest, because in the middle of Everest summit, I actually thought of coming back. I got homesick, and I was missing my son, and I heard one person was already dead on Camp 3 of Everest. So that kind of demotivated me a lot, and then we had 1 week break in between the climb. So I went back to Kathmandu. My family came, my husband and my son came. They did like 1 week full of motivation and grilling. You did this, you have to do. And that motivation really helped me to go back and complete the Everest summit. So, like I said, any great person in this world, anyone, be it anyone, even Elon Musk, probably he would never agree, but anyone for that matter, I'm sure there is so many people who sacrifice so much for everyone to reach somewhere. And if you are saying you did it out of yourself because of your talent, I would say that is outright such a bad thing to say, because you would never gain anything because of your own talent. There is always something pushing you back. And now when it comes to my son, when I was a divorcee, I was demotivated so many times in my life. I was like, I had this thing, why me, questions were there. And then I look at my son, I always used to think that, he's watching me and I cannot be this demotivated in life. I have to show him that it is okay for this is what happens in your life, and it is okay to go face it, deal with it, do whatever you want. And I would always tell, in every interview I have told, my son is my God. I consider him as a God because he is the primary factor that keeps grounding me. There is nothing other, not even the God himself will not ground me this way. But my son is the primary factor who keeps grounding me, because I remember at one point of time there was a financial crisis when I just moved in, and my climbing boots is around 1,25,000. So I thought I will sell it off. And my son said, no, don't sell it off. You don't sell it off. And then, I did not believe in pledging gold and all at that point of time, because that is something was a strict no-no in my family. But then my son came up and he was wearing a chain. He's like, Amma, if you keep this, will you be able to meet that whatever financial commitment I had at that point of time? And he was not letting me touch that boots. Keep these boots here. This is your climbing boots. You cannot sell it at any cost. You have to have it with you. So I was so, I don't know who will do this. Who the child just removes his chain and he'll be like, I wouldn't get much from that, but still, who would do this? And then that point I decided, I had that realization, I was so sure that it's not even God I should pray to. It is being a perfect mother of my faith and the way I can. The way I can, the only reason I can be grounded, is only because my son is next to me, only because of him. So this is how I gained everything in my life. I did not gain anything in my life because I'm some, superwoman, or no, not because of that. It is only because of my family, and yes, of course, my friends. They were supporting me so much. They used to blast people who say something against me. I have my best friend Harshita. She used to literally blast people. When someone says something, oh, why is she doing Everest? Is it even worth it? She's like, it's not your business. So that is how my friends supported me. So I keep aside my ego, that is, I am someone great, and I am giving everything to my family, my friends, the full credits to my family, my friends, the society, and of course, when I did Everest, my Sherpa, Chakradai. So I give all of this to them because of what I've gained and why I'm here in front of you today. And now coming to work, corporate world and Bharatanatyam, how this give to gain philosophy works. So in corporate world, we call something as abundant thinking. What is abundant thinking? When I've seen a lot of seniors, especially my people below me, we call them L2. So I've seen these L2s, not correcting L1s, the people further below them, because they have some questions. Tax laws keeps changing, and there will be a lot of calculations, some new scenarios we come across every day. So I see a lot of my friends, a lot of my L2s not clearing the doubts then and there. And when the work is passed from L2 to L3, I see this big email saying, you did not do this, you did not do that, you didn't. So one day I went and asked my L1, did you ask this person question before you passed the return for review? And the answer from the L1 was, yes, I had asked him, and this person told me, once I get the return for review, I will clarify your question. So what was the need of that email, citing so many errors, making the person L1 look like he doesn't know anything, and the L2 looks like he was just vomiting knowledge in the mail. And I felt that is not right, because that is scarcity thinking. You are trying to prove you are great, you know so many things. I don't think that works in a corporate world. Or if you want to be a leader, I don't think that works. You become a leader based on the platform you build. Right? You have to build an excellent ecosystem around you, be it your colleagues, be it your teammates, be it your juniors. You have to build that excellent ecosystem. That will make the platform so high, and you will be considered as a leader who built that platform so high, and you can look at it so proudly. So I think abundant thinking is what works, and that happens only if you give. Whenever you work with your juniors or your subordinates, let them know that you are there to help them. Pass your knowledge to them. Don't wait for them to commit some mistake and then you go and pass the knowledge, and you make your senior looks like you know this and this person doesn't know. That doesn't work, because it might work short term, but in the long run, it is not going to make you a good leader, because people are always believed for what? Always seen, the path always clear for people who contribute, not for people who blocks the path. That never works. If you look at any history, if you look at the history of great person, the world always cleared way for people who contribute, who does this abundant thinking, who sacrifice, who helps their colleagues, who helps their team. And that is what we does in mountaineering also. Now, how I got inspired and I did something. Am I running short of time? Please tell me. Okay. So, something that happened on Everest, I'm so proud of myself. And I would have not done that if Wajidullah, Shakradai, and his Sherpa was not there. Sure. So when I was in Camp 2, there was a lady from Uttar Pradesh. She's around 60. She was running on short of oxygen. She was very sick. I could hear her crying from her tent. And I got a frostbite, grade 2 frostbite. And my hepter was scheduled at 10 a.m. in the morning. But she was even more sick. But my mentor, my team lead, being the more influential guy over there, he told, you take the flight at 10 because your frostbite looks serious. She can go at 12 also. But looking at her, I felt that is not right, because she was really serious. Of course, my hands are burning. I've got so many blisters on my hand, and it's so painful. But I felt that should not be done, because I thought about Wajidullah, I thought about Chakra. I would have done that, okay? I would have taken the 10 o'clock flight hepter and I've gone. But I did not feel like doing that. I told her, you go at 10, it's fine. I'll take your hepter, which is going to come at 12 or 1, and I can wait. That is okay. Of course, my team lead got very annoyed. Why did you do that? Look at your fingers and all of that. But I'm sure if I waited for 2 more hours, that lady would have lost her life on Camp 2. And that is not something I would be so great to think about myself when maybe I can save a little bit of my finger, but not the life that she's losing. So with that, I close my speech here. I hope I could keep you guys engaged. And thank you so much for having me here today. And Prajit, thank you so much for the seamless process. You helped me so much in getting here and everything. So thank you guys. Have a good day.
President to hand over a memento to our beautiful, courageous, great Srisha Ravindran. What a beautiful journey, Srisha. Based in Ernakulam, Kerala, India, that focuses on strategic HR solutions, workplace culture, talent management, performance systems, compliance, and employee engagement. She's associated founder of People Catalyst, a boutique HR advisory and services company that helps organizations unlock the full potential of their people through tailor-made people management practices and positive workplace transformation. Annie, I'm grateful to invite you to the dais, and the next 45 minutes is yours.
Happy to invite both my panelists. I have Ebin and Jilu. Kindly come over to the stage. And the other partnership is on Joel and Joanne. I welcome you onto the stage. In the world of business, we talk a great deal about strategy, vision, and execution. But there is some partnership models that rarely make into a boardroom presentation, but these partnerships are probably the most powerful of all. Our theme for today is Partners in Purpose, a conversation about what it means not just to share a life together, but also a common vision to build something which is greater than oneself. We have with us two such remarkable partnerships on stage today. Our first partnership here is a couple who need very little introduction in the digital transformation space. We have Jain Joseph and Jilu, a powerhouse who are the driving force behind Web & Crafts, now popularly known as WAC, a powerhouse digital solutions company that offers services in the full spectrum of digital capability, be it customer experience, data, intelligence, digital marketing, e-com, product engineering, you name it, it is part of their service. With a team of more than 450 members, and they handle more than 700 projects, not just domestically, but also globally, including a couple of Fortune 500 companies as well. What makes their story compelling is not just the sheer scale of what they have built, but also that they have built it together with Jain as the MD of Web & Craft and Jilu as the CEO of Web & Craft. Please welcome Jain and Jilu. Our second partnership here is a sibling partnership who bring color, craft, and culture to the stage. Joel Jacob, founder and designer, and his younger sister, Mariam, Mathew, head of operations, are the force behind M-Loft. Joel's wife, Maria, unfortunately could not join us today. M-Loft is a premium bridal and designer wear destination which has redefined wedding fashion in Kerala with an extraordinary, with a philosophy that luxury should be accessible to all. And every woman deserves to feel extraordinary on her special day. M-Loft has captured the hearts of brides not only in Kerala or South India, but from across the globe. With an Instagram community of more than 718,000 followers, it's a real joy to see Joel explain saris with so much of depth and passion. It's a joy also to know that in a world of glossy campaigns, they chose authenticity. They chose authenticity by actually putting their real brides on the billboard hoardings. Please welcome Joel and Joanne. let's get to know these partnerships a little better. I think, Ebin, I would start off with you. WSE has been handling more than 40% of the top 200 brands in Kerala. And every such partnership starts off with a contract. When you started off your life partnership with Jilu, did you know that you're going to bring her into the business as well?
Thank you. Can I speak in Malayalam?
Sure, please.
Or understand Malayalam, right?
Everybody understands. I think there's, one person who does it. We'll have someone translate it to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Actually, അങ്ങനെ പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്തിട്ട് ചെയ്തതല്ല, അത് അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിച്ചു പോയതാണ്. ഇനീഷ്യലി പിന്നെ ഒരു കാര്യം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്, എനിക്കൊരു കോൺഫിഡൻസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ജിലുവിന് എന്നെ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്നുള്ളത്. അതാണ് അങ്ങനെ. പിന്നെ എന്നെ വലിയ ഡ്രീമായിരുന്നെങ്കിലും ഞങ്ങൾ വെരി സ്മോൾ ഹംപിൾ ബിഗിനിങ് ആയിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങൾ 4 പേരുമായിട്ട് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. 4th year ആണ് ജിലു കമ്പനി. ആഫ്റ്റർ മാരേജ് വെരി ഫസ്റ്റ് ഡേ അല്ല, ഞങ്ങൾ മാരേജ് കല്യാണത്തിന് പള്ളിയിലോട്ട് പോകുമ്പം ഒരാളെന്നെ വിളിക്കുന്നു, എന്നോട് നാളെ മീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ? അപ്പോൾ അതൊരു നല്ല പൊട്ടൻഷ്യൽ ക്ലയൻ്റാണ്. പൊട്ടൻഷ്യൽ ക്ലയൻ്റ് അല്ല, ഒരു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റർ, ഒരു റിലേഷനിലുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ പുള്ളി ആദ്യത്തെ കോളിൽ തന്നെ കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞു ബിൽ ഗേറ്റ്സിൻ്റെ ഒക്കെ പേര് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി കളയണ്ടെന്ന് കരുതി ഞങ്ങൾ വരാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഫസ്റ്റ് വിരുന്നിനല്ല പോകുന്നത്, ഒരു മീറ്റിങ്ങിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ പുള്ളിക്കാരൻ അവിടെ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ അറിയുന്നത് ഇന്നലെ ആയിരുന്നു മാരേജ് എന്നും. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു സപ്പോർട്ട് കല്യാണം മുമ്പ് തന്നെ എനിക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, എന്നെ വളരെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരാളായിരിക്കുമെന്ന്. അത് ഇന്നും എനിക്ക് അത് കൂടുമല്ലാതെ കുറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല.
Excellent support. Joel, before you launched MLOF in Changanasheri, there was a fair amount of delay in starting off the project. In spite of which, of course, you went ahead, you started, and then COVID hit. You had to close down the store. Beyond COVID, you started off again. And I think that is when the online Instagram followers came in. What we would like to know is, what was that moment when you as brother and sisters looked at each other and said that, okay, this is going to work now and we are ready to take off?
ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ഞങ്ങൾ അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും നോക്കിയിട്ട് കുഞ്ഞിലെ ഇവൾ കൊച്ചായിരിക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേനും ഞാൻ പറയായിരുന്നു, അമ്മക്കുട്ടി ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ, സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം നമുക്ക്, റെഡി 1 2 3 സ്റ്റാർട്ട്. അത് ഇന്ന് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് കയറുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ വരെ ഇതേ സെയിം പ്രാക്ടീസ് റിപ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ എല്ലാ കാര്യവും ചെയ്യാറുള്ളത്. അതിപ്പം ഇങ്ങോട്ട് കയറുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ എടി നിവർന്ന് നടക്കണം, നേരെ നടക്കണം, അച്ചാച്ച ഇൻസേർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് പോകണം. അത് പണ്ട് കാലം മുതലേ തുടങ്ങിയത്. മാഡം പറഞ്ഞത് വളരെ ശരിയാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും നോക്കി. കോവിഡ് ആദ്യമേ എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, എന്നെ ആദ്യമേ അപ്പം BDS പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ വിട്ടു പുഷ്പേരി മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ. അത് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ തോറ്റുപോയി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഞാൻ BBAക്ക് ക്രിസ്തു ജയന്തി പഠിച്ചു. അത് നന്നായിട്ട് പാസ്സായെങ്കിലും MBAക്ക് അഡ്മിഷൻ എടുത്തു. MBAക്ക് അഡ്മിഷൻ എടുത്തപ്പോഴത്തേന് ഒരു ചെറിയ തോന്നൽ ബിസിനസ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്താലോ, കാരണം അപ്പൻ്റെ ജോലിക്കൊക്കെ കുറച്ച് പ്രശ്നമായി. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പിന്നെ അത് MBA ഡിസ്കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്തു. അപ്പം എൻ്റെ ആ ഒരു പെർട്ടിക്കുലർ സമയം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, പിന്നെ ഞാൻ 1 വർഷത്തോളം ഞാൻ ഈ ബിസിനസ്സിന് വേണ്ടി നിന്നെങ്കിലും അത് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ വീണ്ടും കുറച്ചേറെ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയിലൊക്കെ ഞാൻ കയറി ഇറങ്ങി നടക്കും, എല്ലാവരും ഹായ് ഒക്കെ പറയുമെങ്കിലും ഒന്നും നടത്തി തരത്തുള്ളായിരുന്നില്ല. അവസാനം ആ സ്ഥലമൊന്നും അല്ലാതെ വേറെ ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് ഒരു ചെറിയ ഗോഡൗൺ സ്പേസ് എടുത്ത് അത് റിനോവേറ്റ് ചെയ്തെടുത്ത് നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ പതുക്കെ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്ത് വളരെ കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് ഫേബ്രിക്കായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പം വളരെ കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് ഒന്ന് ശരിയായി വന്ന സമയത്താണ് കറക്റ്റായിട്ട് കോവിഡ് പറഞ്ഞത്. അപ്പം നമ്മളുടെ ചങ്ങനാശ്ശേരി, നമ്മുടെ നാടൻ ഭാഷയെ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എന്നെ ഈ പറയുന്ന നശിച്ച സമയം എന്നൊക്കെ പറയത്തില്ല, നമുക്കൊരു ഒരു എല്ലാവരുടെയും ജീവിതത്തിൽ ആ ഒരു സമയം ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും. എന്ത് ചെയ്താലും നന്നാവാത്തവൻ എന്നുള്ളൊരു പേര് എനിക്ക് നന്നായിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതായത് ഞാൻ എന്ത് ചെയ്താലും BBAക്ക് പോയി, അത് ശരിയായില്ല. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് MBAക്ക് പോകാൻ പോയി, അത് ശരിയായില്ല. കച്ചവടം തുടക്കി, അതും ശരിയായില്ല. ഞാൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതും പിടിക്കുന്നതുമായിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാം ശരിയാകാത്ത സമയം. വേറൊരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം അതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ നടന്നു. ഞാൻ കെട്ടാൻ വെച്ചിരുന്ന പെണ്ണും എന്നെ നോ പറഞ്ഞു. അതായത് ഞാൻ അപ്പനോട് പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു, ഞാൻ എല്ലാ കാര്യവും അപ്പനും ഞാനും ഭയങ്കര കൂട്ടാണ്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ അപ്പനോട് പറഞ്ഞു, അപ്പ എനിക്ക് ഈ ഇന്ന പെങ്കൊച്ചിനെ എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമാണ്, അപ്പൻ എനിക്ക് സർപ്രൈസ് തരാൻ വേണ്ടി പാവം സൗദിയിൽ നിന്ന് വിളിച്ച് അവരുടെ വീട്ടുകാരോട് സംസാരിച്ചു. 2 ദിവസത്തിനകം ആൻസർ പറയാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. 2ാമത്തെ ദിവസം അപ്പൻ തിരിച്ച് വിളിച്ചപ്പം പറഞ്ഞു, അവർ പുറത്തുള്ള ചെറുക്കന്മാരെ നോക്കുന്നുള്ളൂ, ഇവിടെ നാട്ടിൽ ഈ എക്സ്പോർട്ട് ക്വാളിറ്റിക്ക് കൊള്ളത്തില്ലാത്ത ചെറുക്കന്മാരെ നോക്കുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ള വിധത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പൻ എന്നോടത് പറഞ്ഞില്ലെങ്കിലും വേറൊരാൾ വഴി ഞാനത് അറിഞ്ഞു. ഇതെല്ലാം വന്നത് ഈ കോവിഡിൻ്റെ സമയത്താണ്. നമ്മൾ ആകെപ്പാടെ ഇനി എന്നാ ചെയ്യണം എന്ന് എങ്ങനെയാണേലും ഞാനിപ്പോഴും ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഞാനും അമ്മുക്കുട്ടിയും ഇവിടെ അമ്മു എന്നാണ് വിളിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങളിങ്ങനെ ഡൈനിങ് ടേബിളിൻ്റെ അപ്പുറത്തും ഇപ്പുറത്തും ഇരിക്കുക. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരുന്നിട്ട് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇനി എനിക്ക് എന്നായാലും തോക്കാൻ ഓപ്ഷനില്ല. ആ ഒരൊറ്റ കാര്യം മാത്രമേ എനിക്ക് അറിയത്തുണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ. എന്ത്, എങ്ങനെ, എപ്പോൾ എന്നൊന്നും എനിക്കറിയത്തില്ല. എനിക്കൊറ്റ കാര്യം മാത്രമേ അറിയാവുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ, കഷ്ടപ്പെടാൻ ഞാൻ തയ്യാറാണ്. ഇനി എനിക്ക് തോക്കാൻ എന്നായാലും ഓപ്ഷനില്ല. എന്തില്ല എന്നുള്ളതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ ഞാൻ അന്നേരം ഓർത്തു എനിക്ക് എന്തുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം അപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾ തമ്മിൽ ഈ പറയുന്ന പോലെ അത്രയും വലിയ സ്നേഹമൊന്നുമല്ല, എല്ലാ കാര്യത്തിനും അടിയുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, എടി മോളെ നമുക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പം പറഞ്ഞു, അച്ഛാ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് ഇല്ല, അങ്ങനെയൊന്നും വീഡിയോ ഒന്നും ആരും എടുക്കത്തില്ല. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ ഇപ്പം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ഇപ്പം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് ഇതേ ഉള്ളൂ. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇൻസ്റ്റഗ്രാമിൽ ആദ്യത്തെ ഇൻസ്റ്റഗ്രാം. ഞാൻ ഒട്ടും ടെക്കി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരാളല്ല, പക്ഷേ നിവൃത്തിയില്ലാതെ വന്നതുകൊണ്ട്, വേറൊന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ ആ സമയത്തില്ലാതിരുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് എന്താണേലും ഒരു പരിധി ഉണ്ടല്ലോ എല്ലാത്തിനും. അപ്പം ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ച എന്നാ കാര്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, എനിക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന എന്താണെന്ന് ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ എൻ്റെ ഓപ്ഷൻ ഇത് മാത്രമേ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ. അപ്പം എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുള്ള ഒരു ഫോണും ഈ അമ്മുക്കുട്ടിയും, ഈ 2 പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സാരീസ് നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു 5-6 സാരി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ സാരികൾ അന്ന് വരെ ഒരു മനുഷ്യൻ പോലും നോക്കാത്ത സാരികളായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഇവളെ ഞാൻ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് മ്യൂസിക്കോ വേറെ എസ്തെറ്റിക് സാധനങ്ങളോ ഒന്നും ഇല്ലാതെ ജെന്യുവനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ സ്റ്റൈല് അങ്ങനെ തന്നെയാണ്. ഉള്ളതുള്ള പോലെ പറയും, ഉള്ളതുപോലെ ഞാനത് ചെയ്യാറുള്ളൂ. അപ്പം ആ സെയിം സ്റ്റൈല് തന്നെ അത് ഞാൻ എടുത്തു. വീഡിയോ എനിക്കറിയാവുന്ന വിധത്തിൽ എഡിറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. ഞാൻ വലിയ ഒരു ഇവിടെ പറയും ഭയങ്കര നല്ലതായിരിക്കുന്നു അച്ചച്ച എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നൊക്കെ വിചാരിച്ച് ഇത് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ഇവിടെ മുന്നിൽ വെച്ചപ്പോഴത്തേനും അവൾ പറഞ്ഞു, അയ്യേ ഇതാണോ ഇടാൻ പോകുന്നത്? എൻ്റെ അച്ചച്ച നമ്മുടെ ഉള്ള സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡും കൂടെ കളയാനായിട്ടാണോ അച്ചച്ച? ഇവിടെ CBSE, ഞാൻ കേരള സിലബസ് വരുന്നത്, അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയ വ്യത്യാസമുണ്ട്. അപ്പം എല്ലാ കാലത്തും അതുണ്ട് കാര്യം. അപ്പം ഞാൻ അന്നേരം ഇങ്ങനെ കാണിച്ചപ്പോഴത്തേനും അവൾ അങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പം ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു ഇത് തന്നെ ഇടണം, കേരള സിലബസിൽ പഠിക്കുന്നവരുടെ എണ്ണം കൂടുതലാണ്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ ഇട്ടു. തമ്പുരാൻ അനുഗ്രഹിച്ച് ഇവിടെ വരെയൊക്കെ എത്തി. എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എനിക്ക് പറയത്തില്ല, സത്യം പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വലിയ കുഴപ്പമില്ലാതൊക്കെ പോകുന്നു. ഇതാണ് ആ ജേർണി.
Thank you so much, Joel. It's a very interesting journey. പക്ഷെ എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാലും ജോയൽ അവസാനം കെട്ടിയത് തൊട്ടപ്പുറത്തെ നെയ്ബറിനെ തന്നെയാണ്. ഓക്കെ, ഹിസ് വൈഫ് മറിയ ഇസ് ആക്ച്വലി എ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഡോർ നെയ്ബർ. This one is for you, Jilu. Digital transformation is a space that keeps reinventing itself every few years. And maybe the timeline has only shortened over a period of time. So you joined in WAC as, I think, the 40th employee on their records. Moved on to as a vice president in a very short stint of time. And then today you are the CEO. What I would like to know is, how do you keep yourself at the top of the game, not just as a CEO, but also a mother of 3 beautiful boys?
See, I won't say, I'm top of the game, still learning, still trying to figure out like how this is done. ഇന്നത്തെ ഒരു ടെക് ലാൻഡ്സ്കേപ്പ്, as you were mentioning, it's not like changing, once in a month or so. It's been like changing every minute. So that's the current scenario. Especially like now with AI and everything, I think a lot of things are uncertain. Even we don't know like where we are heading to. The tech landscape is entirely in a very, very vague now, very confused. And my journey into the industry, that started back when I was with Cognizant for 3 years, that I was in Chennai. Pinnida, after marriage, like njanadu marriage ni shesham, we thought like, okay, we will do this together. Ainathu angane oru plan cheyidu vannadalla, but we thought like we can contribute at least vera endu cheyanonu ariyilla. Okay, let's see. And initially, like, even though my designation was VP, I started as VP. നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നതെല്ലാം എല്ലാ ജോലിയാണ്. അന്ന് നമ്മൾ ഈ റീൽസിലൊക്കെ കാണത്തില്ലേ, ഫോൺ വിളിക്കുമ്പം കോൾ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഇഫ് somebody is asking for a finance team നമ്മൾ പറയും ഇപ്പോൾ കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാം കേട്ടോ, ആൻഡ് ദെൻ റിസീവർ മാറ്റി വെച്ചിട്ട് വി വിൽ കം ബാക്ക് ആൻഡ് ഫിനാൻസ് ആണ് ഇപ്പോൾ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്, പറഞ്ഞോളൂ. earlier like we were like doing everything. എല്ലാവരും, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് ഞാൻ മാത്രമല്ല, even the entire team was like very much flexible to do anything. Even I was like thinking once a time like when I was seeing my core team, ഈവൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ആരെങ്കിലും ക്ലയൻറ്റ് വരുവാണ്, നമുക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന് പൊടി കിടപ്പുണ്ട്, അത് അടിച്ചു വരണമെങ്കിൽ അതും ചെയ്യും. ദേ വെർ ലൈക്ക് നോട്ട് ഫീലിംഗ് ലൈക്ക് ഓക്കെ നമ്മുടെ കമ്പനിയാണ്, നമുക്കിത് വളരണം, നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പാർട്ടാണെന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഇതിൽ തന്നെയാണ് പോകുന്നത്. സോ ഐ സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് വിത്ത് ഡൂയിങ് എവറിത്തിങ് ഇൻ എ വേ. ഞാൻ ഇനിഷ്യലി സെയിൽസിൽ കുറച്ച് കാലം ഇരുന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഐ തിങ്ക് ഐ വാസ് മാനേജിങ് HR ഫോർ സം ടൈം ആൻഡ് ദെൻ ഐ വാസ് ലുക്കിംഗ് ഇൻ ടു ഫിനാൻസ്, നോട്ട് ബിക്കോസ് ഐ നോ എവറിത്തിങ്, ബട്ട് ദാറ്റ് വാസ് സംതിങ് ലൈക്ക് പഠിക്കാം എന്നുള്ളൊരു ആംഗിളിലാണ്. ആൻഡ് ടീമും ആ ഒരു അപ്രോച്ചിലാണ്. നമുക്ക് ആരും ഇല്ലല്ലോ, അപ്പോൾ ആരെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ പഠിക്കുക, പറ്റുന്നതൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളൊരു പിന്നെ അതിൽ ട്രസ്റ്റ് ഫാക്ടർ ഉണ്ട്. കാരണം നമ്മൾ ഒരുമിച്ചുള്ളവരാകുമ്പം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരേ വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്നവരാകുമ്പം പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇട്ടിട്ട് പോകത്തില്ലല്ലോ. സോ ഇത് പഠിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്രയോജനം നാളെ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചോദിച്ചൊരു ഉത്തരം പറയാൻ ഒരാളുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളൊരു ആംഗിളിൽ മേ ബി ആൻഡ് ദെൻ ദാറ്റ്സ് ഹൗ ഐ സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ്. പിന്നീട് CEO പൊസിഷനിലേക്ക് വന്നിട്ട് ഇറ്റ്സ് ബീൻ 2 years now. സോ ദാറ്റ് ചേഞ്ച് ടു, ഞാൻ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ വർക്കിൽ ഈ പറയുന്ന പോലെ അവിടെ ഒരു ബാരിയർ ഇപ്പോഴും വന്നിട്ടില്ല കേട്ടോ. അതായത് അന്ന് വരെ ഞാൻ VP ആയിരുന്നു, പിറ്റേ CEO ആയിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യില്ല അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചെയ്യണം എന്നല്ല. ഈവൻ നൗ ലൈക്ക് വി ആർ ഇൻ ടു എവറിത്തിങ്. പക്ഷേ കുറച്ചും കൂടെ ദർ ഇസ് എ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി ദാറ്റ് ഓക്കെ, ഇന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയും വെൻ എവർ ഐ ഫേസ് ഓഡിയൻസ് നൗ, പീപ്പിൾ ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് മീ ആസ് എ CEO ഓഫ് എ ടെക്നോളജി കമ്പനി. സോ ദർ ആർ തിങ്സ് ദാറ്റ് ഐ ഷുഡ് ലേൺ, ഐ ഷുഡ് അപ്ഡേറ്റ് മൈസെൽഫ് ആൻഡ് ദി വേ ദാറ്റ് ഓക്കെ ഐ ഷുഡ് പ്രസൻറ്റ് മൈസെൽഫ്. അങ്ങനത്തെ കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ മാറ്റം വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ബട്ട് ബാക്ക് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു ടീമിലേക്ക് വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇഫ് യു വിസിറ്റ് അവർ ഓഫീസ്, ഈവൻ തോ ലൈക്ക് വി ആർ എ ടീം ഓഫ് 400 ടീം നൗ, വി ആർ ഓൾ ഓഫ് ദി സെയിം ആ ഒരു വൈബ്, ആ ഒരു എനർജി ഇപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ ഐ തിങ്ക് ദ ടീം ഹെൽപ്പ് മീ എ ലോട്ട് അതിലേക്ക് വരാനായിട്ടും ആ ഒരു റോൾ എടുക്കാനായിട്ടും. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതെങ്ങനെ ചെയ്തു എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഐ വുഡ് സേ ഇറ്റ്സ് ദ എൻറ്റയർലി ദ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് ഗോസ് ടു ദ ടീം. ഇഫ് ദേ വർ നോട്ട് ദെയർ ഐ വുഡന്റ് ഹാവ് മെയ്ഡ് ഇറ്റ് ടു ദിസ് ഫാർ. ഇവിടെയും ഒന്നും എത്തിയെന്നല്ല, വി ആർ സ്റ്റിൽ ലേണിംഗ്.
I think one thing that I noticed when I went through their website is they don't call a team of 450 employees. They call them a team of 450 experts. So I think what you said just right now resonates with it. Eben, I think this is the answer that I got, like, when I asked you, how did you decide on having her as a business partner? Finance, HR, strategy, operations, എല്ലാം അറിയാവുന്ന ഒരാളെ കിട്ടുക എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ that's like a keeper.
കണ്ണു വെക്കരുത് കേട്ടോ.
Joanne, this one is for you. Growing up as siblings means that you know everything about how the other person thinks, reacts, what triggers, how to solve it, and all of it. Most business partners actually take years to just build this understanding. Now, though this understanding is there between the two of you, what I would like to understand is, what are those differences between the two of you that have really worked well for you in business?
I call him Achacha. ഞങ്ങൾ തമ്മിൽ ഒരു ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് 7.5 yearsൻ്റെ ഡിഫറൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. സോ ഹീസ് മോർ ഓഫ് എ ഫാദർ ദാൻ എ ബ്രദർ ഫോർ മീ. പക്ഷെ എന്നാലും ഞങ്ങൾ അടിയാണ്. ഐ തിങ്ക് അച്ചച്ച ഈസ് ബിറ്റ് മോർ സ്പോണ്ടേനിയസ് ആൻഡ് ഇമ്പൾസീവ്. ആളുടെ ഡിസിഷൻസ് ഭയങ്കര ക്വിക്കാണ്. വാ ഇത് ചെയ്ത് ഭയങ്കര എനർജറ്റിക് ആണ്, ഭയങ്കര വാ അങ്ങനെയാണ്. ഞാൻ കുറച്ചും കൂടെ നിക്ക് അതിൻ്റെ പോസിറ്റീവ് നെഗറ്റീവ് എല്ലാം കുറച്ചുകൂടെ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് അതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് തന്നെയാണോ ഇതിൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ പെർഫെക്ഷൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നമുള്ള ആളാണ് ഞാൻ. അപ്പം ആ ഒരു റീസണിൽ പല സാധനങ്ങളും ഞങ്ങൾ തമ്മിൽ അടിയാവാറുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ സംഹൗ അറ്റ് ദി എൻഡിൽ അത് ശരിയാവാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ പല കാര്യങ്ങളും വരുമ്പം ചില സാധനത്തിൽ അച്ചച്ചായുടെ ഡിസിഷൻ ആയിരിക്കും ശരിയാവുന്നത്, ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ എൻ്റെ ഡിസിഷൻ ആയിരിക്കും ശരിയാവുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യമേ അടി ഉണ്ടാവും, പക്ഷെ എന്നാലും at the end somehow
you compromise and you reach the level playing ground between the two of you.
അവസാനം ഞങ്ങൾ ഡെലിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് എടുത്തു കുറച്ച് സാധനങ്ങൾ. ഇപ്പോൾ ചില സാധനങ്ങളിൽ സ്പോണ്ടേനിയസ് ആയിട്ട് ഇത് ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ, ഇപ്പോൾ ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ മാർക്കറ്റിങ്ങിൻ്റെ അതൊക്കെ ഒരു ട്രെൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ, അങ്ങനത്തെ സാധനങ്ങളെല്ലാം കൂടുതൽ അച്ചച്ച തന്നെ എടുക്കാനായിട്ട് തുടങ്ങി. കുറച്ചും കൂടി ബിറ്റ് മോർ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് എടുക്കേണ്ട ഡിസിഷൻ, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഓപ്പറേഷൻ, അങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ എനിക്ക് തന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ബൈ ദ ഗ്രേസ് ഓഫ് ഗോഡ് ഇപ്പം അനുഗ്രഹിച്ച് നന്നായിട്ട് പോകുന്നു.
ഇതിനകത്ത് ആഡപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഒരു സാധനമുണ്ട്. അതായത് ഞാൻ ഹാർഡ് വർക്കിൽ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളും ഇവള് സ്മാർട്ട് വർക്കിൽ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളുമാണ്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറയും അതിനകത്ത് നമുക്ക് ഷോർട്ട് കട്ട്സ് ഒന്നുമില്ല, ഹാർഡ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്തേ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ നമുക്ക്. പക്ഷേ ഇവള് പറയും എൻ്റെ അച്ഛൻ ഇങ്ങനെ രാവിലെ മുതൽ രാത്രി വരെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരുന്നിട്ട് കാര്യമൊന്നുമില്ല, നിങ്ങൾ 4 മണിയാകുമ്പോഴത്തേന് നീ വീട്ടിൽ പോകും. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വ്യത്യാസം കൂടെ ഞങ്ങൾ തമ്മിലുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ രണ്ടിനകത്തും കാര്യമുണ്ട്. എൻ്റെ വിശ്വാസം എന്നെയും അവളുടെ വിശ്വാസം അവളെയും പൊറപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
നമ്മൾ വിശ്വാസം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു ടോപ്പിക് എടുത്തതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ചോദിക്കാം. ഐ തിങ്ക് യു ആസ് someone who believes that there is no shortcut to hard work, there is no shortcut to success. And like you said, Joanne believes in smart work is better than hard work. Can you take us through, I think ഈ ഒരു ഇത്രയും വർഷമായിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ ഈ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ഓൺട്രപ്രണർഷിപ്പ് തുടങ്ങിയ പിന്നെ I'm sure there must have been so many instances where your belief was tested very strongly. Can you take us through one of such incidents or stories where your belief was tested and how you overcame it?
എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ നമ്മൾ ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ എംലോഫ്റ്റിൻ്റെ ഈ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഹിറ്റായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ദിയ കൃഷ്ണൻ്റെ കല്യാണമാണ്. ദിയയുടെ കല്യാണത്തിനോടുകൂടിയാണ് ശരിക്കും എംലോഫ്റ്റ് എന്നൊരു, അതിന് മുന്നേ സെലിബ്രിറ്റി ബ്രൈഡ്സ് നമുക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിലും പക്ഷേ അത്രമേൽ ആൾക്കാർ തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞത്, നമ്മൾ റെക്കഗ്നൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയത് ദിയ കൃഷ്ണൻ്റെ കല്യാണത്തോടു കൂടിയാണ്. ആ സമയത്ത് തന്നെയായിരുന്നു നമുക്ക് ഒരുപാട് പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുള്ളൊരു സമയമായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഈ നേരത്തെ മാം പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ എല്ലാ പണിയും ഞാൻ തന്നെ അവിടെ രാവിലെ മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ്, ആദ്യമേ രാവിലെ വന്ന് ഷോപ്പ് തുറക്കും. പഴയ ചെറിയ സ്റ്റോറായിരുന്നു, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ ഗോഡൗൺ സ്പേസിൻ്റെ സമയം ആ ഒരു സമയത്തായിരുന്നു. ദിയയുടെ കല്യാണത്തിൻ്റെ കഴിഞ്ഞ് 2ാമത്തെ ദിവസമാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ പുതിയ സ്റ്റോർ ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഷിഫ്റ്റിങ്ങിൻ്റെ സംഭവങ്ങൾ നടക്കണം, ഇൻറ്റീരിയറിൻ്റെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നോക്കണം, ബാക്കി കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം നോക്കണം, ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ സാധനങ്ങൾ നോക്കണം, അതുപോലെ മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് സംഭവങ്ങൾ നോക്കണം, പുതിയ സാധനങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവരണം. ഇതിനിടയിൽ ദിയ ആദ്യമേ ഞാൻ കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് റെസ്പോൺസ് ഉണ്ടായപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ തോന്നിയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വേറെ ആരെയും എനിക്കത് ഏൽപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. അപ്പം ബാക്കിയുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെല്ലാവരും പറഞ്ഞു വേറൊരാളെ കൈ കൊടുത്തു വിട്ടാൽ മതി. അമ്മുകുട്ടി എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞു അച്ഛച്ച തന്നെ കൊണ്ടുപോയി കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ശരിയാവത്തില്ല, അത് അങ്ങനെ ആരും ചെയ്യത്തില്ല. പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് എൻ്റെ അത്ര വിശ്വാസം ഈ ലോകത്ത് വേറെ ഒരാളെ ഇല്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ തന്നെ കുറേ സാരികളും കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങളും ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ട് ട്രിവാൻഡ്രത്ത് ഞാൻ തന്നെ കൊണ്ടുപോയി, ഞാൻ തന്നെ കാണിച്ച് ആ സാരി ദിയയ്ക്ക് ഭയങ്കര ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. അപ്പോഴാണ് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അടുത്ത എനിക്കൊരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി കിട്ടിയത്. ബാക്കിയുള്ള അഹാനയുടെയും ബാക്കിയുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുടെയും സാരീസ് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഒന്ന് ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കും, ഞങ്ങളുടെ കോമ്പിനേഷൻസ് ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്. ഇപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ദിയയുടെ അമ്മ പറയുന്നത്, ഞങ്ങൾ ഉറപ്പൊന്നും പറയത്തില്ല, ജോയിലൊന്ന് ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കി, ഞങ്ങൾ വേറെ ആൾക്കാരുമായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ഓൾറെഡി, പക്ഷേ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നല്ലത് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കൊന്ന് ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കാം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പം ഓരോ പ്രാവശ്യവും പേസ്റ്റൽ ആദ്യമേ ഒരു കോമ്പിനേഷൻ ആയിരുന്നു, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പിന്നെ ആ കോമ്പിനേഷൻ മാറ്റി. അപ്പോൾ ഓരോ പ്രാവശ്യവും ഞാൻ ഇവർ പറയുന്ന സാരികൾ അനുസരിച്ച് ഞാനിങ്ങനെ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത്, ഞാൻ ഈ എറണാകുളത്ത് ആ സമയത്ത് തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ കുറേ ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റായിട്ടുള്ള 2 സ്റ്റാഫ് നമ്മുടെ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും എല്ലാം ഓൾ ഇൻ ഓൾ എന്ന് പറയത്തില്ലേ, അങ്ങനെ 2 സ്റ്റാഫ് നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്ന് പോയി. അപ്പം നമുക്ക് തന്നെ പോവാതെ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നടക്കത്തില്ല. അപ്പം 2-3 പ്രാവശ്യം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴത്തേന് നമുക്ക് 2-3 പ്രാവശ്യമെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ ഈ അഹാനയുടെ സാരി കാണിക്കാനായിട്ട്, എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ബാക്കിയുള്ളവരുടെ എല്ലാം ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് ശരിയായി, അഹാനയുടെ സാരി കാണിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഞാനൊരു 3 പ്രാവശ്യമെങ്കിലും എറണാകുളത്ത് സാധനം വരും. അതായത് നമുക്ക് ചങ്ങനാശ്ശേരി വരെ എത്താനായിട്ട് ഡിലേ ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് എറണാകുളത്ത് കൊറിയർ ഓഫീസിൽ പോയിട്ട് അവിടുന്ന് സാധനമായിട്ട് സ്ട്രെയിറ്റ് ഞാൻ ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം വരെ പോകും. ട്രിവാൻഡ്രത്ത് എത്തുമ്പോഴത്തേന് രാത്രി ഒരു 10 മണിയെങ്കിലും ആവും. ഞാൻ അവിടുത്തെ ആ വാച്ച്മാനോ ആരെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ സാരി ഏൽപ്പിക്കും. അവർ പിറ്റേ ദിവസം നോക്കിയിട്ട് പറയും, ജോയൽ ഇതെനിക്ക് അങ്ങോട്ട് ഈ ബോർഡർ എനിക്ക് അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു, പക്ഷേ മേളിലത്തെ കളർ അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടില്ല. അതൊരു 4ാമത്തെ പ്രാവശ്യം ആയപ്പോഴത്തേനാണ്, പക്ഷേ ആ 3ാമത്തെ പ്രാവശ്യം ആയപ്പോഴത്തേന് എൻ്റെ കൈ, കാരണം എനിക്കിനി ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ഞാൻ ഓർത്തായിരുന്നു ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ വേറെ നോക്കിക്കോ എന്ന് പറയണമെന്ന് ഞാൻ ഓർത്തെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ ഓർത്തു അപ്പം തന്നെ ഞാൻ നല്ല ദൈവവിശ്വാസിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്കൊരു ബൈബിളിൽ ഒരു ഞാനിങ്ങനെ പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ നോക്കിയപ്പോഴത്തേന് എനിക്കൊരു പോസിറ്റീവ് സൈൻ കിട്ടി. അപ്പോൾ അതിനനുസരിച്ച് ഞാൻ ഓർത്തു ഓക്കെ ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യം കൂടെ ഞാൻ ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കാം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് നമ്മൾ ആ ഒരു സാരി കൊണ്ടുവന്നു, അത് ഇട്ട് നോക്കി, അഹാന അത് ഓക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷേ ഐ മസ്റ്റ് സേ ദിയയുടെ സാരിയേക്കാളും ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ബാക്കി ആരുടെ സാരിയേക്കാളും ആ സീസണിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഹിറ്റായത് ഈ അഹാനയുടെ സാരിയാണ്. അത് 1 വർഷമല്ല 1.5 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഇപ്പോൾ 2ാമത്തെ വർഷം ഇപ്പോഴും ബ്രൈഡ്സ് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത്. അത് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ബ്രൈഡിൻ്റെ ചേച്ചിയുടെ സാരിയാണ്, പക്ഷേ ബ്രൈഡൽ സാരിയിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഈ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരുപാട് ഡ്യൂപ്ലിക്കേറ്റ്സ് വരെ ഇറങ്ങാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഒരുപാട് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ജോലിയായി. ആ സെയിം സാരി ഈവൻ ബനാറസിൽ നിന്നും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കൽക്കട്ടയിൽ നിന്നും സൂററ്റിൽ നിന്നും ഒക്കെ വരെ അതിൻ്റെ ഡ്യൂപ്ലിക്കേറ്റ്സ് വരെ ഇറങ്ങി തുടങ്ങുന്ന വിധത്തിൽ അത്ര ഹിറ്റായ ഒരു സാരിയായിരുന്നു ആ ഒരു സാരി. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഞാൻ ആ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാതെ, ഞാൻ തന്നെ ചെയ്യാതെ അതിനകത്ത് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംഭവം എനിക്ക് കിട്ടുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ ഇന്നും പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നില്ല. പക്ഷേ അങ്ങനെ അല്ലാത്ത കാര്യം ഇവിടെ ഈ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ സ്മാർട്ട് വർക്ക് ഇപ്പം കുറേ നേരം നമ്മൾ ഇരുന്നാലും അങ്ങനെ അല്ലാത്ത സംഭവങ്ങളും ഉണ്ട് കേട്ടോ. ഇപ്പം എൻ്റെ ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്, ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ കാര്യം ഞാൻ ജസ്റ്റ് പറഞ്ഞു എന്നുള്ളതേ ഉള്ളൂ. അതൊരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ആയിരുന്നു എനിക്ക്.
Thank you, Joel. Coming to Ebin, you are someone who started off your entrepreneurial journey at such a young age of 19 years, and then you named it Web and Craft. From the very time that you started off your entrepreneurship, I think quality has been like a non-negotiable for you at workplace. Can you tell us how this particular belief that quality has to be sustained at all times, how has it helped you in your business?
എന്തുകൊണ്ടും എനിക്കറിയില്ല, ഞാൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് വളരെ നന്നായിരിക്കണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു.
I think 19 വയസ്സിൽ അത്രയും ഒരു സ്ട്രോങ് ബിലീഫ് കണ്ടുവരുന്നത് തന്നെ വളരെ ചുരുക്കമാണ്.
അല്ല, അങ്ങനെ അന്ന് ഇപ്പം ക്വാളിറ്റി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമുക്ക് ഒരിടത്ത് ഒരു പോയിന്റിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇതാണ് മാക്സിമം എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ലല്ലോ. ഇന്നും നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ടോപ്പ് നോച്ച് എന്ന് ഞാൻ ചിന്തിക്കുന്നില്ല. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമ്മൾ ഇന്ന് കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്നത് വേൾഡിലെ ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് കാര്യങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ചിലപ്പോൾ ഇന്നും അതിൽ ഒരു 4th അപ് ടു 10 റേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ 4 5 എത്തിയിട്ട് കാണുള്ളൂ എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നത്. സോ പക്ഷേ അതിൽ ഏറ്റവും നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കമ്പനിയാണ്. പക്ഷേ വെരി റീസെൻ്റ്ലി എൻ്റെ മനോഭാവത്തിൽ കുറച്ച് വ്യത്യാസങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ക്വാളിറ്റി കുറയ്ക്കാനല്ല, തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ക്വാളിറ്റിയിൽ അതേ ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ്. എനിക്ക് എന്തോ ഒരു കമ്പനി ഒരു 2 years ബാക്ക് വരെ കമ്പനി വലുതാവണമെന്ന് ചിലപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഒരു കാര്യത്തിൽ ഒരുപാട് പ്രോത്സാഹനം കിട്ടുമോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പവർ കിട്ടുമോ, നമ്മൾ അതിനോട് ഒബ്സസ്ഡ് ആവും എന്നതുപോലെ. ഇപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് കേരളത്തിനോട് എൻ്റെ ഡ്രീം ക്വാളിറ്റിയോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ കേരളത്തിലുള്ള കമ്പനീസിനെ വേൾഡിൻ്റെ ടോപ്പ് പൊസിഷനിൽ ക്വാളിറ്റിയിൽ എത്തിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ പക്ഷെ അതിൻ്റെ പുറകെ പോകുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ചിലപ്പോൾ ഗ്രോത്തിൽ നേരത്തെ കോംപ്രമൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ലാസ്റ്റ് വെരി റീസെൻറ്റ് ഒരു 2-3 yearsൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊരു പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങൾ അവകാശപ്പെടുന്നൊന്നുമില്ല, എന്നാൽ അവരൊരു നല്ല ടെക്നോളജി പാർട്ട്ണർ കിട്ടിയാൽ ആരെയും അങ്ങനെ എത്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റും ആരും. പക്ഷേ ഒരു 50ഓളം കമ്പനിയെ സംതിങ് ഡിഫറെൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ പൊസിഷൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ അതെൻ്റെ ഒരു ഡ്രീമാണ്. സോ ക്വാളിറ്റി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മളെ കാണുന്നത് ചിലപ്പോൾ ഇവിടുത്തെ ഓഡിയൻസ് കാണുന്നത് വി ആർ ദി ബെസ്റ്റ് എന്നായിരിക്കാം. ബട്ട് നമ്മൾ കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്നത് വേൾഡിലെ ക്വാളിറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ ആപ്പിൾ ഭയങ്കര ഇൻസ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന അവരുടെ ഡിസൈൻസ് ആണെങ്കിലും അവരുടെ ക്വാളിറ്റി അവർ പല കോമ്പറ്റീറ്റേഴ്സിൻ്റെ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ലേറ്റസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ടെക്നോളജിയിൽ ഇറക്കാൻ ചിലപ്പോൾ അവർ ഡിലേഡ് ആയിരിക്കും. പക്ഷെ അവർ ഇറക്കി കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു ദി ബെസ്റ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ അവർ ടച്ച് സ്ക്രീൻ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴാണെങ്കിൽ അവർ ചിലപ്പോൾ മറ്റ് കമ്പനികൾ ചൈനയിലുള്ള ഫോൺസ് വരെ ഒരുപാട് ടച്ച് സ്ക്രീൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ അപ്പോൾ അതേപോലെയാണ് നമ്മൾ അതിലേക്ക് എങ്ങനെ എത്താം. ഇവിടെയുള്ള റിസോഴ്സസ് അതിലൊരു കൾച്ചറൽ വലിയൊരു മിസ്മാച്ച് ഞാൻ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ മനുഷ്യർക്കുള്ള ഒരു ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ്, അതിൽ ഒരു മാറ്റം ചെറിയ രീതിയിൽ പല രീതിയിലുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ സംസാരിക്കുന്നതിലുള്ള വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു 2 പേർക്ക് മാറാം. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് ദുബായിൽ ചെന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മുടെ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഓഫ് ഡ്രൈവിങ് ഇമ്പ്രൂവ് ആവും. നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു പണിക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ വൃത്തി വരും. അത് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞില്ലെങ്കിലും വരും. നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ സെൽഫ്ലി നമുക്ക് അറിയില്ലാത്തത് കൊണ്ടല്ല, നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ ആണെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു 4 പ്രാവശ്യം നമ്മൾ ഉന്തണം.
എൻവയൺമെന്റ് പ്ലേസ് എ ഫാക്ടർ.
അപ്പോൾ അത് നമ്മളിപ്പം ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വരുന്ന ലാൻഡ്സ്കേപ്പ് നമ്മൾ ഗവൺമെൻറ് തന്നെ വളരെ വൃത്തിയായിട്ട് ഇട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ നമ്മൾ വേസ്റ്റ് ഇടുന്നത് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി കുറയും. സോ ക്വാളിറ്റി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എപ്പോഴും അതൊരു ചെയ്യുന്ന വർക്കെന്ന് മാത്രമല്ല എല്ലാത്തിലും ബെസ്റ്റ് ആവണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ് എനിക്ക് വെരി ചെറുപ്പത്തിൽ തൊട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് ബട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുന്നതെല്ലാം വളരെ ബെസ്റ്റ് ക്വാളിറ്റി ആണെന്നൊന്നും ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നില്ല. അതാവണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ആഗ്രഹം.
സോ ഗ്രേറ്റ് ടു ഹിയർ ദാറ്റ് എബിൻ. ഇത് തന്നെയായിരിക്കും ചിലപ്പോൾ വെബൻ ക്രാഫ്റ്റ്സ് ഇന്ന് എവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നോ അതിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഒരു ദ ഡ്രൈവിംഗ് ഫോഴ്സ് ബിഹൈൻഡ് ദിസ് ഇസ് യുവർ ഇൻസിസ്റ്റൻസ് ഓൺ ക്വാളിറ്റി. ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് റിയലി heartfelt to know that you want to give back to the state of Kerala. I think everybody, once they achieve a certain level of success, they all want to go abroad. But here you are someone who is wanting to give it back to Kerala. Good to know that, Evan. Jilu, I think I've heard about one of your strong beliefs is again in the power of visualization. Can you take us through any particular meeting, presentation, or any incident where you've actually used this power of visualization and it has worked for you?
See, it always works, but ഒരേ ഒരു കാര്യം എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇത് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്ന് നമുക്ക് ശരിക്കും ബോധ്യപ്പെടണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് എപ്പോഴേലും അങ്ങനെയൊന്ന് സംഭവിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും പണ്ടുതൊട്ടേ ഡ്രീം ചെയ്യുന്നവരാണ്. സ്വപ്നങ്ങളില്ലാത്തവരില്ല. ചെറുപ്പത്തിലെ തൊട്ട് നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ സ്വപ്നങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ പലതവണയും ഒരു പക്ഷേ ഇപ്പം നമ്മളങ്ങനെ വളരെ ഫാസിനേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് കാണുമല്ലോ. ഓക്കെ വലുതാകുമ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ആയിരിക്കും എന്നുള്ള എല്ലാവരും ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. അതിനകത്തൊന്നും ഒരു എക്സ്ട്രാ ഓർഡിനറി ആയിട്ടൊന്നും ഒരു കാര്യം ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല. പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്ത് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു കാര്യം നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ നടക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് ദെൻ ഉള്ളി വി വിൽ കണക്ട് ടു ദ തിയറി ഓഫ് വിഷ്വലൈസിങ് തിങ്സ്, തിയറി ഓഫ് മാനിഫെസ്റ്റേഷൻ. ഇതൊക്കെ വരുന്നത് പലരോടും പറയുമ്പോൾ അവരതെല്ലാം അത്ര കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് കാരണം ഐ തിങ്ക് അവരുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒന്ന് നടന്നത് അവർ കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാത്തതുകൊണ്ടാവും എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. സോ ഇൻ മൈ ലൈഫ് ഞാൻ വിഷ്വലൈസ് ചെയ്തതോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മാനിഫെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തോ ഒരിക്കലും അങ്ങനെ വിചാരിച്ചിട്ടല്ല കേട്ടോ. അതായത് ഈ തിയറിയൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചിട്ട് രാവിലെ എഴുന്നിട്ടെല്ലാം 1/2 മണിക്കൂർ ഇങ്ങനെ മാനിഫെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ വിഷ്വലൈസ് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്ത ഒരാളല്ല ഞാൻ. പക്ഷേ ഒരുപാട് സ്വപ്നങ്ങളുള്ള ഒരാളായിരുന്നു. ലൈക്ക് എവരി വൺ ഓക്കെ. പക്ഷെ അതെൻ്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ നടക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിയപ്പം ദെൻ വെൻ ഐ റീഡ് I could connect, ഈ പറയുന്ന തിയറി ആകാം അത്. Think happen like that. Alchemist we say, those famous quotations. But again, അത് വെറുതെ പറയുന്നവരുണ്ട്, അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കി പറയുന്നവരുണ്ട്. ആ മനസ്സിലാക്കി പറയുന്നവരുടെ കേസിൽ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് അത് അവർക്ക് അറിയില്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കില്ല. പക്ഷേ ജീവിതത്തിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ആ പോയിന്റിലാണ് then we really realize, there is another meaning for that, there is another dimension for that. So in my life, everything that happened, maybe, from joining Web and Crafts to being here today, or being having 3 kids at home, smart ones, and having a good life in a way, I think those are like all part of visualization, not something that we നമ്മളങ്ങനെ വിചാരിച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാവണമെന്നില്ല, ബട്ട് അല്ലാതെ തന്നെ നടക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. ഞാൻ റീസെൻ്റ്ലി ഞങ്ങൾ ഇടയ്ക്ക് പറയും, നമ്മൾ ഈ ഫിലോസഫി ഒക്കെ പറയുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ ഷാരൂഖ് ഖാൻ്റെ ഒരു ഫേമസ് ഡയലോഗ് ഉണ്ട്, ബിഫോർ ഫസ്റ്റ് യു മേക്ക് മണി and then be a philosopher. So what I feel is like, ഞങ്ങളെന്ന് പറയും, നമുക്ക് ആദ്യം ഫിലോസഫി പറഞ്ഞതിന് മുന്നേ കുറച്ച് കാശ് ഉണ്ടാക്കാം, then anyone will listen to that. So I think it's all the same pattern that I see. ആദ്യം നമുക്കൊന്ന് നല്ലതായിട്ട് നടന്നു, നമ്മളൊരു കുറച്ച് കാശുണ്ടാക്കി, then we can be philosophers, then we can say about visualization, then we can say about manifestation. But there is a truth in that, but there is a point where we all be able to connect to that. ഇപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ നടന്ന പല കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഐ കുഡ് ഏബിൾ ടു കണക്ട്, ആൻഡ് മോർ ഓവർ നമ്മുടെ കൂടെയുള്ള പല മെൻറ്റേഴ്സും ദേ ഹെൽപ്ഡ് മീ എ ലോട്ട്. വായിക്കുന്നതിൽ കൂടി മാത്രമല്ല, നോട്ട് ഓൺലി ബുക്സ് ബട്ട് ഗുഡ് മെൻറ്റേഴ്സ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു മെൻറ്ററുണ്ട് ജോസഫ് മറ്റപ്പള്ളി. he is like such a believer of how you should think, positive thinking and all. ഇനിഷ്യലേക്ക് ഇത് കേൾക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ വിചാരിക്കും ഇതൊക്കെ എന്താ കേട്ടു വിട്ടു, and then when things happen we'll connect. So having good mentors around, and a few things that happened in my life, അതൊന്നും ഭയങ്കര എക്സ്ട്രാ ഓർഡിനറി ആയിട്ടല്ല, but again at the same time we keep updating ourselves. ഇതൊക്കെ കേട്ടും കണ്ടും ഇരിക്കുമ്പം at a point we feel അതിനൊക്കെ ഇനി പോസിറ്റീവായിട്ടൊന്നും നടന്നില്ലെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിലും അത് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നെഗറ്റീവായിട്ട് വരുന്നൊരു കാര്യം അവോയ്ഡ് ചെയ്യാം എന്നുള്ളൊരു കേസിൽ ഐ തിങ്ക് ദ ഹോൾ ലൈഫ് മൈ ലൈഫ് ഐ മസ്റ്റ് സേ ഈവൻ though like there is nothing particular.
Actually said that when you really badly want something, the universe conspires to get it for you.
Yeah, yes.
So that's probably what is working in your favor as well.
Yes.
Eben, you want to add on something?
ഇല്ല, ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ പേരെപ്പോൾ വരുമെന്ന് ആലോചിച്ചിട്ടിരുന്നു.
ഞങ്ങൾ തമ്മിൽ എഗ്രിമെൻ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് മറ്റേ ഈ പാട്ട് മാനെ തന്നെ പൊന്മാനെ ഇടയിലെ പോടണം അത്.
Joanne, this is for you. You said that your dad is more like a brother for you, a friend, and your achacha is, your brother is like your dad. That is true? I think we've seen it happen a lot of times in a lot of instances. What I wanted is, all said and done, Joel, I think, is your strongest pillar of support, right? Right from the time when you were a little girl, he's been picking dresses for you. He is the one who encouraged you to pursue your master's in the UK. You went to UK, you completed your studies, and then you got back. You're all of 24 years. And how did you come back from UK to convince Joel and the entire family that we have to open up our operations in London?
ശരിക്കും എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് എനിക്ക് എങ്ങനെ PGക്ക് അഡ്മിഷൻ കിട്ടി അത് തൊട്ട് പറയണമെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. എൻ്റെ ഡ്രീം ബിസിനസ് സ്കൂളായിരുന്നു വാർവിക് ബിസിനസ് സ്കൂൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ലണ്ടനിലുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് അവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ എൻ്റെ അണ്ടർഗ്രാഡ് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തു, എനിക്ക് അവിടെ അഡ്മിഷൻ കിട്ടി. അപ്പോൾ അത്യാവശ്യം നല്ല എക്സ്പെൻസീവ് ആണ് അവിടുത്തെ കോഴ്സ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ വീട്ടിൽ എല്ലാവരും ചേട്ടൻ്റെ കല്യാണമൊക്കെ ജസ്റ്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഈ കറക്റ്റ് ഡാൻസ് പ്രാക്ടീസിൻ്റെ സമയത്താണ് ഈ ഓഫർ ലെറ്റർ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ഇവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞു, പക്ഷേ പെങ്കൊച്ചാ എന്നെ ഇങ്ങനെ എത്ര കൊടുത്ത് ഇത്രയും എക്സ്പെൻസീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കോഴ്സ് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അത്രയും തന്നെ കൊടുത്ത് കെട്ടിച്ച് വിടണം, ജർമ്മനിക്ക് വല്ലതും വിടാം, അതാകുമ്പോൾ ഫ്രീ ഓഫ് എക്സ്പെൻസ് ആണല്ലോ എന്നിങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ വീട്ടുകാരും അപ്പനും അമ്മയും കുറച്ചിങ്ങനെ അപ്രിഹെൻസീവായി. അവരെന്നോട് ചോദിച്ചു, നീ ഇത് പാസ്സാവുമെന്ന് നിനക്ക് ഉറപ്പുണ്ടോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. എനിക്കൊരു ഉറപ്പുമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ചേച്ചാ പറഞ്ഞു, ദൈവമാണ് ഇവർക്ക് ഇവിടെ വരെ അഡ്മിഷൻ കൊടുത്തതെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ റെക്കമെൻഡേഷൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടൊന്നും അല്ലല്ലോ, മുമ്പോട്ട് പോട്ടെ, ബാക്കി വരുന്നിടത്ത് വെച്ച് കാണാം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. എന്നിട്ട് അതിന് ശേഷം അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് എല്ലാം ശരിയായി യു കെ പോയതിന് ശേഷമാണേലും ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ദി ബുക്സ് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിൽ ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, എന്നിൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത ഈ പൈസ ഞാനെങ്ങാനും തോറ്റുപോയാൽ എന്നേന്നല്ല എൻ്റെ കുടുംബത്തിൽ ഇനി ആരെയും വെളിയിൽ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ വിടത്തില്ലായിരിക്കും എന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം എന്നിൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത ആ പൈസ ഡബിളാക്കി എനിക്ക് തിരിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണം എന്നുള്ളൊരാഗ്രഹം എനിക്ക് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പോകുമ്പം ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ദി ബുക്സ് ആയിട്ട് അല്ലാതെ ഞാൻ പുറത്തോട്ട് പോകാനായിട്ട് തുടങ്ങി, കുറേ ആൾക്കാരോട് സംസാരിക്കാൻ, നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ, പല സ്ഥലം എക്സ്പ്ലോർ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് തുടങ്ങി. അവിടുന്ന് അവിടെ ഇപ്പം ഇൻറ്റീരിയർ ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, ഓപ്പറേഷൻ ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ്, ഇതെല്ലാം എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമാണ്. ഞാനതെല്ലാം ഒരു ഡിഫറെൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ആരെങ്കിലും എന്ത് സ്ഥാപനമാണെങ്കിലും എന്ത് കാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നതാണെങ്കിലും അത് ഞാൻ നോട്ട് ഡൗൺ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് തുടങ്ങി. അത് നമ്മൾക്ക് ഇവിടെ എങ്ങനെ ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമായിരിക്കും എന്നുള്ളത് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് തുടങ്ങി. അങ്ങനെ നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത് പതുക്കെ എനിക്ക് അവിടെ ഒരു ഫാഷൻ ഷോ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി കിട്ടി. ദൈവാനുഗ്രഹിച്ച് അത് നടന്നു. അതിനുശേഷം ഞാനിങ്ങനെ അച്ഛനോട് വന്നിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു, ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഉണ്ടെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു, നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ ഒന്ന് ട്രൈ ചെയ്താലോ എന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ ഓക്കെ എന്നാൽ ട്രൈ ചെയ്യാം എന്നുള്ള വിധത്തിൽ ഓക്കെ പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചിട്ട് ഹീ ടേക്ക് ഓൾ ഡിസിഷൻ ഞങ്ങൾ പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചിട്ട് എടുത്തത്. അതിനുശേഷം ഓക്കെ എന്നാൽ ഒരു 15 സാരീസ് അയച്ചു തരാം, നമുക്ക് ഇൻസ്റ്റഗ്രാമിൽ ഒരു റീൽ ഇടാം, ജസ്റ്റ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇതുണ്ടെന്ന് ഒന്ന് ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെ അത് അയച്ചു തന്നു. അവിടെ അത് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് വർക്കായി. അതിന് ശേഷമാണ് ഓക്കെ നമുക്ക് ഇന്ന് ഇത് തുടങ്ങി നോക്കിയാലോ എന്നിങ്ങനെ പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ എനിക്കെപ്പോഴും ഇങ്ങനെ എന്ത് കൂടുതലായിട്ട് ഒരു ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി വേണം എന്നൊക്കെ എനിക്കൊരു ആഗ്രഹം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അത് ചേട്ടന് നന്നായിട്ട് അറിയുകയും ചെയ്യാം. ഓക്കെ യു ഗോ ഫോർ ഇറ്റ്, നമുക്കത് നോക്കാം, നിനക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, നീ ചെയ്യ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അതിനുശേഷം അങ്ങനെ തപ്പി ഇങ്ങനെ ഇറങ്ങി നോക്കിയപ്പോഴാണ് കാഡ്ബറിയുടെ ഫാമിലി ഹൗസ് അവിടെ നോൺ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ആൾക്കാരെ ഒക്കെ ഈ ചെറിയ ബിസിനസ്സുകളെയൊക്കെ പ്രൊമോട്ട് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് അവർ നോൺ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് റെൻറ്റ് കുറവിൽ കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ അപ്പം അല്ലാതെ ഒരു സ്ഥലം നമുക്കിപ്പം അഫോർഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ 24 ഇയർ ഓൾഡിന് അഫോർഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നതല്ലായിരുന്നു അവിടെ. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ അവിടെ 8 റൂം എനിക്ക് റെൻറ്റ് ഔട്ട് എടുത്തു, അത് റീഡെക്കറേറ്റ് ചെയ്തു, അത് ജസ്റ്റ് എല്ലാം റെഡി ആയിട്ട് ആയിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ നിൽക്കുന്നു. അതിനിടയിലാണ് ഇവിടെ വെബ്സൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ നാട്ടിലോട്ട് വന്നത്. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു 8 മന്തായിട്ട് ഏകദേശം അവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ട് 8 മന്തായിട്ട് വാക്കാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
We are also, honored to be part of their journey. എംലോഫിൻ്റെ വെബ്സൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു അവസരം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടി. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is first time that we are meeting in person. ഒരു ഓഫീസ് വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ like we couldn't meet.
ഒരുപാട് ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരുപാട് അഡ്മയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ്. കാരണം ഞങ്ങൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇത് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സിസ്റ്റമാറ്റിക് ആവാനും ഓപ്പറേഷൻ എല്ലാം ഇങ്ങനെ ക്രാക്കായി വരുന്നതേ ഉള്ളൂ. അപ്പം ഞാനിങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ വീട്ടിലെല്ലാവരും ഭയങ്കര കൂട്ടാണ്. ഇത് ഞങ്ങൾ മാത്രമല്ല, വീട്ടിൽ അപ്പനും അമ്മയും ചേച്ചിയും എല്ലാവരും വളരെ ഹാൻഡ്സ് ഓൺ ആണ്. അപ്പം വൈകിട്ട് എല്ലാവരും ഇത് കഴിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത്, ഫുഡ് കഴിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് എല്ലാവരും ഇരുന്ന് അന്നത്തെ ദിവസത്തെ മുഴുവൻ വർത്താനം പറയും. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങളിങ്ങനെ പറയാറുണ്ട്, എന്ത് സിസ്റ്റമാറ്റിക്കാ, എന്ത് നന്നായിട്ടാണ്, ശരിക്കും ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് അപ്രിഷ്യേറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരു വലിയ ഫാനാണ് വാക്കിൻ്റെ.
ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ ആ സ്മാർട്ട് വർക്ക്, അതിനുള്ള പിന്നെ നിങ്ങളുടെ അവിടെ വന്നതിന് ശേഷം ഇവിടെ ഒരു ദിവസം മുഴുവൻ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സമാനം കണ്ടുപഠിക്കുക.
അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ വലിയൊരു ആഗ്രഹമാണ് ഇതിപ്പോൾ ജിയോ ലോക്കൽ ആക്കണം. വെബ്സൈറ്റിലൂടെ ഇത് ജിയോ ലോക്കൽ ആക്കണം. ലോകത്ത് എവിടെയാണെങ്കിലും ഇത് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആക്സസിബിൾ ആകണം എന്നുള്ള വിധത്തിൽ അങ്ങനെ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പോകുന്നു. ദൈവം അനുഗ്രഹിച്ച് വി ആർ ഓൾ സെറ്റ് ടു ഗോ.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അടിപൊളിയാവും.
I think that was the beauty. We did not know they were connected, but once we connected with the two of them, we realized that they are actually servicing the website for Mloft. Okay. One closing question to both of you. Ebin and Jilu, I think you work in the communication space where brands talk to each other, with a lot of clarity, with a lot of creating a lot of impact. From your experience of managing WAC, what do you understand about communication at a very human level?
I think communication is everything എന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. അത് ഫാമിലി ആണെങ്കിലും ക്ലയൻസ് ആണെങ്കിലും ഈവൻ നമ്മൾ സൊസൈറ്റിയിലാണെങ്കിലും എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു എൻ്റെ കൂടെ തുടങ്ങിയ ആൾക്കാരും ഇന്നും നിൽക്കുന്നത് അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന റെമ്യൂണറേഷൻ ബേസിസിലല്ല. അത് അവർക്ക് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷനാണ്. അത് പറയുന്ന വാചകത്തിൽ മാത്രമായിരിക്കണമെന്നില്ല. Energy,
authenticity with which you communicate is also so important.
So, അവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്ന കോൺഫിഡൻസ്, അപ്പോൾ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ വളരെ നന്നായിട്ട് പോകണം. പിന്നെ ഞാൻ സൂചിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറയുന്നൊന്നുമല്ല, അതിൽ ജിലു ഈസ് വെരി എക്സലൻറ്റ്. ഞാനങ്ങനെ പബ്ലിക്കായിട്ടും വീട്ടിലാണെങ്കിലും ജിലുവിനെ സൂചിപ്പിക്കാനൊന്നും പറയാറില്ല.
I think Jilu also handles a great deal of your communication as well. So
I'm
sure she is the best communicator in the family.
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. ഞാനിത് ഒരു 2-3 years മുന്നിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ പബ്ലിക്കായിട്ട് പറയാറില്ലായിരുന്നു. ഐ എം ഡിസ്ലെക്സിക്, സോ ഐ കാൻറ്റ് റീഡ് റൈറ്റ്. ഞാനൊരു ലാസ്റ്റ് ഇപ്പോൾ 15 years ആയിട്ട് കമ്പനി സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. ഒഫീഷ്യലി 13 years ആയി. ഒരു ഫസ്റ്റ് 11 years ഞാൻ സിംഗിൾ ഇമെയിൽ റൈറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പം ഈ ChatGPT ഒക്കെ വന്നതിന് ശേഷമാണ് എനിക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഈസി ആയിട്ട്. അപ്പം എനിക്കിപ്പോൾ ചില വേർഡ്സ് എനിക്ക് റീഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഒരു ഇമേജ് ആയിട്ട് കണ്ടിട്ടാണ് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഈ സ്ഥലപ്പേരൊക്കെ ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ് പുതിയതായിട്ട് കാണുന്നതുകൊണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ജിലു ആണ് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷനിൽ ഒരുപാട് ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ആ ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ്റെ കാര്യമല്ല ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ സംസാരിച്ചത്. പിന്നെ ലാംഗ്വേജ്, പക്ഷേ എനിക്കെപ്പോഴും എൻ്റെ മെയിലിൽ നിന്ന് പോകുന്നൊരു കാര്യം അത് എൻ്റെ എനർജി ആയിരിക്കണം. അത് വളരെ സ്പെസിഫിക്കും വളരെ അഡമൻറ്റുമായിരുന്നു. എന്താണ് ഞാൻ കൺവേ ചെയ്യാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത് അതായിരിക്കണം. അത് വേറൊരാൾ എഴുതിയതുകൊണ്ട് ശരിയാവില്ല. അവസാനം എന്താ പ്രശ്നമായെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു 2-3 ഇയേഴ്സ് ജിലു ഇതിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പം അപ്പം ആദ്യം എനിക്കുള്ള ആശയങ്ങൾ എഴുതാൻ ജിലുവിന് മാത്രമേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അപ്പം അല്ല, തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അത് ജിലു മാത്രമല്ല, ഇനീഷ്യലി ജിലു വരുന്നതിന് മുമ്പാണെങ്കിലും എൻ്റെ ഓഫീസിലാണ്. അപ്പം എൻ്റെ മെയിൽസുകൾ കുറേയും കൂടെ പവർഫുൾ ആവാനുള്ള റീസൺ എൻ്റെ കഴിവല്ലായിരുന്നു. എന്നാന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എൻ്റെ മെൻറ്റർ പുള്ളിക്കാരന് 60-65 ഏജ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് റിവ്യൂ ചെയ്യും. എൻ്റെ പല ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുടെ ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന അവർക്കതിൻ്റെ മെച്യൂരിറ്റി ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് കരുതുന്ന, അതിനുള്ള ക്വാളിറ്റി ഉള്ളതെന്ന് കരുതുന്ന ആൾക്കാരോട് ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് എടുത്തിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ അയച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നത് ഒരുപാട്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്കെപ്പോഴും ചില ക്ലയൻസൊക്കെ എന്നെ തന്നെ തിരിച്ച് റൈറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇത് നീ എഴുതിയ മെയിലല്ല, ഇത്രയും മച്യൂറായിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനനുസരിച്ച് അത് ഒരു ആ ഡിസിഷൻ മേക്കിങ്ങിന് ഇനിഷ്യലി തന്നെ അതെന്നെ ഒരുപാട് ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ജിലു വന്നതിന് ശേഷം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഞാൻ ഭയങ്കര ഇമോഷണലായിട്ട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ എടുക്കുന്ന ആളാണ്. അതിപ്പോഴും അതിന് നല്ലതുകൊണ്ട് മോശമുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ മനസ്സ് പറയുന്ന പോലെ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളാണ് ജിലു. മനസ്സ് പറയുന്ന പോലെ എനിക്കറിയില്ല, അത് ചോദിക്കണം. പക്ഷേ ജിലു കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ലോജിക്കൽ, ഇമോഷണൽ അല്ലാതെ അതിനെ കണ്ട്, അതാണ് ഒരു പ്രൊഫഷണൽ കമ്പനിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയത്. അപ്പോൾ എപ്പോഴും അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ഒരു ബാലൻസ് കിട്ടാൻ റീസൺ ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ജിലു അംഗീകരിച്ച് തരുമോയെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. അംഗീകരിച്ച് തരാനുള്ള ചാൻസ് കുറവാണ്. പക്ഷേ ജിലുവിൻ്റെ മുന്നിൽ ഞാൻ അംഗീകരിക്കാറുമില്ല. ജിലു എഴുതി തരുന്നതും ജിലുവിൻ്റെ അഡ്വൈസും ഞാൻ ഓൾവേസ് റെസ്പെക്റ്റ്. അത് ഞാൻ എടുക്കാറുമുണ്ട്, ഞാൻ ചെയ്യാറുമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ കാട്ടിലൊരു രാജാവ് മതി എന്നുള്ള അപ്പോൾ നമ്മളങ്ങനെ എപ്പോഴും അംഗീകരിച്ച് കൊടുക്കാറൊന്നുമില്ല.
Anyway, communication is key, and I think Jilu is doing an excellent job with it, both in your personal life as well as professional life.
In professionally, when it comes to business, like I think if it's on a business angle, what I think is like initially, the difference for a main that was in a totally startup way of doing it. When I came from Cognizant, we corporate in the it was really tough. I have I platform. ഞാനിപ്പം ഈ സിറ്റീസിൽ വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഫസ്റ്റ് ഒരു പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ അവിടെ ആരെയും സാറിനൊന്നും വിളിക്കില്ല, പേരാ വിളിക്കുന്നത്. സോ ഈവൻ ഇനിഷ്യലി ഞാൻ ഈ പറയുന്ന പോലെ ക്ലയൻസിനെ കയറിയിട്ട് ഞാൻ പേര് വിളിച്ച് എൻ്റെ പേരിലൊക്കെ ഒരുപാട് ദാറ്റ് വാസ് വൺ വേ ഓഫ് ഇറ്റ്. ആൻഡ് ദി അതർ വേ, ഞാനിവിടെ ആദ്യം വരുമ്പം ഞാൻ ഇവരുടെ മെയിൽ കാണും. അപ്പം ഇവിടുന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഫയൽ അങ്ങോട്ട് അയക്കുക, അതിൻ്റെ മെയിൽ ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് പോകുന്നത്: ഡിയർ സാർ, hope this email reaches you in your highest spirit and your health. Please find attached the email, attachment along with that. Kindly, help us with the feedback and we are here to cater you. ഇതൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഭയങ്കര വലിയ മെയിലാണ്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ അത് മെയിലേക്കും ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്: പ്ലീസ് ഫൈൻഡ് അറ്റാച്ച്ഡ്, പ്ലീസ് റിവേർട്ട്, ഇത്രയൊക്കെ കാണുള്ളൂ. അപ്പം ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കും ഇതൊക്കെ എന്തിനാ ഇങ്ങനെ അയക്കുന്നത്, ഇവിടുന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ ടീമിൽ നിന്ന് ആ ടീമിലേക്ക് ഒരു മെയിൽ അയക്കാനായിട്ട് ഇത്രയൊക്കെ വേണോ? ആൻഡ് ദെൻ ഐ റിയലൈസ്ഡ്. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് ജോസഫ് സാറും ഹി വാസ് ലൈക്ക് ചെക്കിങ് ഈച്ച് ആൻഡ് എവറിത്തിങ്. സോ സാർ ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഒരു മെയിൽ അയച്ചാൽ ഹി വിൽ ബി ലൈക്ക് ഇൻ ടു എവറി വേർഡ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ പറയുന്നൊരു വേർഡ് ആണെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെ എനർജി ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യും. ചിലപ്പോൾ വേർഡിൻ്റെ മീനിങ് കറക്റ്റ് ആയിരിക്കും, ബട്ട് ഹി വിൽ സേ ലൈക്ക് ഓക്കെ, ഈ വേർഡിൻ്റെ മീനിങ് ഈ ഒരു കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ പറ്റില്ല, അതുകൊണ്ട് വേറെ വേർഡ് വേണമെന്ന് പറയും. ആൻഡ് റിയലി ദാറ്റ് വാസ് ടഫ്. And then I realized, okay, why at that time the communication, we need to very much specific. കാരണം ആ സമയത്ത് അതാണ് അതിൻ്റെ ശരി. അന്നിപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ആസ്പിറേഷൻ ഒരു കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ആകാനാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും നമ്മളെടുക്കുന്ന അപ്രോച്ച് തെറ്റാവാം. then I understood, okay, എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇവരെ ഇമോഷനിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നതെന്നുള്ളത്. ഇതിൽ മാത്രമല്ല, ഒരാൾ റിസൈൻ ചെയ്തു, 3 ദിവസത്തേക്ക് ഓഫീസ് മൊത്തം മരിച്ചു വീട് പോലെ, എല്ലാവരും ഭയങ്കര സങ്കടത്തില്ല. അപ്പം ഞാൻ അതൊക്കെ വിചാരിക്കും, എന്തിനാ ഇവർക്ക് ഇത്ര സങ്കടപ്പെടുന്നത്? ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരാളെ വിചാരിച്ചിട്ടാണോ കമ്പനി റൺ ചെയ്യുന്നത്? എത്ര കാലം നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെ ജീവിക്കും? അത് മാത്രമല്ല, ഇതിന് ടേം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, 2 months നോട്ടീസ് പീരീഡ് ഉണ്ട്. ആ നോട്ടീസിൽ ഒരാളെ എടുക്കണം. ദാറ്റ്സ് എ കോൺട്രാക്ട്, റൈറ്റ്? ഓക്കെ, ദാറ്റ്സ് ഇറ്റ്. അതിലിപ്പോൾ എന്താ പ്രശ്നം ഇരിക്കുക? ആൻഡ് ബട്ട് അഗൈൻ ഇത് പറയുമ്പോൾ എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഇവർ എന്നെ കാണുന്നത് എങ്ങനെ പറയൂ, എന്തൊരു ഹൃദയമില്ലാത്ത സ്ത്രീ. ഇത്രയും കല്ല് പോലത്തെ ഒരു ഹൃദയം ഒരാൾ പോവാ നിനക്കിവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ ചിരിച്ചോണ്ടൊക്കെ പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്നു. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പിന്നെ കുറേ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഞാനിങ്ങനെ ആക്ട് ചെയ്യും. ഓ പോവാണല്ലേ, ഷോ കഷ്ടം തന്നെ. തിങ്ക് എന്തിനാ, കാരണം പോവാണ് ശരി, കാരണം ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും ഓരോരുത്തരുടെ കമ്മിറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. ദാറ്റ്സ് ഫൈൻ, ഓക്കെ, വി നീഡ് ടു ലുക്ക് ഫോർ സമൺ എൽസ്. ദാറ്റ്സ് ഹൗ ഇറ്റ് ഹാസ് ടു ബി ഡെൽറ്റ്, റൈറ്റ്? ആൻഡ് പിന്നീട് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി എന്താണ് ഇവർ എണ്ണിപ്പെറുക്കി പറയുന്നത് വെച്ചാൽ ഇവരെങ്ങനെയാണ് പറയാമെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ, നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാവും ഞാൻ എത്ര കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് ഇവനെ വളർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് വന്നതാണ്, ഇവനെ ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ ആറ്റുനോറ്റ് പഠിപ്പിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ഇവനിപ്പോൾ പോവാന്ന് പറയുക, ഇവൻ എങ്ങനെ അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുക, ഒരു കമ്മിറ്റ്മെൻ്റ് ഇല്ലേ, അതാണിതാണ്. അപ്പം ബട്ട് ഇനിഷ്യലി എനിക്കത് ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് തോന്നി. ബട്ട് ദെൻ ഐ അണ്ടർസ്റ്റുഡ്. കാരണം ഇനീഷ്യൽ ഡേയ്സിലുണ്ടല്ലോ ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ആകുന്നത് ആ ഒരു സെൻറ്റിമെൻറ്റ്സിൻ്റെ പുറത്താണ്, ആ ഒരു ഇമോഷൻ്റെ പുറത്താണ്. ദാറ്റ്സ് ദാറ്റ് പേഴ്സൺ ദാറ്റ് ഡ്രൈവിങ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇനീഷ്യലി നമ്മുടെ ഒരു എൻ്റയർ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, സ്ട്രക്ചർ ആയിട്ട് എവറിത്തിങ് വാസ് ലൈക്ക് പീപ്പിൾ ഡ്രിവൺ. It was like driven from Ebin's side, Ebin's vision, Ebin's passion, okay, Ebin's ഒരു കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ടോൺ എല്ലാത്തിലും ഉണ്ട്. ദാറ്റ് വാസ് പീപ്പിൾ ഡ്രിവൺ അപ്രോച്ച്. ആൻഡ് ദെൻ ഗ്രാജുവലി നമ്മുടെ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ സ്റ്റൈൽ മാറുന്നത് എവിടെയാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ കോവിഡിൻ്റെ ടൈമിൽ വി കുഡൻറ്റ് ഏബിൾ ടു കൺട്രോൾ ദിസ്. കാരണം വീട്ടിലാണ് എല്ലാവരും. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ നിന്നിട്ട് നമ്മൾ പറയുവാണ് മുതലാളിയുടെ വിഷനിൽ പോകണമെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല, ആൾക്കാരെ കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അവർ വീട്ടിലിരുന്നിട്ട് കോളൊക്കെ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് വെച്ചാലും നോ വൺ ഈസ് ലിസണിങ്. അവർ വേറെ വല്ല പണിയായിരിക്കും, നമ്മൾ കാണുന്നില്ലല്ലോ. സോ നമുക്ക് ആ ഒരു അപ്രോച്ചിൽ കുറേ മാറ്റം വന്നു. ദെൻ വി തോട്ട് ഒക്കെ വി നീഡ് പ്രോസസ് ഇൻ പ്ലേസ്. സോ വി പ്ലേസ്ഡ് SOPs. ദാറ്റ് വാസ് വേ വി കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റഡ്. എല്ലാത്തിനും പ്രോസസ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. എന്ത് ചോദിച്ചാലും ഈ പ്രോസസ്സ് നോക്കൂ, ഇതനുസരിച്ച് ചെയ്യൂ. ആൻഡ് ദെൻ വി ഹാഡ് എ സെക്കൻഡ് ലെയർ. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങളൊരു വിഷൻ ടീം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു ടീമിനെ ഫോം ചെയ്തു. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ ടീമിൽ നിന്നുള്ള വിഷൻ അതിനെ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഈ സെക്കൻഡ് ലെയറിലേക്കായിരിക്കും, ടു ദ വിഷൻ ടീം. അവർ വേണം നെക്സ്റ്റ് ലെയർ, സീനിയേഴ്സ്, ജൂനിയേഴ്സ്, അങ്ങനെ ആ ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ ചാനൽ അങ്ങനെ പോകണം. ബട്ട് നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവരിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചേരാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ആൻഡ് ദർ ആർ പ്രോസസ്സസ്. ആൻഡ് ടുഡേ വെയർ വി ആർ ഈസ് ലൈക്ക് ഓക്കെ, ഇന്ന് പ്രോസസ്സ് ഉണ്ട് കമ്പനിക്ക്, പക്ഷേ എന്നാലും എൻഡ് ഓഫ് ദ ഡേ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് വേണം, കാര്യങ്ങൾ നടക്കണം, ഗ്രോത്ത് വേണം. ആൻഡ് വി ആർ എ ബൂട്ട് സ്റ്റാർ മോഡൽ കമ്പനി. നമ്മളൊരു ഫണ്ടിങ് എടുത്തിട്ടില്ല, നത്തിങ് ഇസ് ദെയർ. ആൻഡ് ദ ലാൻഡ്സ്കേപ്പ്, ടെക് ലാൻഡ്സ്കേപ്പ് ഇസ് ഫാസ്റ്റ് ചേഞ്ചിങ്. ഇന്ന് ഒരു ടെക്നോളജി പഠിക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞാൽ നാളെ രാവിലെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ തന്നെ മാറ്റി പറയും, ഇത് പഠിക്കല്ലോ കേട്ടോ, വേറെ പഠിച്ചോ. അപ്പോൾ അവർ ഇതെന്താ ഇന്നൊന്ന് പറയും, നാളെ വേറെ ഒന്ന് പറയും. ഇന്നിപ്പം ഞാൻ വന്ന് പറയും ടെക്നോളജി ഇതാണ്, നാളെ വന്നിട്ട് മാറ്റി പറയും, കാരണം അവസ്ഥ അതാണ്. ബട്ട് അഗെയിൻ ആ ഒരു സമയത്താണ് വി ഷിഫ്റ്റഡ് ഇറ്റ് ടു ഡേറ്റ ഡ്രിവൺ അപ്രോച്ച്. ലൈക്ക് നൗ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ലൈക്ക് വി നീഡ് ഡേറ്റ ടു കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റ്. വി നീഡ് ടു ടേക്ക് എ ഡിസിഷൻ, ലൈക്ക് വി നീഡ് എവറിത്തിങ്. എല്ലാ ഡേറ്റയും ഉണ്ട്, അതിനെ ആദ്യം കളക്ട് ചെയ്യണം. സെക്കൻഡ് തിങ്, അതിനെ കറക്റ്റായിട്ട് എന്താണെന്ന്, ഇപ്പം എബിൻ്റെ കേസിലാണെങ്കിൽ ലൈക്ക് ഹി ഹാസ് ഗോട്ട് ദാറ്റ് വിഷൻ. ഇപ്പോൾ എബിനോട് ഞാൻ ചെന്നിട്ട് പറയുകയാണ്, ഇന്നത്തെ എൻ്റെ സെയിൽസിലെ ഫിഗർ ഇതാണ്, ഓർ ദിസ് ഇയർ ലൈക്ക് വി ആർ ഗോയിങ് ടു ഹിറ്റ് റവന്യൂ, ഓക്കെ, ദിസ് ഈസ് എ സ്ലാബ്. ഹി വിൽ ഹാവ് thousands of questions. ഹി വിൽ ആസ്ക് മീ, ഓക്കെ, റവന്യൂ ഇത് വന്നതിന് കാരണം ഈ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് വന്നതുകൊണ്ടാണോ, ഈ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ഈ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിലാണോ, ആ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിലാണെങ്കിൽ ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ അവിടെ യുദ്ധം നടക്കുമ്പോൾ ആ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയുടെ കാര്യം എന്തായി, സോ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഇയർ എനിക്കത് പറ്റുമോ. ഹി വിൽ ഹാവ് ടു മെനി ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ്. നോട്ട് ഓൺലി ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് ജസ്റ്റ് അബൌട്ട് എൻ ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻറ്റ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് ഓഫ് ഫിനാൻസ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് ലൈക്ക് overlapping to HR projects, even the clients, the location, the countries that we serve, the current ecosystem, the politics, the economics, the ecosystem that we have been. And the current IT scenario, ഇപ്പം നമുക്ക് ആൾക്കാരുടെ ബില്ലിംഗ് അറിയാം, റേറ്റ്സ് അറിയാം, the people migrating, everything is affecting one or the other way. So there are too many things on the table. So we need to have all these data points and we need to have proper analysis. So we are taking support of AI. And now today we have our communication derived in a way that it is on a data. So that is going to be a data driven approach. So that was over the years on a business angle, the communication channel that we have derived.
Thank you so much, Jilu, for getting such in-depth into the communication system that you've built up. Joel, one last word we have a lot of student community and maybe, entrepreneurs of any age who could be budding. What is that one last advice that you have to give to people who start off on their entrepreneurial journey but may not see success in the first couple of years?
ഞാനൊരു കഥ പറയാം. അതായത് ഇപ്പം കുറച്ച് നാൾ മുന്നേ നമ്മൾ ട്രിവാൻഡ്രത്ത് പുതിയ സ്റ്റോർ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തേ. അപ്പം സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് തൊട്ട് മുന്നേ അമ്മയുടെ ഭാഷയിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ കഷ്ടകാലം വീണ്ടും ആരംഭിച്ചു. ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ക്രൈസിസ്, നമുക്ക് സാധനങ്ങൾ വരാനായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന സാധനമല്ല, ഓർഡർ ചെയ്യുന്ന സാധനമല്ല, വേറെ ഏതൊക്കെയോ സാധനങ്ങൾ വരുന്നു. നമ്മൾ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന പോലെ സ്റ്റാഫൊന്നും ട്രിവാൻഡ്രത്തെ സ്റ്റൈലേ വ്യത്യാസം. ഞങ്ങൾ ചങ്ങനാശ്ശേരി വെച്ച് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ സ്റ്റാഫിനെ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടും അവർ ട്രെയിൻഡ് ആവുന്നില്ല, വേറെ പുതിയ സ്റ്റാഫിനെ ഒട്ട് കിട്ടുന്നുമില്ല. പിന്നെ അങ്ങനെ പല പ്രശ്നങ്ങളായിട്ട് ഇരിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഞാൻ ലാസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ഇനോഗ്രേഷൻ ഒരു 2-3 ദിവസം മുന്നേ ഞാൻ പോകുന്ന വഴിക്ക് ഒരു നല്ല ആക്സിഡൻറ്റും കൂടെ ആയപ്പോഴത്തേന് ഇപ്പം എൻ്റെ കൂടെ വന്നൊരു കൊച്ചനുണ്ട്. അവൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ജോർജ് ചേട്ടാ, നമുക്ക് ആകെ മൊത്തം ഇത് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തപ്പം മുതൽ നമുക്ക് ഒരു ദുശകുനമാണല്ലോ ചേട്ടാ. ആ ദുശകുനത്തെ കയറി ഞാൻ പിടിച്ചു. ഞാൻ ഇത് തന്നെ കണ്ടൻ്റാക്കി. ഞാൻ അതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാത്തിൻ്റെയും വീഡിയോ എടുത്തു, അത് നന്നായിട്ട് പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തു. അതെനിക്കൊന്ന് 5 മില്യനോ 6 മില്യനോ ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ ഇതിനേക്കാളും വേറെ ഒരു സെലിബ്രിറ്റിയെ വെച്ച് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ആവശ്യം വന്നില്ല. അത് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഒരു ഇമോഷണലി ഒരു നമ്മളൊരു അറ്റാച്ച്മെൻറ്റ് പോലെ തോന്നി. ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് അതിന് ഈവൻ സെലിബ്രിറ്റീസ് വരെ അതിന് കമൻറ്റ് ചെയ്തു, ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം സ്റ്റോർ ഭയങ്കര നന്നാവും, വിഷ് യു ഓൾ ദി ബെസ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. അപ്പം എൻ്റെ ഒരു കൂട്ടുകാരൻ പറഞ്ഞു, റിച്ചു എൻ്റെ ബെസ്റ്റ് ഫ്രണ്ടാണ്, എടാ ഇതിപ്പം എൻ്റെ അമ്മയൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് വല്ല കോമ്പറ്റീറ്റേഴ്സ് വല്ല മന്ത്രവാദമോ കൂടോത്രോ ചെയ്ത് ഇതിനെ നിർത്താൻ വേണ്ടി നോക്കാനുള്ള ശക്തിയാണെങ്കിലും അവന്മാർ തന്നെ വിചാരിക്കും കേട്ടാ ഇവൻ ഇതെടുത്ത് വേറെ സംഭവത്തിലേക്ക് ഇനി മേലെ നിന്നെ ഇത് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഒരുത്തിനും വരത്തില്ല എന്നുള്ള വിധത്തിൽ. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് ഒരു ഓൺടർപ്രണറിന് വേണ്ടത് ആ സാധനത്തിനാണ്. ഏത് സംഭവത്തിനകത്തും എല്ലാത്തിനകത്തും ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റിയെ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കണം. അതെപ്പോഴും ഇത് ഞാൻ പറയാറുണ്ട്, ഇവളോടും പറയാറുണ്ട്, മോളെ അതെപ്പോഴും അങ്ങനെ എടുത്ത് അങ്ങനെ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവത്തില്ല. അത് ചിലപ്പം മണ്ണിനകത്തായിരിക്കും ഇരിക്കുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഭയങ്കര ഏറ്റവും എന്നാ പറയുന്നത് ഭയങ്കര ഡേർട്ടി പ്ലേസിനകത്തായിരിക്കും അതിരിക്കുന്നത്. അത് പോയി ഡിഗ് ചെയ്ത് എടുക്കുന്നവന് മാത്രമേ ആ സാധനം കിട്ടത്തുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാത്തിനകത്തും ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാണ് ഞാൻ. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് എനിക്ക് നല്ല പേരും വരാറുണ്ട്, ചീത്ത പേരും വരാറുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ അതിനെ എല്ലാത്തിനും, കാരണം എനിക്കൊന്നും ഒരിക്കലും ഈ ഒരു സ്പേസിലിരിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു യോഗ്യതയുള്ള ഒരാളൊന്നുമല്ല, സാധാരണ മനുഷ്യരാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞ ഒരുപാട് ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ ചേട്ടൻ ഏതായാലും ഈ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞ് നന്നായി. ഞാൻ ഇവളോട് പറഞ്ഞ് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വരുന്ന വഴിക്ക് കാര്യം ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് മീഡിയത്തിൽ പ്ലാസിൽ വിദ്യാവിഹാറിലൊക്കെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചതാണ്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ബാംഗ്ലൂർക്ക് വിട്ടെങ്കിലും ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് പോലും മര്യാദയ്ക്ക് പറയാൻ അറിയത്തില്ല. ഞാൻ അവിടെ ചെന്ന് എന്നാ പറയൂ എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച് എൻ്റെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. താങ്ക് യു ചേട്ടാ. അപ്പം ഏതായാലും അതിന് പോലും ഉള്ള ഒരു സംഭവം ഒന്നും എനിക്കില്ല. കൂടുതലായിട്ട് ഇൻഡെപ്തായിട്ട് എന്തിനേലും പറ്റി അറിയാമെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ അതുമില്ല. പക്ഷേ എന്നിട്ടും ഇവിടെ വരെ തമ്പുരാൻ എത്തിച്ചു. അപ്പം ഇവിടെ വരെ എത്തിയതിൻ്റെ ഉള്ള ഒരു റീസൺ ഞാൻ നോക്കിയിട്ട് ഈ ഒരു കാര്യം എല്ലാത്തിനകത്തും ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഞാൻ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ മാക്സിമം ശ്രമിക്കാറുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ തന്നെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഡൗൺ ആയിട്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേന് ഞാൻ ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. ഇപ്പം അതുപോലെ എല്ലാ കാര്യത്തിനകത്തും ദൈവം എവിടെയെങ്കിലും ഒരു പഴുതില്ലാതെ എല്ലാം അടച്ച് കളയാറില്ല, ഇന്ന് വരെ അടച്ച് കളഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല. എല്ലാത്തിനകത്തും ഒരു മേളിലേക്ക് കയറി പോകാൻ ഒരു വള്ളി ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. അപ്പം ഇതിപ്പം അമ്മുക്കുട്ടിയുടെ കാര്യം ഉൾപ്പെടെയാണ് പറയുന്നത്. കാരണം അവളും UK പോയപ്പോഴത്തേനും ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് കരഞ്ഞു, ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് വിഷമിച്ചു. അപ്പം അമ്മ പറഞ്ഞു, നീ ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്തു മോളെ, നീ അത് നിർത്ത്, വേണ്ട. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ല, നീ അവിടെ തന്നെ നിൽക്കണം. അവിടെ തന്നെ നിന്ന് അതിനകത്തെ ആ അവസാനത്തെ സാധനത്തെ പിടിച്ചാലേ നിനക്ക് കയറാൻ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നീ സാധാരണ ഒരു പെങ്കൊച്ചായി ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലുള്ള പെൺപിള്ളേരെയൊക്കെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ വിട്ടു, അവർ ഇങ്ങനെ പൈസ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് തിരിച്ചു വന്നതുപോലെ നീ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന സാധനം നിനക്ക് കിട്ടത്തില്ല. ആ കരച്ചിലിന് അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറയാറുണ്ട്, ഇപ്പം ബൈബിളിൽ ഒരു വാക്യമുണ്ട്, നിൻ്റെ കണ്ണുനീർ തുള്ളികളെ ദൈവം കുപ്പിയിൽ ശേഖരിക്കും. അത് സത്യമായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് എപ്പോഴും അനുഭവപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. നീ ഇതൊരു റിലീജിയസ് ഇതിലേക്ക് ഞാൻ വിടുന്നതല്ല ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. എപ്പോഴും നമ്മളുടെ പെയിന് ദൈവം ഒരു വാല്യൂ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ആ പെയിനിലൂടെ അല്ലാതെ നമുക്ക് അങ്ങോട്ട് കയറാൻ പറ്റുകയില്ല. അപ്പം അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇന്ന് വരെ ഞാനിപ്പം വലിയൊരാളായി എന്നൊന്നും ഞാൻ അവകാശപ്പെടുന്നില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഇന്ന് വരെ ഉള്ള എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇതിനകത്ത് ഞാൻ താങ്ക്ഫുള്ളാണ്, എന്നും ഗ്രേറ്റ്ഫുള്ളാണ്. അപ്പം ഈ ഒരു കാര്യം മാത്രമേ ഞാൻ ഇനി ബിസിനസ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പോകുന്ന ആൾക്കാരോടും പറയാനുള്ളൂ. നമുക്ക് ആദ്യം ഭയങ്കര പേരും ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുകളും ഉണ്ടാവും. അതിനെ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ നമ്മൾ തയ്യാറാണെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ ഇതിലേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങിത്തിരിക്കാവുള്ളൂ. ഇടയ്ക്ക് വെച്ച് ഇട്ടിട്ട് പോകാനാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പോകാൻ നിൽക്കരുത്.
Thank you so much, Joel, for that beautiful lesson for all the people who are getting into the entrepreneurial journey. Thank you so much to all four of you. Thank you, Eben. Thank you, Jilu. Thank you, Joel and Joanne, for the honest conversations that we had, both about your professional as well as your personal life. And on behalf of everyone here, we wish you bigger dreams, bigger ventures, and many more chapters in life that you would do as a beautiful family. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure hosting you.
Absolutely. That was a fantastic discussion, and I feel that this Partners in Purpose title turned out to be a discussion which happens in our dining room. So thank you, Annie, for moderating this beautiful session. So can we have a loud round of applause for this? Lot of takeaways. Really, in the interest of time, I'm not mentioning. Please stay back. I would request our chair, Meena Thomas, and our president of KMA, Mr. Hari Kumar, to please join the panelist and the moderator on the stage for the memento. Can I have the mementos, please? We wish all these young entrepreneurs a great journey ahead. It was wonderful listening to all of you. And I'm sure that all the students is carrying a lot of takeaways. A perfect moment. Our speaker, which is going to be an engaging and an interactive session on personal presence and leadership image, which is certainly important. My mentor always tells me, dress for what you dream for, okay? And because leadership today is not just about competency, it's always about how you communicate with purpose, values, and identify to the world. Dr. Kuljit Uppal is a globally acclaimed image scientist and the Chief Executive Officer of CREA, a leading training and consultancy organization dedicated to persona and image management. Widely recognized as the world's first image scientist, she has earned multiple international accolades and world records for pioneering scientific approaches to personal and professional image. A true polymath, her expertise spans image management, corporate soft skills, psychometrics, communication, personality development, NLP, aviation, education, and customer service. She also holds a PhD in image management along with several master's degrees across diverse disciplines, with nearly 3 decades of experience across aviation, education, media, IT, and corporate trainings. She has mentored thousands of professionals and leaders. Dr. Uppal is also the creator of the Persona and Image Quotient PIQ, an innovative framework that evaluates personal impact and presence. Ma'am, the floor is yours. So here, please join me in welcoming Dr. Kuljit Uppal, the image scientist, CEO CREA, who will lead us through building your persona and image that speaks volume.
All those kind words. Good afternoon, everyone. Surely everyone's had a good lunch, siesta time. And I was specifically told that I'm being put in the post-lunch slot. The challenge is mine now to get all of you activated. Firstly, I'd like to thank KMA and the entire team here. Thank you, Mr. Hari Kumar, and the entire team here at KMA that very warmly invited me one more time, because I was here in 2023 when Nirmala was the president at that point in time, and I had an absolute blast with all the women here and the entire group of people. And I'm having a blast today too. So thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be back with known faces. Probably some of you were there with me in 2023, I don't know. Give me a hand if any of you, oh, there are a few, great. All right, so I'm not going to be letting you sit onto your seats, okay? So we're first going to activate ourselves. I need 4 volunteers from different age groups, and one has to be a man amongst them. You know, we women believe in giving men the similar platform. Okay, so 4 volunteers, come on.
Please, let's support.
Someone who's post 50, 55. I'm 60, by the way. So if someone can be in my age bracket, I have a 30-year-old daughter who's an AI scientist in the US. Come on, someone who can give me that. Don't tell me women, come on, volunteers. I'm not going to make you peel and cut vegetables here right now. Superb. Come, come, come. 3 more. A gentleman, anyone? Any gentleman here who's willing to? Look at this, all the gray-haired ones are coming in. What about the young girls? One young girl also. Come, please, please come. 1 gentleman, come on. Are we short on gentlemen here? I'm just seeing Mr. Hari Kumar and, oh, please come. All right. 4 volunteers. We have 1 here. What's your name?
Asha Suresh.
Asha. Yeah. I have Asha with me here, and what's your good name? Shrikant. And Sharika and Nehla. Big round of applause for all of them, please. Thank you for coming in. Now come this side, please. All right. So what we're going to do is okay, clear space this side. 2 here and 2 there. I'll be in the center. Okay. I want all of you to first get up, please. Rise. Rise and shine. Everyone's had their lunch, right? Is there anyone who's sitting here hungry? Nobody. Super. Okay. Let's play some music. Now the rules is, before you start, the rule is simple. We'll have only 1 monitor over here. As in, 1 person who leads everyone. You don't dance the way you want to dance. You dance the way that person is dancing. And who's going to choose who that person is going to be? Yours truly. Okay? I'll start it off first. Okay? So the 4 people here, the volunteers, you may want to step back a little bit so that you can see what I'm doing. The 4 volunteers will also do exactly what I'm doing, and all of you will also. The moment I move back and I point towards any one volunteer, whatever that volunteer wants to do, don't make it too tough for the ones out there. Okay? Everyone will do exactly that step. Got it? And randomly, I'll pick up someone else in the volunteering group, and they will do whatever they have to. The moment I point towards any one of you, you start dancing the way you want. Don't get so frazzled. Okay, are we done? Let's have the music.
You know the move on fire. We gon' boogie, jiggle, wiggle, and dance like a room on fire. We gon' drink drinks and take shots until we fall in us like a room on fire. Now baby, get my booty naked, take off all your clothes and like a room on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire at all.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, everyone, a little better spirited now? Okay, superb. All right. So before I start talking about the subject, let me lead you through a little story about myself. Some things have already been shared, some things I shall. You know my name, Dr. Kuljeet Uppal. Happen to be the world's first image scientist, impact strategist, blah, 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 blah. So I'm from the forces family. My father was in the Air Force. I'm married to an army man. So hardcore Fauji. That's the spirit I've been brought up with. And for me, patriotism typically means giving, contribution. And that's how I've spent my journey. I started as a pilot way back. I was probably the 4th lady pilot in the country. I got my license in 1988. And I have an FAA license also. Thank you. And from there, I moved into advertising, making movies, making films, and doing a lot of creative content. And from advertising, I moved into media. I was working with the Times of India for a while. And then I moved into IT, creating a lot of WBTs and CBTs. I don't think today's generation is aware of what they are, but at some point in time, we did a lot of that stuff. And then to hardcore education, I was the global head of AppTech Limited for all of the program and content development in academia. And then one fine day, something nagged me, and I decided to quit my job and move into research at the age of 45. I started my PhD and researched because I wanted some answers to questions that had been nagging in my head. I noticed in all of the industries that I had gone to a common denominator, and that common denominator was that I noticed that there was a lack of prowess in the impact that we made as individuals, whether it was communication, whether it was etiquette, whether it was behavior, whether it was just being able to have enough self-worth, and so on and so forth. Initially, it just kind of intrigued me, it made me curious, but then they reached a stage when it started nagging me. And I said, enough, time to get answers, and that's what promoted me to move for my PhD journey. Little did I know that this journey that I have embarked upon is actually going to be something that is going to create an absolute new revolution. There was no seminal academic work in the area. It was a pristine area in terms of academia. And I, from ground zero, started off, invested a lot of time. It's taken years and years and years. PhD is not easy, believe me. And I went into the in-depth study of psychology, sociology, anthropology, semiotics, design, aesthetics, advanced level of statistics and mathematics. And finally, after many, many years of hard work and creating scientific models, new concepts, doing empirical testing, and all of that, a new science was born, the multidisciplinary science of PRIM, persona and image management. And along with that, a few inventions, a patented product, which she has announced already, the first persona and image quotient, and several other scientific dimensions. And today, I'm in that path where I help the youth, women of the world, and professionals to become the most incredible version of themselves. And that is my journey here. The journey that started from what I said right in the beginning. Patriotism is all about contribution. I'm in my mode of selfless contribution today, and I'm very happy in this journey. I've impacted a few lakhs of people across the globe, and I do that all the while. Like I'm here today to try and give you some takeaways. Of course, all the years can't be brought down into a 45-minute session, so I will be giving you some takeaways probably as we move along and be able to help you to go forward in your journey. Apart from all of my professional domain, I also have, in fact, I think I was born with this, a bug called curiosity that made me an avid learner for life. And that has made me go into so many areas. So I am not the kind who likes to be just stuck with one area. I love exploring because there's a hunger to learn more. In fact, my most recent learning is interior design. I've just got into it recently, alongside. I'm designing a 5-bedroom villa in Khandala. You heard of Khandala in Maharashtra? Yeah. So I'm very happy because it's given me a new impetus. I'm also a psychometric analyst. I work with RBI and a few other clients to deal with psychometrics. And I'm a Bharatanatyam dancer and a professional singer. So a few things. I was a national level athlete at some point in time. I don't play sports anymore, don't have the time. So that's a little about me. My daughter, as I said, is a 30-year-old. She's an AI scientist in the US. Husband's a Fauji, and here I am. So let's start the session, ladies. Let's start with a round of clap for yourselves on this occasion that also celebrates the Women's Day. I know it's just gone by, but come on, we women can celebrate it any day. So let's celebrate our own existence, our uniqueness, and let it be an ongoing activity for ourselves. Incidentally, it's supposed to be an interactive session, so you will find me time and again probably throwing out a question at y'all, and feel free to answer. However, if you have questions, I would encourage you to hold it till the end so that we don't block space. We have limited time, and I don't want to kind of overspill. And if I can't answer you in the session, I will be very happy to do it even after the session, all right? Okay, so here goes. Let's talk of the contemporary scenario. See, today, the world is in a constant state of dynamism. And every mortal is thus, directly or indirectly, forced to subscribe to the rapidity of the changing scenarios. Agreed? Be it scientific technologies, or ideologies, or mindsets, everything is constantly changing. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong if I kind of put this analogy together where I say Darwin's theory is in full play, survival of the fittest. And each one of us here is in that little rat race unknowingly of trying to make that extra difference, trying to project ourselves in a certain way. At work, we want to sound immaculate when we speak. We want to be well-dressed. We want to get noticed. We want our ideas to work when we state it in front of a group of people. At our personal level also, we want the best equations with people around us. And we want to understand how better we can make ourselves in terms of how we behave with people, or how we understand people, how we listen to people, and so on and so forth, right? That's the contemporary scenario. And in all of this, while we do learn a lot of things as we move along, some things still need a little refinement. So I'm going to help you to refine yourself a little bit today. My earnest urge to all of you is, if you do know it, brilliant, kudos to all of you. And if you don't know it as yet, take it as an opportunity that you're getting some new filler in for your brain, and take it on and try and execute it in your lives, all right? Okay. So this is the subject, the science of Prim. By the way, edition 1 has a 900 pages book. Edition 2 is over 2,000 pages. So these are academic books, by the way. So it's an ongoing process, because today the digital world is so strong that, in fact, I'm writing chapters and chapters on how to conduct yourself in the digital world now, because there is so much happening, especially trolling. Now, what is Prim all about? I'm not going to get into too technical stuff. My aim here today is, because the subject is huge and extensive, like I said in the beginning, I will share a few golden nuggets with all of you so that you can use it in your daily lives. As far as the world of Prim is concerned, it is primarily a trident for me, a holy trident in a way. I say it's the divine trident for me because it has 3 prongs to it. The first is persona management. The second is image management, and the third is strategic self-management. We're going to be dealing with the first 2 today, not the third one. Primarily, if I just quickly read what my definition is, which is also there in the PhD thesis of mine, Prim, which is an acronym for persona and image management, is a continuous, proactive process of assessing, appraising, organizing, and managing the impact of your inner and outer attributes, appearance, and the resulting response and reaction on yourself and others in line with the achievement of your goals. The appearance in this context refers to the entirety of an individual, the brand, the entity, The qualities, the values, the aura, and the entire package called you, and not plainly one's looks, clothes, makeup, or external manifestation. So I think with this you've understood that we are not talking of what you look like on the outside. No, that's a very small, minuscule part of what Prim is all about. We're talking of starting from inside, okay? And that's where persona comes in place. I'll deal with it as we move along. So let me talk of the first one, which is persona management. This is your core foundation. Your core foundation is primarily your core values, your attributes, your beliefs, all of that. That forms what you are internally. I'll call it your inner DNA of sorts, all right? And just remember one thing. Every thought that you have leads to an action. And that action done repeatedly will cause a habit to be formed or a certain behavior pattern, right? Which indirectly starts forming your character. Your character leads to your reputation, and your reputation takes you forward towards the actualization of your goals. So the starting point is here, your thought. What are your thoughts like? And your thoughts get triggered from your core foundation. What are you made up of? What do you resound with? If I ask you, think of a few words, okay? Imaginary, abstract words that you feel you stand for, or you feel they resonate with you, or you feel they belong to you. What do you think you'll land up with? Let's say 6, 7 words. I'll give you an example for myself. If somebody says, okay, what are those 6, 7 words you deeply feel about? I'd say excellence, integrity, harmony, commitment, logic, creativity, and contribution. These are mine. You can figure out yours. You can figure out yours. These are your core values, and you'll realize that every time in life, if you go past situations where you've had good successes, and you go back somewhere, 1 or 2 of your core values have actually gone and got attached in that decision making there. I don't like mediocrity. I'm being honest. I don't like mediocre work. I'll do it very well or I'll not do it at all. Where's that getting connected with? Integrity, excellence. I want to do everything to the best of my potential because it's a core value with me. So you understand your core values are a very close, integral part of you. You need to identify them so that you can build on them. Another very important aspect of persona management is your inner acceptance of yourself. It's extremely important to accept yourself in the way you are, with your supposed flaws and imperfections. You know what you need to do? Stand in front of a mirror in the morning when you wake up. Look at the mirror straight, give the widest of smiles. I don't know how many of you do this. The widest of smile, give yourself a flying kiss and say, I love you. It sounds funny, it sounds juvenile, but I've had people in my sessions who have later on come back to me a few years and said, you know what, Dr. Kuljeet, you told us to do something like this. Initially, I felt very funny doing it, but when I started doing it, I actually fell in love with myself. It's just the starting point to accept yourself the way you are. You know, research has gone to show, in fact, this little thing that I'm going to share with you. If I ask you actually to stand in front of a mirror and look at yourself and say, okay, what do you see right there? More than often, you'll look and say, naak mera chota hai yaar. Or if your hair is too curly, you'll say, I wish I had long, straight hair. Or you'll say, I don't like this prosperity here. Or if you're too short, you'll say, I'm too short, you're too tall, all of that. Basically, what you start doing is you start trashing yourself. So the starting point is accepting the way you are as the most gorgeous and the most wonderful and most incredible person that can exist. Each one of you sitting here is unique in your own way. Celebrate your uniqueness. Celebrate your uniqueness. Little known to people, when I was 6 months of age, I suffered from a bout of polio in my right leg. I was afflicted with polio as a small child. And you know what happens when somebody is afflicted with polio, right? Walking, running itself is a big question. And my parents didn't know, the doctors didn't know. The best part was that they came to know only when I reached that age when I had to start walking, and I wasn't walking. All the other kids had already got on and they started walking. And then it was discovered that because I'd had dehydration when I was 6 months of age, At that point in time, I'd had this. But I lived with it, I still live with it. But regardless, I worked so hard on myself, so hard, because one fine day I remember being bullied by children. You know how they are, right? You cross the corridor, people are snickering at you and making fun of you because you're dragging your leg as you walk. You don't walk normally. And I came back crying, telling my father, what is wrong with me? Why do people laugh at me? And he looked me straight in the eye and said, there's nothing wrong with you. And I took it as the gospel truth. And I took it like, okay, there's nothing wrong with me. That was the day, and today is the day. Standing here in front of you with 5 slip discs in my back and 2 very damaged knees and n number of things, I still say I'm a rock star and I can do anything I want. Because I'm convinced that there is nothing wrong with me. In fact, so much so, I worked so hard on my leg, thanks to my father, that by the age of, I think I was in the 5th standard, firstly I turned into a Bharatanatyam dancer, which was obviously challenging my leg, okay? Then I became a gymnast, and then I became a national level athlete by end of school, and I became a parade commander at the Rajpath March, leading the NCC contingent, and I became a pilot. Everything that defied the fact that I had polio at some point in time. I worked my way around, but I accepted myself. I knew I had this shortcoming. But that didn't mean that I stopped loving myself for it. So I just want you to understand that each one of us is super unique. Appreciate yourself, celebrate yourself every single day. And you will find that life becomes very easy and happy. Okay. Persona management is very deep into psychology. I won't be going like super deep, but I will share a couple of things that I believe are really important. One of them is encoding. Now, I spoke of beliefs. What happens is that in life, we all have certain observations, certain beliefs. We see something that's happened in our life, and then it happens again and again. And slowly your brain builds something called a neural pathway. Wiring. It's wiring basically going on in your brain, okay? So a neural pathway is built, and the brain affirms that to be one solid belief in your mind. It forms an encode. And you say, aise hi hota hai. This is exactly how things happen. Because you've had the evidence of that happening a few times in your life. Now, encodes can be negative or positive. If they're positive, it's brilliant. They'll help you to grow. They'll keep you energized. They keep you excited in life. But if they turn out to be negative, they can act as barriers and hold you back. They can stagnate you. Let me give you an example. I was in class 2. And like I said, my father was in the Air Force. When he got transferred to Hyderabad, it was mid-session. And I was put to the school, St. Anne's, where I believe, I was told at least, that there were lots of students in that one class where I was put in. My class teacher was a lady called Miss Teresa. I'd never forget her all my life. And while I was put in her class, in her section, it seems she didn't want another extra child. So as time passed by, I realized I became an object of her ridicule, of her anger, of her frustration. Time and again, I would be put onto the bench, and I'd be crying away. I'd be subjugated to all kinds of things. In less than a month's time of all of this happening, one fine day, my father just happened to cross by and thought he'll check on my progress at school. And he was aghast to see me standing on the bench there, crying away. Of course, he came to know what the true story was, etc., etc. And Sister Superior, who was in charge of the convent, she finally, of course, sorted out Miss Teresa. That's one story. But guess what? The damage had been done by then. Miss Teresa taught us maths. Now, because I had started developing a fear, an internal kind of, I won't say hate, it's a very strong word, but dislike for sure, I started not liking her is one thing, but I also started disliking her subject, mathematics. So much so that my interest in the subject totally died. And it continued for almost 40 years of my life. 40 years of my life. I stayed away from that subject because there was just something to do with numbers. I just didn't like it. That encode in my head was so negative And I nurtured that encode. That neural pathway was right there. That maths is a tough subject. It's harsh on you. And maths teachers are like obnoxious. So I would just be so petrified of the subject and petrified of maths teachers. Much later, when I was doing my psychometrics course, and I was told to do a multiple intelligence test, I discovered to my strangest surprise that I was a very high on numerical numbers and logic. And I was like, what? It can't happen. What nonsense. I'm not good at maths. And I was made to understand it's got nothing to do with mathematics. The intelligence to do with logic and numerical ability is a different story, which of course leads to your maths, etc., etc. And that's when suddenly my entire mindset changed. And I was like, hey, hold on, Kuljit. You were supposed to be very intelligent in maths. What have you done all your life? You've been running away from this subject. And thank goodness that when I did my PhD, I went into advanced level of statistics and maths. And I said, numbers, bring them on. I can handle you now. So what did it take? 40 years of downward movement, living with a negative encode in my head, saying maths is blah, 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 and one moment of that evidence that changed my entire scene towards that negative encode. If any of you sitting here have negative encodes in your head, the time has come today to go and view them one more time. See, you can never change a bad beginning, but you can start today and create a great ending, right? So when you're looking at your past, you can do nothing to change it, but you can change the way you interpret your past. True? Yes or no? Right. So I want all of you to try and do that. Interpret all your barriers that are holding you on. Interpret what are the negative encodes that are so dearly being held on to you, into your mind, and change your wiring. The time has come to utilize neuroplasticity because wiring can change. All right? So I need a solemn promise from all you beautiful women today. Go back, do this for heaven's sake. And you will realize the moment you've conquered that journey where you can change your wiring and convert your negative encodes into positive encodes, you would have taken a step up in your life. Okay, the next thing I want to also share with you is the power of autosuggestion. I just gave you an example of my whole journey with the polio thing, right? It was constantly telling myself, I can do it, I can do it. I knew physically my leg was not in the position, but by telling myself that, I worked harder on myself. And I reached where I am today. So try and develop the power of autosuggestion in various areas that you may want to use at your personal or your professional domain. And tell yourself the right messaging so that you can actually improve internally, all right? Okay, let's move to image management. There are 6 elements of image management which have been scientifically deduced: verbal skills, etiquette, clothing, body language, grooming, and self-concept. I'll come to them very soon. And of course, the third one is strategic self-management, which I spoke of, which is primarily a whole collection of WHO's 10 core life skills and other strategic skills which are used by professionals and which are very, very handy. Also includes things like networking and negotiation, etc. But we're not dealing with this today, so I'm just going to skip this slide now. Okay. How many of you have heard this? The first impression is the best impression. And we want to make sure it's not the only impression. You also want to create a lasting impression. True? Remember, my dear friends, you never get a second chance to make your first impression. So make it the best one you can. In fact, there's a very interesting sentence that I had come across during my research, and I want to share that with you. Listen to it carefully. You cannot not communicate. I'll repeat that. You cannot not communicate, which means what? Every single minute, you are sending out a message. You are emitting a message. Even when you're sitting right now and I'm watching each one of you, you're emitting a message to me. When you talk, in any case, you're emitting a message. But every single moment, you're sending out a signal about yourself. Now, if that messaging is being sent so often and so frequently, constantly, it becomes a very important part of our lives, isn't it? So there was a very interesting research done way back in the 1950s by a gentleman who studied the impact of a message. And he had some very interesting findings, which I'll share with you. He said 55% of the impact of the message we make comes from your appearance and your body language. 38% comes from your vocal tonality, how you use your voice. And 7% comes from the actual use of words that you use. But guess what? We spend our lifetime working on that 7%. And then we wage a war of 93% so hard. Whereas it is so simple to deal with that 93%. This is a very acclaimed research, by the way, and so don't take it easy. Don't start ignoring the first two, because they are the ones that will make your journey far easier. As far as image management is concerned, see, when we talk of a brand, we talk of an aggregate of impressions. Analogously, when we look at human beings or individuals, we're also talking of an aggregate of impressions in totality. It's never about just some aspect of a person. It's everything. So you have to understand the inner self, the outer self, and the social self. All three are very, very important. When it comes to image management, we can also say that it's a combination of self-image, which is what you feel about yourself, projected image, what you project, and received image, which is what people perceive about you. So it's a combo of all these three, which will finally become your image. I spoke of the message. Make sure that the message you send to people in the world is analogous with your value system. Remember I spoke of the core foundation? Do not pick up what somebody else's messaging is to the world, because that's not you. You have to stay authentic. The key to true image management is authenticity. Remember I spoke of you being in love with yourself the way you are. Only when you love yourself can you love others in the truest way. But start with your own self-worth first. Love yourself. Authenticity with whatever you do, your core value system, all of that is what has to come out to the world in a pronounced manner. When we talk of ACEs of image management, let me just tell you there are 4 ACEs typically that we will like to achieve. Being authentic, appropriate, attractive, and affordable. Authentic, let me give you examples. So let's say can you just suggest some actress's name, a popular one? Katrina Kaif. Oh, wow. That's a beautiful one. Right. Okay. So let's say I want to look like Katrina Kaif. I want to be like Katrina Kaif. So I go into the stores. I pick up brands she uses, the footwear she uses. I even go to a parlor and get my hair done the way she does. And everything that's to do with Katrina. Okay? Do I become Katrina Kaif? No. Why not? Because the true me is what is within me. My core foundation is very different. My thoughts are very different. So no matter what I try, I can never be like someone else. So don't choose to be like anyone else. Stay authentic. Respect yourself the way you are. Be authentic. So first, ACE. Second, appropriate. Do you wear your bedtime clothes to office? Yes, no? No. Do you talk to your boss the same way you talk to your child? No. So what are you doing? You're accommodating, you're meandering, which means based on a certain occasion, environment, etc., you're being appropriate. And that is a key. It's a sensible thing to do. Depending on the occasion, you meander yourself, which means it's a smart, intelligent way of executing and conducting yourself. Attractive. Anyone here who doesn't want to look attractive? Raise your hand. Thank goodness. Who doesn't want to look attractive? Serious? You want to look bad? I saw one hand raise up very sheepishly. You don't want to look attractive? Anyway. And affordable. There's a wrong notion going on in the market that only when you wear these big brands and you wear these expensive footwear and jewelry and all of that, you have a great image. So not true. I'll quote the father of the nation here. What was he wearing? The simplest of khadi, right? And just in a dhoti. Look at his image. Unbeatable. You can be dressed in the simplest cottons, khadis, whatever you choose, and have a fabulous image, because image is not about brands. It's not. It's how you carry yourself, and that's the most important thing. Remember, your image is only going to add on to your intelligence, your knowledge, all of your other attributes. It's not a replacement. Never ever think that it's image that will take me through. No, it's not. It's going to only complement it further. It is going to help you further. It's an added advantage. Okay, quickly, the image cycle. This is like a quick run for all the people who want to do it quickly for themselves. How do we start? So the first thing is how we see ourselves. I told you about the mirror drill, right? Stand in front of the mirror, look at yourself, keep a pen and paper next to you, write down what you see in front of you. Whatever, n number of things that you'll write. The next step would be how we dress and groom ourselves. Ask yourself, be your truest critic, and ask yourself, how do I dress? How do I groom myself? You know, very often the world around you also tells you certain things. Take them seriously, listen very carefully. People must be saying, you use very dull colors. Or they might just say, you haven't done up your hair today? Or maybe, hey, your footwear is dirty. So when we're talking of dressing, grooming, sometimes you get feelers also from outside, but more than that, you can be very honest with yourself. Third step would be how we think, feel, and act or behave. Ask yourself, am I the kind who flips a lid at the drop of a hat? I get annoyed. Do I keep interrupting people? Do I have very less patience? Do I abuse just at the drop of a hat? You know, the younger generation today, their vocabulary is very different. I do not know how many over here sitting in this room are also part of that same game, but sometimes it just shocks me because I deal with a lot of youth in my mission that I'm doing, and it just shocks me that I don't understand the language they speak anymore. I need a separate dictionary, I think. It's certain words that don't actually mean that. Like someone said the other day, ma'am, you're sick. And I said, really? What I said was sick, or am I looking sick, or what? And she said, no, you're like sick. And I said, what does that mean? And she said, you're fabulous. I was like, oh, hello. I mean, I need a new tutorial in English because that language just doesn't, settle in my head anymore. They're words that are just, I don't know. I mean, this is very, very different. It's just different. Okay, so coming back to how we think, feel, and act or behave, be honest to yourself and ask yourself these questions. Be your true critic. Am I living it up the way I would like to be, in terms of the way I deal with people? Am I friendly? Am I a gossip monger? Do I love talking behind the back? Am I blah, 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 whatever is your list. Now, all of this you're scribbling down onto your sheet of paper. And last is, the first 3 steps is your own self-introspection. The 4th step, you go out and talk to people now. How others see us and react or respond. Who do you think you'll go to first? Married people? Who you'll go to first? Come on, answer me. Sorry? Spouse? If you've had a fight that morning with your spouse, you think it's a good time to go and ask him this? Probably not. You'll find a little more fire in the input. Just kidding. But you know what? If you go to your parents, do you think they'd be a safe bet? They have hearts in the eyes when it comes to their child. They will sugarcoat it like crazy. Or they'll say, no, you're okay. I can imagine my daughter coming up to me. I'm saying I'm a mother myself, right? Coming up to me and saying, Mom, tell me honestly, what do you think about me? And I'll be, you're the sweetest child on earth. The best daughter one could have in the universe. Mothers have a little problem there. But the sensibility as women is that we are able to break loose when somebody says, this is serious stuff, Mom. I want an honest opinion. We will be very, very honest. But I think the most honest, and no marks for guessing here, the most honest people that you can get your input from is, guess who? Siblings. Siblings, because they know you like nobody else does. They have seen you, grown with you, and they know exactly what you are. So if you want a true, honest opinion, go to your siblings, sisters, brothers, whoever, and take their opinions. Now, once you've got your entire list ready, start looking point by point. What are the areas that I need to work on? And start your journey. The image cycle is not something as a one time in your life. You have to keep on doing it over and over again till that long list diminishes and becomes like maybe 1 or 2 points. Obviously, you're going to keep evolving, so there will be new things that will get added in. But this is the way where you can start at least improving your image. Okay? I spoke of these elements. Let's just go past some of them now, a little more in depth. Okay, now time for a little more interaction. Do you want more energy? Let's have, I'm going to play a song, and this is for all of you now. Listen very carefully. You heard of this song, Wo Chali, Wo Chali? Yeah? I want you to identify 2 things. And we're going to give a loud clap to the person who finally gets the answer well. Okay? What you have to do, can you please sit? Thank you. What you have to do is identify the gaps where there is no music. It's just silent. Count the number of gaps. And Wo Chali, how many times has it been repeated? 2 things. Clear? Everyone, ready? We'll have the volume fairly loud so that, okay, we'll just do a trial first, just for the first few seconds so you understand the gaps I'm talking of. Please play it. Wo Chali.
वो चली देखो प्यार की गली उसे रोके ना कोई वो चली ना 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 मेरी जा देखो जाना ना वहाँ कोई प्यार का लुटेरा लूटे ना मेरी जान वो चली she's found
those gaps. And you have to also count Wo Chali how many times. Right? Please play it one more time from the start. And be attentive, please. This is for you. I'm doing it for you.
वो चली देखो प्यार की गली उसे रोके ना कोई वो चली ना 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 मेरी जा देखो जाना ना वहाँ कोई प्यार का लुटेरा लूटे ना मेरी जान वो चली she's found the love that's real now her wounded heart is healed finally वो चली leaving all her tears behind only love's on her mind finally
Hide. 9 times. 7 times. 10 times. Anyone more than 10? Anyone more than 10? Okay, what about the gaps? 17 times. 15. Okay, I'll tell you what. Even I don't know. This was only to get you guys up. Since somebody said, yeah, we need more energy. Okay, so I have the last 5 minutes I've been told, so I'm going to really race past this, okay? Now, amongst the 6 elements, I want to leave the call on you guys. What do you want to know more about? Verbal skills, clothing, grooming, etiquette, self-concept, or body language? Quick, I'll deal with that. Not you. You're the compare. I'm talking about the crowd. No, we can't have 2. I'm giving you the benefit of only 5 minutes right now. Do you want to do this at all? Okay, there are 2 voices that are coming out parallel. One is saying verbal skills, one is saying body language. So I'll quickly do this. What do you think is tone? And this is like a KBC quiz, real fast. Tell me, what's tone? Tone is when you attach your heart to your voice, the emotion that it brings out. If I say, hello, versus I say, hello, that's tone. What's volume? How loud, how soft, right? No marks for guessing. What's pitch? How high or how low does your voice go? Have you heard people who shriek like crazy? They need to have some pitch control. Most of us just speak because we have a voice. But remember the 38% tonality that I spoke of? Learn to speak. I've been a voiceover artist since 1986. My voice is on National Geographic, Doordarshan, lot of other channels, on ads. I have learned to culture my voice in a certain way because I've realized my voice sounds nice at this pitch. Figure out your own pitch, which sounds nice. Okay, rate or pace. Exactly. You don't want to speak so fast that you can't be heard. On the other hand, you don't want to be so slow that you make people sleep. Right. So normally, people speak between 120 to 150 words per minute. I don't expect you to record yourself and then start counting 1, 2, 3, 4. Just be in control and keep a momentum that is just reasonable to be heard and understood. Enunciation and clarity. Anyone? Distinct pronunciation of the words and syllables. Learn to pronounce. Lots of us in India have something called mother tongue influence, MTI. Listen to channels that do not have specifically your mother tongue flavors that have come into your way of speaking a certain language, or even could be English, for example, so that you are better understood by people outside your own domain, geographical domain. Okay? So it helps, especially if any of you are working in the global scenario, so you can improve yourself in terms of your enunciation. And lastly, inflection. Inflection is where you emphasize certain syllables. You heard the way I said, you emphasize. What am I doing? I'm increasing the impact. Most orators and speakers use inflection like crazy because it helps you to create weight on certain words. Okay, let's move to the next one, body language. Posture, facial expressions, gestures, body movement, all of this is part of this medium of communication called the body. That's why it's called body language, where without even using your mouth or any vocal tonality or words, you're able to convey a message. The first thing is your posture itself. I want all of you to just stand for a second. And this is just so that you can enhance your posture better. When you stand, how do you stand? The ideal way, let me stand in the center so that everyone can see. The ideal way is, whatever is your hip, okay, go straight down. So don't stand with your legs so close, because now from your hip inward, you have converted your legs to go right down there. So it is going to cause disturbance in the long run. So always keep your legs a few inches apart, number one. Number two, when you balance your weight, let me turn sideways. And I'm telling you all these things which are kinesthetic movements, okay? Mapokpi, that's a technique, basically to just make sure you always have the right posture. So when you are standing, your weight has to be between the ball of your feet and your heel. You can't be ahead and you can't be behind. You get that? It has to be somewhere in between. I want all of you to sense moving forward. Just move like a block of wood in such a way. Don't lose balance and fall on somebody ahead of you. But just move like this. And go up to the point where you feel the pressure only on your toes now. Don't bend your back. Now go back till the time all the weight is transferred to the heels. You can sense it? Now come back somewhere in between, and you don't have extra pressure on either of the places. That's the right way to just balance your weight when you stand for long periods of time. Please sit. Second thing I want to quickly demonstrate, if I can have a chair, I want to show most of us, can I just have a chair over here if you don't mind? So sorry, I should have asked for this earlier. Yeah, just for 1 sec. So I'm going to teach you something called a Feldenkrais method. We're all today, more than often, sitting at our desk. Should I take it more in the center? Can everyone see if I sit here? Okay. So now I want you to do the second drill with me. Whenever you sit, the right way to sit is, okay, before I do that, actually, let me see how you sit. I want all of you to just stand. Now, when you sit, just focus for a second on your knees when you're about to sit. When I say sit, just focus on your knees. Sit. Again, focus on your knees. Stand. Understood? Whatever impact is happening? Now do this with me. First time I'll demonstrate. What I want you to do is you will shift the weight from your knees onto your hip. Okay? So what you're going to do is, and I'll do it deliberately a little slowly, you will shift your body ahead, okay? Not as a wooden block. No, first just watch me. Okay, one sec. I'll do this in the side so that you can see. Okay, what I want you to do is, not right now, just watch me first. Where you're bending ahead, okay? So you've shifted the center of gravity. It's come here to the hip. And now I go down, sit, and then settle back. Similarly, when I have to stand up, I first bring myself ahead, raise myself, and then I straighten out. Clear? Let's do it together now. Okay? So now everyone bend a little ahead and focus on the knees, okay? The impact that you're going to have on your knees. Bend ahead, now sit down, and straighten up in the chair. Did you see a difference? Now bend ahead, raise yourself, and stand. Did you see the change of impact on your knees? Yes or yes? That's called the Feldenkrais method. This is the way to become a lambi race ka ghoda. If you want to be, you're going to be working constantly, sitting in your chair for hours and hours together, your joints are going to rot. They're going to get clammed. So at least develop the right techniques to hold your posture in your sitting and your standing. Okay? Thank you. Okay, we let it be. With regard to posture, there's something called a power stance. Every time you go for a meeting, a conference, a talk, whatever, assume you're going to be, I know I've kind of overstepped. 2 minutes? Can I take 2 minutes more and just close? All right. Every time you get into that kind of a stance, don't just go and say, okay, hello everyone, I am blah, 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 blah. No. Just before you get onto stage, get into a power stance. And each one has their own power stance, by the way. But typically, it would be shoulders back. Pull yourself up as if somebody's pulled you in terms of height. So you feel empowered. It's your diaphragm opening up completely. Take a good deep breath. And then when you stand with your legs slightly apart, ground yourself as if you're standing in a magical circle, which is going to, bring all the energy you want onto you. And then start talking. You will suddenly feel that you're relaxed. Every time you do postures or gestures, your body language, people are watching constantly. There are people who talk using their hands all over like that. That's not the right thing to do. You're just supposed to be within this much frame. You use your hands within this much frame. There are n number of things when it comes to posture and gestures. But for the moment, I'll just tell you, avoid these things. If you want to create good body language, can you read right behind, or you want me to quickly read that? Things like frowning, staring, face touching, stroking your chin, shifty eye contact, nodding of your head, crossing your arms and creating barriers, cracking your knuckles, hands in the pocket or hidden behind the desk, fidgeting with a pen or phone, pointing, biting of nails, and so on and so forth. All these things can be misconstrued to be signs of restlessness, of underconfidence, of not knowing what the subject matter is, etc., etc. So if you have unknowingly these habits, then please ensure that you get rid of them at the earliest you can. This session has been lovely. I wish I had more time, but I know we have constraints, and that always happens because as a researcher, you have so much more to give. But I hope I've been able to give you some benefits and some takeaways before you go this evening. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to being able to come back some other day again with KMA and deal with some more issues and some more challenges. But before I go, I think I want to go to the last slide, which I feel everyone should. I'm just going to go past. Sorry, one sec. Yeah. I love this Mexican proverb. It says, they thought they buried us. They didn't know we were seeds. And I think that's very applicable to women. So I wish you all well. And all I want to say is that the divine Shakti is inside each one of us. Recognize it, stay unique, and become the most incredible version of yourselves because you're truly, truly worth it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Is been moderator by Devi Nair, and it is titled as Leading with Purpose, the Social Good Blueprint. Ms. Devi A. Nair is an academic professional associated with the School of Management Studies at QSAT in Kerala. She is a good friend, and she also specializes in marketing, research, and academic consultancy, highlighting a blend of academic and applied professional interest over a career spanning many years. So over to you, Devi.
Welcome to the esteemed audience to our second panel discussion today. And the title of our panel discussion is Leading with Purpose, Innovation, Education, and Enterprise. And we have a varied panel with us. We're lucky to have 3 different experts from a variety of fields, but they are thought leaders in their chosen areas of expertise. And where they intersect is in the point of purpose, because their purpose is social enrichment. So let's get to know them better. This is Mr. Ubay Sali to my left. He's the Executive Director of Merricartel Mills, a Kerala-based coconut manufacturing and exporting company with over 50 years of history and a star export house status. He has a BTech in IT and MBA in marketing and finance, and he moved from tech consulting to family business in 2010 and hasn't looked back since. Mr. Ali has driven innovation across coconut processing and packaging. He holds 4 patents in his name and has led the company to achieving many accolades, including the FICCI Made in India Award. He's also the founder of More Than a Nut, the Coconut Experience, a truly innovative platform exploring the potential of coconut across food, wellness, and as a zero-waste value addition. Welcome, Ubay, to the discussion. Next to him is Mr. Shrikant Hari. Shrikant is the founder of Rush Hour Wellness Solutions and director at Ahoy Wellness Private Limited. He has over a decade of experience in lifestyle and preventive wellness. He designs structured and root cause-oriented programs focused on metabolic health, addressing areas such as gut health, fatty liver, and weight loss. His approach combines clinical insights with behavioral science, and with the social purpose of helping people move from merely managing symptoms to long-term well-being. Welcome to the panel, Shrikant. Vandana Vinod, I don't have to point out to her, you know who she is. Is a Kochi-based fashion designer and entrepreneur. She's an alumna of NIFT and London's Central St. Martin's, one of the most prestigious design schools in the world. Early in her career, while working with global brands, she saw firsthand the scale of waste built into mainstream fashion, and that concern has shaped everything that followed. Vandana launched Mini Me in Mumbai, inspired by her daughter, and later back in Kerala, founded House of Vandy as a space that brings together sustainable design and craft from across India. Welcome, dear Vandy, to the panel. So, lady and gentlemen, as we sit here today at the Women Leadership Conclave, what comes to my mind is when I was about 11 or 12 years old was the first time I saw the movie Mary Poppins. So Mary Poppins is this super nanny who lives in the skies, and she comes down to earth to look after children who really need her. So in the film, she comes to look after a brother and sister whose parents are never home. So Papa is out working, of course, at his office, and Mama is out marching because she is a suffragette. So for an 11-year-old Malayali girl, I had no idea what suffrage or suffragette was. And I still remember tasting that mild shock at the back of my mouth when I heard that women had to take out marches had to get trampled under the feet of race horses, get arrested, get beaten for their fight to get the right to vote. Universal suffrage, which we take as granted in a democratic India, was a fight that was hard won for us by women whose names we never knew, we will never know. So when an International Women's Day rolls by, another March 8th rolls by, the personal significance that I have for this day is the sacrifice and the ultimate sacrifice of so many unheard, unsung, unacknowledged women who are the reason why we are able to enjoy the quality of life that we have today. So I want to hear from you, one of the men, maybe Ubes first, what your personal resonance is with Women's Day.
Good afternoon all. On a Women's Day, the word, when we hear that Women's Day, it's a jargon now. So, but when we hear about, as far as I am concerned, it's all about the woman who shaped me. My mother, my sister, my wife. So it's all about the gratitude that I have towards those women in my life. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Because there has been, as you rightly said, unacknowledged, silent, prayers, discipline, all these things which they actually impart to us, being a backbone to a family. Then the second thing is, on a Women's Day, in my faith, a respect for a woman. I'm practicing Islam, so respect for women is not optional. It's a duty. It's a responsibility. So on a Women's Day, I would rather retrospect me or what I have done. Am I being fair enough in actually acknowledging women or giving them opportunities, whether it is in my home or whether it is at my workplace or any occasions. That's the second thing which comes to my mind. And also I believe that it's not the celebration of Women's Day, it's not on stage. It's an everyday practice, or it's an everyday behavior, or it's an everyday culture. So that's the thing which comes to my mind when I think about Women's Day.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here with everybody. Since I work in a wellness ecosystem, 70% of my clientele are women. And what I have seen is, especially when it comes to working women, managing home is a full-time job. Managing husband and kid is another full-time job. And doing your job is another full-time job. But what I have seen and what I tell my clients, that if you try to score 10 out of 10 in 3 full-time jobs, it's not humanly possible. So on International Women's Day, what I feel is I tell them, like, accept it. Nobody can be so perfect. And that stress which is building up, that, that spotlight syndrome, which makes you feel that, am I being judged? Maybe by in-laws, maybe by relatives, maybe by siblings. Nobody cares. So I think that emotional, that I won't use the word trauma, it's a very hard word. But that is what is stopping for most of the women I have seen for bringing the best out of her. I think there's a lot in human beings, lot in all of you, and women outside. I think hardly 20 to 30% is what we tap into. 70% is untapped potential. So through my work, I try to help people to bring out the best version. As the previous speaker said, I think she is getting into my zone. Most of the topics is what even I have to cover. So bringing the best out of you, there's no competition exists. You don't have to compare yourself with anybody because you are unique. Even biologically, there's a term called bio-individuality. So what your hormones, what your thoughts, how your thoughts resonate will depend how your body will respond to it and how your ecosystem around you will respond to it. So നമ്മൾ ആരോടും ഒരു റേസിന് ലൈഫിലില്ല. നമ്മൾ നമ്മളുടേതായ രീതിയിൽ നമ്മളുടെ ബെസ്റ്റ് വേർഷനായിട്ട് പുറത്ത് ബ്രിങ് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതായിരിക്കും. ഐ തിങ്ക് ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ദ ബെസ്റ്റ് തിങ് വി ക്യാൻ ഡു ഫോർ അവർ സെൽഫ്. ഐ തിങ്ക് ദാറ്റ്സ് വാട്ട് ഐ ഹാവ് ടു സേ.
Thank you. Vandana?
Hi, thank you so much and good evening everybody. And fantastic by these two men, fantastic answers about how Women's Day is considered. And personally what I feel is even if Women's Day was earlier fighting for rights for women, but I feel today Women's Day is a celebration of who they are, their resilience, and I feel their empathy and their whatever conditioning they've gone through. That's a celebration of who they are today. And I feel they're very empathetic. Women as generally they are very empathetic. They are mothers. And I feel even in my body of work where I feel that when I started House of Andy, I wanted to, I was empathetic about what the world should be for our generations and everything, and that's where it has come to. So I feel women are very compassionate about who they're surrounded with or what about the world and everything. So that's what I feel Women's Day is a celebration of, and because of that, women can make change in this world in a better way.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Ubez, a question to you. In one of our conversations, you mentioned that if all the trees disappeared from this world and only the coconut tree remained, we could still have life on Earth. Could you elaborate a little more? And I'd like to draw the attention of the audience to the little badge that he's wearing. He is also known as a coconut man of Kerala. So that's Ubez. So let's hear more about the mighty, humble coconut nut.
Thank you, Devi. That's a good jargon to call me as a coconut man. That's some people say that. I mean, I'm dark outside and white inside, just like coconuts. So I'm somebody. Actually, I'm basically on education-wise, I'm a computer engineer, and after that, I did my MBA. Being from a family business, I happened to be in coconut. I mean, I came back from my IT consulting job, and I just joined the family business around 15 years back. So it happened to be in coconut. In this journey, one thing I could understand is that coconut has been completely underrated. We all say that go vocal for local, but I have never seen somebody talking about coconut. I've seen people talking about Italian pistachios, Californian almonds, olive oils from Spain, but I have never seen somebody talking much about coconut. But we have been interacting every day with coconut, like coconut products, what we make, and every day we do tests and all, a lot of nutritional analysis, fatty acid profiles. One thing which we have understood is that it is unique in many ways. So it has got a divine nature, but we have never been acknowledging it. It has never been recognized, or whatever it deserves, it has not been given. So that is one of the reasons why we have actually come up with something called More Than a Nut. See, we just want to showcase the world that coconut is not just a nut, it is much more than a nut. Because even if you have, because as you all know, this is Kalpavruksha, everybody talks about, we write compositions. നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും ചെറുപ്പത്തിലെ കോമ്പോസിഷനൊക്കെ എഴുതാം, കൽപ്പവൃക്ഷത്തിനെ കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ കോമ്പോസിഷനൊക്കെ എഴുതാറ്. But we never understood the meaning of actually what is being like a tree of life. So that is why we say that if you don't have anything else, suppose you don't have jackfruit, you don't have plantain, you don't have mango tree, nothing else, but if you have coconut tree, you can survive on it. Because you can, as an essential, whatever essentials do you require, because you have food from it, you have cosmetics from it, you have building material from it, you have your nutraceuticals from it, you have your therapeutics from it. You have beverage from it. Whatever you ask for, you have a solution for
Sorry,
it.
this more than a nut, the experience,
Yeah.
that avenue, that arena that you have in Alua,
Yep.
it is made with coconut,
Yes,
all parts of
yes.
the coconut tree.
Yeah, it's been completely built in because we just want to showcase the world that coconut is just not a nut. It's not like നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും പറയില്ലേ എന്ത് തേങ്ങയാണ്. I mean, we just devalue it like that. ജീവിതം കോഞ്ഞാട്ടയായി എന്നൊക്കെ പറയും നമ്മൾ. We don't want that to be considered in that way. So we have actually done an experience center in Alua, in front of our factory, a complete thing, which is completely built in coconut. Even the flooring has been done with coconut tree, coconut trunk wood. The cladding, the acoustic cladding has been done using coconut shell. The laminates has been used using, our konyata, that is our coconut sheath has been used as the laminate. Whatever we serve there is out of coconut. Our lampshades are out of peduncles. Coconut peduncles have been used as the lampshades. We have used coir as a diffuser of lights. We have whatever we serve there, that is the cakes, muffins, brownies, cookies, everything is made out of coconut. It's all about the sustainability, a circular economy. Like nothing goes waste in coconut. It's a zero waste. So even though we have all these things which is pertaining to especially coconut, but we have never valued it. So that is one of the reasons why we normally say that the tree of life or the kalpavruksha means you can survive on it. And the best example for that is the Lakshadweep population. The Lakshadweep population has been, now it's almost 50,000 people are there in Lakshadweep. Initially there are almost 5 to 6, including ladies have been put in Lakshadweep as a punishment so that they die there from Kerala. Now that has happened around 50 years back. Now the population has actually, long back. But now the population has grown to a level of 50,000 just because that they had coconuts, the coconut tree, which is just given their food, their basic essentials like building material, their tongue cleaner, their cleaning utility, their nutrition. So you have everything from that. Even then, you are not valuing it in the proper way. That's why we started an initiative called More Than a Nut.
So there's no fruit that is deserving of this, alignment with sustainability than coconut, right? Wonderful. And Shrikant, your programs are root cause oriented. And you have developed a concept called MBS Harmony. Could you tell us a little more about that? MBS?
Yeah, MBS stands for Mind, Body and Soul, because we tend to see a lot of people, especially women folks. Some of you might be feeling, I'm doing my workout, I'm eating a healthy food, still I'm not losing weight. I'm sure some of you from the audience will be feeling the same. So what's wrong with you? Because all your check-off boxes are ticked green. Then why are you not losing weight? So there comes this mind, body and soul, because once we started going deep into their lifestyle, we have something called lifestyle assessment. We'll ask for your blood biomarkers later. First, I want to know, how do you see your life? How do you see yourself? So when we see that lifestyle, like even your smallest thoughts are connected with your hormones. So if you are somebody who is overthinker, I can see that you will have a gut-related issue. You will have elevated cortisol level. If you are somebody who is sleeping late, you are scrolling till 2 o'clock, I'm sure some Gen Zs are sitting there, for them bedtime is at least beyond 12. And 10 to 2 is the most golden 4 hours of sleep. So once lifestyle is not set, there is no point in working on body. There are a lot of cases. Of course, it will work for a lot of people, but not for everybody. So at that time, when we we started focusing on mind. We started giving people affirmations, journaling. Our rule is you have to switch off your wake-up alarm, and you'll start putting something called to-sleep alarm. So 8:30 your to-sleep alarm will ring. That means gadget detachment. From 8:30 onwards, the role of your mobile phone is to attend calls. No scrolling, no WhatsApp, no Facebook, no social media. 9:30, next alarm will ring, wherein you have to change into pajamas, switch on your AC or light and everything, and go to your bedroom and be in bed. Day 1, you will not be able to sleep. You'll come and they will come and tell me, oh, I could sleep at 2 o'clock, because your body is set with your previous habit. Day 2, day 3, day 4, and you'll be surprised to see that it will take 4 to 5 days for you to change a habit which you have developed over last 30, 40 years. That's how our body is capable of getting into the right routine. It takes hardly 4 or 5 days. But of course, you have to take an early dinner too. So that is the first step of calming down. The moment you start sleeping on time, your body will eventually wake you up on time. Your stress level will come down. And second thing, morning, that 6:30 to 7:30 sunlight exposure. If especially I see among a little younger crowd that, clinical depression, the biggest antidote for clinical depression is get sunlight exposure. At least 20 hours. You don't need to do a strenuous exercise in the morning, but go to sun. Do a brisk walk. Malayalathi parathila, ulattuga. Just do an ulattal in the morning. That's enough for you. And then start being conscious about yourself. As I said in my previous answer, that 20% of our potential is what we are using, because we are so engaged with unwanted noises that what is more relevant for us, it's a far dream for us. So, because psychology, if anybody who has read psychology, there is Adler, there is Sigmund Freud, and there is Carl Jung. So Sigmund Freud, yes, he is right. Traumas impact us, childhood impact us. But the day you develop a purpose, as what Adler says, the day you develop a purpose, your mind will start focusing on the purpose. I'll give you a small example. Can you see what watch brand I'm wearing? No, you can't see, but you can see my hand. Okay. Now, can you look at the screen behind me? Now, you must have seen when you focus on my hand, the screen gets blurred. When you focus on the screen, my hand gets blurred. Could you relate with it? That's what happens in life. So once we change our focus, area of focus, good, bad, ugly, first thing is stop giving energy to it, stop focusing on it. And then, of course, we need to replace it, because if we have furniture, like I tell people that, our habits are like furniture. So if we put all the furniture outside, thinking that I don't need them, but tomorrow your guest comes, you will bring the chair inside. Then a family comes, you will bring the dining table inside. So you will bring everything inside. So we help people to replace it with more productive habits, more productive thought process. Along with working on your diet, because once your gut health is fine, once your sleep is fine, your body will start calming down. Your nervous system will start calming down, because we have an autonomous nervous system. So it keeps switching between fight or flight mode to survival mode. So parasympathetic to sympathetic, this switch keeps happening, and we have no control. Inikku parasympathetic mode ninna madi ennu body odu parnja body kekkathilla. If body thinks you are under threat, it will shift into sympathetic mode. And sympathetic mode, elevated cortisol, digestion is gone, sleep is gone, ella prashnagalum varum. So even the notification, night rathri samayathe kittunna notification polum body kadu trigger aanu. If you are already under elevated stress, that's a trigger for our body, and that will ruin your sleep. And again, you will have a stressed up event. So sometimes it is not what happens to us, how we perceive that. Adana namalde full life, we lived in a perceived reality. There is no actual reality. For example, I'm giving a slightly negative example for that all of us can understand. For 50 lakh debt ulla oral atmahatya chedu. 50 crore debt ulla oral avudunnu bounce back chedu, maybe he rebuilt his whole stuff. So was that amount, or was how his brain perceived that amount? What was the real challenge? So life le ororo karyangalo, how do we perceive? So we help people to start seeing life through a different lenses. So once you change that lenses, mind, body, soul, it falls in place.
Mind, body, soul. And Srikanth is not just a consultant, he's also a practitioner. All of us have had lunch. He hasn't eaten in the last 24 hours because he is putting his body through something called strategic fasting. You go to his LinkedIn handle, you learn more about strategic fasting. Vandana, today's theme is give to gain. So how does the House of Vandy put this philosophy into its daily practice?
So, hello. Yeah. So, give to gain is a good theme actually. I think in entire life of mine, I feel you have to give to gain. That is a philosophy I've always been looking forward to, and always thought it has to be. Yeah, maybe.
You won't change the mic?
Hello, yeah. So give to gain is something which, like I said, it's I've always practiced that almost every day in my life. Also bringing up and everything. So by giving, give to gain. So exactly when I, how do I put it? In House of Andy especially, it's a store where it's a business where I promote sustainable, eco-friendly, artisanal brands, which I give them a platform. I give them on a daily basis, like when a brand comes in, or any designer or an artist or anybody comes in, so I give them a platform. First of all, I try and see what kind of an artist are they, or what kind of a brand they are. If they are, like there are a lot of, India's got a lot of artists and a lot of brands which are endangered, and they're going out of, because of the new age computerized and AI and everything, a lot of handmade stuff are all going out of touch, and all the farmers and all the artisans are all, like a lot of things are not there right now. So for these kind of people, I give them a platform to showcase themselves. For example, I'll tell you, there is a brand that does only lotus fabric, rose fabric, and aloe vera fabric. And lotus fabric has been part of Indian culture for more than 200 years. And, but it's dwindling away. It's going, it's really not there now. So there is this two scientists, in fact, textile scientists, who have been researching on this, and for the last 4 to 5 years. So they came to me and said, Vandana, I want to start this fabric and all that. Can we sell in your space? Because I don't think anybody can understand this as much as you can. Because I said, of course, I should promote you as much as possible, because first of all, if you've seen the lotus fabric, if you come to my store and see and feel the lotus fabric or the rose fabric and aloe vera fabric, they're all beautiful fabrics. You don't have to go to polyester or nylon or anything. They're all natural fabrics, and it is all available in nature. So why don't we take that and make things, rather than doing something more chemical and which is not good for the planet? So I gave them a platform to come and do an event, and invited few of my friends who understand sustainability and natural fibers. So then I realized that that is a platform I give to people, and that is one brand. There's another brand which does cyanotype printing. You don't have to always go into chemical dyeing and all that. So the cyanotype printing is, again, the old method of printing with photographic ink and all that. That is another thing. And every brand in my store has some kind of a transformational story that has been, at least it's going away. I have an art gallery in my store, which I only promote artists who does natural paints, like with beetroot and all that. So ongoing, there is an art happening in my store which does that. She does paintings with endangered animals, like the paintings, so you can actually see and create. So I give platform to these kind of brands on a daily basis, where I feel I'm creating a community where you can actually, it's a small community, but it is growing, and I feel very happy that this kind of community, people understand now. It's been a long journey. I've been doing this for the last 20 years, and it's been a long journey, and today I can see the difference in the community which is growing, which understands natural and understands Mother Nature, and understands the positivity of being at par with the earth and planet. So this is something I have felt that when I gave, I am gaining. So I gift and I gain the happiness, I gain people's trust in these kind of things, and it's better for the planet.
I think we have time for one more round. So the three of you are from three different, very varied sectors, but where you intersect is you're in sustainability, you're in wellness, and you're in repurposing. So what I want to know from you quickly is, what is your biggest challenge in enriching your field, and what is your vision for the future for your business?
If you look at the challenge, basically when we talk about sustainability, see, anything which is sustainable or anything which is natural, it has got its own problem. For example, see our coconut oil. See, coconut oil has got a natural tendency to have a settlement. We'll have something which is actually coming at the bottom. When you if you keep it in a bottle, you have a settlement, which can be removed by actually adding chemicals to it. Do a chemical process, it will be removed, and you will get a very clear and very aesthetically appealing oil. But if you want to keep it natural, it may have its own problems. So choose, we always say that you have to learn or understand and make yourself aware so that you can choose substance over the sparkle. So when you talk about sustainability, being no additives, no chemicals, being allergen-free, being gluten-free, dairy-free, it has got its own problems. It will not be that convenient. It will not be that looking good or aesthetically appealing. All those issues will be a part and parcel of the products. Just for example, if you look at the coconut milk powder, some of the coconut milk powders in the market are very free-flowing, just like the salt. It's very free-flowing. You can add anti-caking agent to make sure that it flows like that. But if you are not adding an anti-caking agent, which is a chemical which has been added to it, it will be clumsy. It will be like, it will cake itself. So you have to make sure that you understand the products, you make yourself aware, and then make an informed decision how to keep it sustainable, how to keep it natural, how to keep it additive free. All these things comes along with. So it's very important you choose substance over sparkle and make yourself aware and be conscious. So that is the challenge.
Yes, so substance over sparkle and caveat emptor, buyer beware. Shrikal, I'd like to hear from you about the challenge and your vision.
There are a lot of challenges when it comes to health, but I think the root cause, since in functional medicine we focus behind the root cause. So root cause is social conditioning or the awareness. In the society lola pala conditioning it is not towards a happy life, because I think to be healthy the first step is you need to be happy. വളരെ സന്തോഷവാനല്ലാത്ത ഒരാൾക്ക്, വളരെ സന്തോഷവാനുള്ള ഒരാളെ അസുഖങ്ങൾ കുറച്ചേ അട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യത്തുള്ളൂ. യു മസ്റ്റ് ഹാവ് സീൻ ദാറ്റ്. നമ്മുടെ ചുറ്റുവട്ടത്തും അതെ. സോ ബീങ് ഹാപ്പി ഈസ് വെരി എസെൻഷ്യൽ. ആൻഡ് വി ലിവ് ഇൻ എൻ information era. So there are a lot of information around. Sometimes it's information overload. So these clients, they come and ask us, ഈ ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസേഴ്സ് പറയുന്നതൊക്കെ തെറ്റാണോ? So we have to tell them, ഇവർ പറയുന്നത് തെറ്റാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ തെറ്റല്ല, but they are all very like, it comes with terms and conditions. കാര്യം ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസർ വന്നിട്ട് പറയും സ്റ്റാർട്ട് യുവർ ഡേ വിത്ത് ഫ്രൂട്ട്സ്, but if you have insulin spike, I will recommend you start your day with fiber instead of fruits. നമ്മളാണെങ്കിൽ നല്ലൊരു സ്റ്റാർ ഹോട്ടലിൽ ബുഫേയിൽ പോയാൽ ആദ്യം എടുത്ത് കുടിക്കുന്ന പലരും ഫ്രൂട്ട് ജ്യൂസ് ആയിരിക്കും, തിങ്കിങ് ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ഹെൽത്തി. ബട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ അകത്തുനിന്ന് ഫൈബറും കൂടി എടുത്ത് കളയുമ്പം അതൊരു സ്വീറ്റ് ഡെസേർട്ട് കഴിക്കുന്നതോടെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ ബ്ലഡ് ഷുഗറിനെ സ്പൈക്ക് കഴിയുന്നത്. സോ ഹോൾ ഫ്രൂട്ട് കഴിക്കുക, ലോക്കൽ ഫ്രൂട്ട് കഴിക്കുക, അങ്ങനത്തെ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ ഇൻഫോർമേഷൻസ്. സോ നമ്മളുടെ കണ്ടീഷനിങ്ങും നമ്മളുടെ ഇൻഫോർമേഷൻ ഓവർലോഡുമാണ് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ചലഞ്ച്. സോ വി ട്രൈ ടു ലൈക്ക് make നമ്മളുടെ space in that whole big world with lot of information, mismanagement. And vision is, of course, we started with the purpose of wellness, but I'll be happy if I'm known as a person. നമ്മളുടെ അടുത്ത് വന്ന ആൾക്കാർ ഹാപ്പി ആണെന്ന്, rather than healthy. Healthy is first step. കാര്യം ഓഫ് ലേറ്റ് I had a call from a client of mine. He's a tech company, the founder ആണ്. So he was so emotional. He was in our program for 1 year. And he almost cried. He said, like, my life has changed, my family started liking me more, my business is improving, my spouse note relation mari. Because when things get sorted out, when you get less cluttered here, നമ്മളുടെ ചുറ്റുവട്ടത്തുള്ള നമ്മുടെ ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈൽ, നമ്മളുടെ വർക്ക്, പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ലൈഫ്, വി ഹാവ് ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് ക്ലയൻസ് ഹു സേ ആഫ്റ്റർ കമ്മിങ് ടു യു ഫോർ യുവർ ഫാറ്റ് ലോസ് പ്രോഗ്രാം എൻ്റെ പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ലൈഫ് ഷൂട്ടപ്പ് ചെയ്തു. സോ ഐ തിങ്ക് ഐ വിൽ ബി നോൺ ആസ് എ ഹാപ്പിനെസ് മാൻ rather than a wellness man. That will be my long-term vision. Thank you.
And to borrow from the previous speaker, she spoke about the divine trident, and you have your own divine trident, which is mind, body, and soul. Those are not three different parts of your body. That is your body. And I think we should concentrate on the well part of the wellness, right? To feel well. Vandana, let's hear from you.
So the biggest challenge I have with my business, again, you know, it's a sustainable, eco-friendly, pure fabrics and all that, is the cost factor. And I have been getting a lot of anybody who comes in, it's a challenge actually on a daily basis to explain it, why it is so expensive. Expensive is different from costly. So like you said, I saw a reel somewhere. It is not, it's costly. It's not expensive. It is costly. Why? Because I am promoting slow fashion. Whatever you wear is repurposed or natural fabrics or anything. It's only one piece that you see, 1 or 2 pieces, maximum 10 pieces you see in the world. So it's a slow process. Like making of lotus fabric is a slow process. Dyeing with hand is a slow process. So it costs that much labor, that much of time and energy of an artisan, which is dyeing, the craft is dyeing, all that cost is there in the outfit or even the jewelry or whatever I'm promoting, footwear, everything that is there. So that is something which even in my family, I would say that to make them understand that why would you want to buy a garment, like what I'm wearing today is a pure linen dyed, naturally dyed, not natural, this is a naso-free dye, that is also expensive, which is chemically free dye. So why is it costing? This costed me about 8,500 rupees. But it costed me around that much to make it. Why? And even my family would ask me, why would you want to do that when you can just get cheap fabrics, mill-made fabric, this is handloom, mill-made fabric for a small price of 1,000, 2,000 rupees. Why would you want to do that? It is difficult for me to even explain it to them that this, you don't have to buy 10 of them. You have to buy this. I've been owning this set. This is not new. I have been wearing it for the last 5 to 6 years, if I'm not wrong. But that's the thing, you know, you can repurpose and wear something. Again, another example is my own aunt. I thrifted a nice sari from one of my friends. It's a thrift store and I bought it from this thrift store. I was so excited. It's a pure patola double ikat sari, which is, you don't find those now because everybody's switched to mill-made and all that, this handloom and all that. No artisans are making it. When I found that in the thrift store and I bought it from her, not very expensive because it's a thrift, I bought it from her, and for one of the functions in my aunt's place, I wore it and I proudly said to her, Vilima, this is a thrifted sari. Very proud. I was so proud to tell her that, Vilima, I did this. It is a thrifted sari. It's a double ikat patola and it is hand-dyed, handmade, all that. The one thing, she's a beautiful woman. I completely admire her, adore her. But she couldn't understand. She's about 84 years old. She couldn't understand. Mole, എന്തിനാ ഈ വല്ലൊരു 5 സാരി മേടിക്കുന്നത്? ഞാൻ 2 എണ്ണം പുതിയത് മേടിച്ചു തരാം. ഇതൊന്നും ഇടല്ലേ, തിരിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുക അവർക്ക് തന്നെ തിരിച്ചു. Just give it back to whoever you took it from. She said, it's not, thrifting is, I bought it, you know, I paid money to, no, adonnu tirichu edukku, that's okay, I'll buy you new. So she also doesn't understand. I had to explain to her, but again, it's a challenge to explain to even people. She loves me, that's why she's told me, but it's a challenge. Why the cost? Why does it take so much time to make it? It's a challenge in my line of work.
Yeah. So, you know, listening to your challenges, I feel that you are not just entrepreneurs, you're 3 very brave people, because you're doing path-breaking stuff in your areas of expertise, which are not easy to do. And more beautifully, you have co-opted all this into your own personal lives. And I congratulate each one of you, and I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. And thank you so much for spending your time with us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Devi. Thank you so much. And just to summarize, I believe this panel discussion had a lot of takeaways, like earlier, from sustainable development, goal, health, to energy sustainability. Gaining definitely leads to giving, okay, by giving itself. And may I request our president and chairperson to please come to the dais to hand over the mementos to the moderator as well as the panelist. Don't you think that they deserve a loud round of applause with their stories and still challenging but still decided to move ahead? Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Devi, for keeping it short and crispy.
Bring back.
Gazer to handle this topic. It's all about the financial independence and financial literacy. Ms. Uttara Ramakrishnan, she's a seasoned personal finance professional and certified financial planner based in Kozhikode, Kerala, with over 2 decades of experience in financial services and wealth management. She is a founder of Artha Financial Services, where she helps individuals and families with structured financial planning, in background in stockbroking and investment advisory. She is known for simplifying complex financial concepts and empowering people to make informed financial decisions. Passionate about financial literacy, she actively shares insights on personal finance, market trends, and goal-based investing, helping individuals confidently plan for a secure financial future. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Ms. Uttara Ramakrishnan, a certified financial planner who is going to speak on gain through financial health. Over to you, Uttara.
Good evening, all of you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be a speaker here today. It's my honor. Rakhi, thank you so much for coordinating everything between KMA and me. It's really an honor to be here. And it's such a joy to see so many women in the audience. It's always a pleasure for me when I get a chance to speak something about finance in front of women. It's my, passion, or you can say something that's close to my heart. So the subject here is gain from financial health. So, personal finance is very personal. I would say more personal than finance. What money means to each one of us is very, very, very different. As you all are seated here, each one of us have different financial backgrounds. We all have different values in our life. We all have different financial goals in front of us. എൻ്റെ ശരിയും നിങ്ങളുടെ ശരിയും ഒന്നാവണമെന്നില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ട് നിങ്ങളുടെ പൈസയും വെച്ചിട്ട് 1, 2, 3, 4 ഇതാണ് നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് എന്ന് പറയാനല്ല ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. Who am I to tell you what you should do or you should not do with your money? It's your call. So just some thoughts on the topic of women in finance. Whatever I'm going to say, some little part of it is from what I have learned from my textbooks, but most part of it is with my experience about interacting with women, with my consultations, when I talk to them one-on-one, what I have learned about what's happening in women's lives with respect to finance. So, what is financial health or financial wellness? Today, we had so many speakers, so inspiring to listen to all of them, so many very valuable takeaways. We talked about different levels of wellness. Now we are going to talk about financial wellness. What is financial wellness? I know you all have different thoughts in your mind, but I will say, I think it is to have a comfortable lifestyle. Now, comfortable is again very relative. Comfortable lifestyle without having financial constraints till the end of your life. I think every part of that sentence is very important. It's not about having a good life now, it's also about having a good life tomorrow. So if you can achieve that financial wellness, then what can that health give you? What can that wellness give you? Let's see. So, first and foremost, to all the women and girls who are sitting here, I want to say, it's not a fashion statement to say, you know, I don't know anything about finance. I'm not very comfortable about finance. I hear this very, very often. I don't understand French, Chinese, German. I don't understand finance. This is not the same. Very sorry. You can live without understanding French, German, or Chinese. But if you don't understand the basics of finance, you could be taken for a ride. This is something that affects your life day in and day out till the last day of your life. So, first thing, please understand, understanding finance and understanding that it is important to your life is the first step towards financial wellness. At least try to understand. You need not do things which sounds totally alien to you. No, that's not required. It's about concepts. So that is the first thing you all have to get into your head. Okay, so I can see women of different age groups here. Very young girls, middle-aged, senior people. So let me try to dissect the women and finance thing into 3 different stages. So stage 1, you finish your college, you come out, then what do? So some girls, yes, they do have this feeling, okay, I have to start earning now, I have to do a job. I have seen many girls who are sort of, okay, let me see what to do with my life, okay, I will try to figure it out. But I will say, having your own income is very, very important. That is the first step towards financial independence. However rich your family is, however, what do I say? You may not be you won't require your salary, all that is fine, absolutely fine. But you need to have your own income. You never know the system that is backing you or giving you security. Are you sure it's going to be there always? You never know. Every girl here, I am saying you should start earning. Do whatever is comfortable for you, depending on your circumstances. Take up what is your passion. If you can convert your passion to your profession, that's the best thing you can dream of. But don't wait. I'm seeing many girls saying, "Enki government jolly kittiyale njan povullu. Eniki inganeyulla jolly kittiyale povullu, anganeyulla jolly kittiyale povullu." Hello, start working. You don't know what you will like or you will not like. Start earning. അച്ഛൻ്റെ അമ്മയുടെ അടുത്തും പോയിട്ട് 100 രൂപയ്ക്ക് കൈ നീട്ടാതെ ഇരിക്കുക. That is the starting point. So, start earning. Yes. Now, once you start earning, unfortunately, our schools and colleges teach you how to get degrees and how to make money. They don't teach you how to manage that money. It is such a sad situation. Professionals coming out of professional colleges, they don't know the difference between health insurance and life insurance. They don't understand the difference between debt and equity. I have been trying to shout at the top of my voice, hello, please have at least a small course starting from school, colleges to teach basic concepts of personal finance. Okay, so I have a very limited time here. This is not the time to go in detail into how to manage your money, but I'm only saying, I will give you 5 points here, 5 boxes that you need to tick when you need to manage your money. Trust me, whether the person sitting in front of me is earning 25,000 or 2.5 lakhs or 25 lakhs, I still go through these 5 points. Okay? So very quickly, first, number 1, your family and you need to have a decent health insurance. You walk out of this place, you fall, you have a major fracture, 2 lakhs, nobody is sitting with cash in your almari, okay? Having health insurance is the number 1 thing. Those of you who are young here, who have corporate health insurance cover, please don't just rely on that. The day you get out of your job, you don't have a health insurance yourself. Number 2, life insurance. The most missold product in our country. If you don't have dependents, don't take life insurance. The day you get your job, life insurance agents will start coming behind you. Life insurance is not an investment. Then, if you need life insurance, yes, take it. There are hundreds of policies around. Just understand one policy called term insurance. A 30-year-old person, to get 1 crore cover, needs to spend only 1,000 rupees a month. So between a family's health insurance and life insurance, invariably you don't need to spend more than 4,000 to 5,000 rupees a month. That's all it costs. Tick those 2 boxes and forget about insurance. Excuse me. Yeah. Number 3, have an emergency fund. Everybody, the day you start working, all young girls, start building an emergency fund. If you lose your job, don't go back to your parents asking for money. You should have sufficient money to last for 6 months. Then, all your future financial goals divide into short term and long term. Short term meaning, in our financial planning parlance, anything less than 5 years is short term for us. Okay, at least take it as 3 years. You want to go for a family holiday, you want to go out with your friends, something you might be looking at higher education, anything that you need it over the next 2-3 years is very short term. Don't try to take risk with that and try to invest into something that's very volatile. No, go very conservative, invest for that, and then your long-term goals. Take equity or invest into companies, stocks, gold, silver, all that is fine. So you have to learn about a product called mutual funds. Forget about everything else. I'm not saying you should understand hundreds of products around, but you should understand a product called mutual funds because it's very, very helpful. Right. So as normally what I talk for 90 minutes, I've told you in just 3 minutes. Okay. So these 5 things are what you need to look at when you are starting out in your career. These are the things that you look out to manage your money. Okay. So now, stage 2. For those of you are getting married and starting out a family. നിങ്ങളുടെ വിവാഹ ജീവിതം, നിങ്ങളുടെ ഭർത്താവുമായിട്ടുള്ള ബന്ധം വിവാഹം കഴിക്കുന്ന അന്ന് മുതൽ നിങ്ങളെങ്ങനെ വളർത്തുന്നുവോ അങ്ങനെയാണ് അത് വളരുക. 25 കൊല്ലം 35 കൊല്ലം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഈ മനുഷ്യനെ ഒന്ന് എങ്ങനെ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കുമെന്ന് ചിന്തിച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു കാര്യമില്ല. Okay? Raki is clapping. Yeah, okay. So what I'm trying to say is that set the rules, the ground rules. Set the standards from the beginning. So what is those standards? When I'm talking only from a financial angle. Because I'm seeing situations where the women are very qualified, earning many lakhs of rupees. They don't get 1 rupee out of that. You may be thinking, seriously, do we still have people like that? Trust me, I see such cases very, very frequently. 10 വർഷം 12 വർഷം കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് പണിയെടുത്തിട്ട് കയ്യിൽ നയാ പൈസ ഇല്ലാത്ത എത്രയോ സ്ത്രീകൾ ഞാൻ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. The entire money it's with the husband. They build a house where the wife does not even have a part ownership. The wife gives their gold to the husband. He decides what to do with it. If any of you have been following my social media channel, it's Finance and You. The last video that I put out, this is what I said. After listening to such stories so many times, I just put out a video saying, നിങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യിലുള്ള സ്വർണവും ഒക്കെ ഭർത്താവിനെടുത്ത് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ please try to understand what he is doing with that money, or your family might be going into a ditch. You may reach a stage where you can't get out of it. Please go and check out that video that I put out and the responses that have come to it on Facebook. I was like shocked, to be very frank. So many women have come out and said, ma'am, this is my story. This is exactly where I am now. So many women have come out. So don't go by the outwardly happy family looks that you're seeing. Underlying, there are so many stresses that women are facing financially. It's an eye-opener for me. Okay, so what is the solution for this? So I will say, if both of you are earning, one simple tip I will say, split the bank accounts. How? Have a common expense account. Okay? Both of you contribute in a particular proportion that you decide. This is what we do in our house. We have a joint family. മാസം 1-ാം തീയതി ആയാൽ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഹസ്ബൻഡ് എൻ്റെ 2 മക്കൾ എൻ്റെ 2 മരുമക്കൾ, we are all earning common expenses. എത്ര വരും? We have decided each of us contribute and put it into a common account in my mother-in-law's name. Everything common goes out of that. We have a family emergency fund. After that, each one of us invest in our own name. And the balance, it's my personal money. So what I'm trying to say is, some things are common, some things are not common. You should contribute to the common expenses of the house. You should have access to emergency funds, but invest in your own name. Have your own personal money. This can be achieved by simple splitting of the bank accounts. Trust me, we do it and I know it works. So, and if there was been one thing that most people have come to me and said, we made a mistake. It's about buying a house too early or spending too much money on a house. I would say that's typically a Kerala culture. So what is the problem here? The problem is that, oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. Half people are looking there, some people are looking here. I don't know. I was suddenly saying, why is everybody looking there? I didn't realize it's coming there. Okay, fine. That's fine. So, my suggestion in this matter is that If it's not that urgent that you need to have a house early in your life, delay it, invest, have some money with you, maybe late 30s or something, or early 40s, take a housing loan, 15 years, by 55 you finish your house, so that you still have some savings with you. And many cases I'm seeing, after working for 20, 25 years, what do you have in your life? I have a house. This is the saga of many Malayali families. Okay, so be very, very, very thoughtful about this house. It is a huge commitment. തിരക്കിട്ട് കാലെടുത്ത് വെക്കരുത്, മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ച കാല് പിന്നോട്ടെടുക്കാൻ അത്ര എളുപ്പമല്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ വീടിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഒരുപാട് ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണം. ഓക്കെ, so when you get married, start out your married life, many girls have a change of place and all that. Try not to have a long career break. Again, that is something I'm seeing a huge problem with many girls. Because I know it's a tough time. It is a tough time. You have a baby, you don't have a support system. How do you manage your career? It is a tough time. But spend some money and see if you can somehow go through that initial years. Don't leave your job. Because once you have a long career break, it's becoming very, very difficult for girls to get back into job. And later in their mid-30s and late 30s, many of them repent that decision. I should not have taken that break. Trust me, I see so many girls telling me that. So കടിച്ച് പിടിച്ച് ആ ഒരു ഇനീഷ്യൽ കുറച്ച് വർഷങ്ങൾ ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടായിരിക്കും. എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും പിടിച്ച് നിന്നാൽ that will help you for the rest of your life. That is a serious issue that I'm seeing in a lot of married women. Okay, so stage 3 is when you're nearing your retirement. So retirement is something most people don't even think about in our society. There is a very small percentage of people who are government employees who are earning very decent pension. Very small percentage. What happens to the rest of us? We don't have pension. Okay, so 2 things here. Please remember, say you want to retire, financially retire at 55, 60 or whatever. An average Malayali has a life expectancy of 75, average. So you need to sort of plan for at least 85, at least 85. Thanks to medical science, life expectancy is only going up, not coming down. So 20 years from now, life expectancy of 95, 100 could be something very, very common. Okay? So if you are retiring at 60, think about a retirement life of at least 25 years ahead. Second point, at the inflation that Kerala is running, every 10 years your expenses will double. If you need 50,000 rupees to live today, 10 years later you need 1 lakh a month, 20 years later you need 2 lakhs a month. If you need 2 lakhs a month as income, you need 4 crores as corpus. This is simple arithmetic. You withdraw 0.5%. So don't think of retirement in your late 40s and early 50s. There is simply not enough time. The day you get your job, start saving for your retirement. If you need 1 crore at the age of 60, you start your mutual fund SIPs. No, I think most people will be familiar with the term. I'm just saying it's a monthly investment that you put into a equity mutual fund. If you start at 50, you need 45,000 rupees a month. If you start at 40, you need 10,000 rupees a month. If you start at 30, you need 2,800 rupees a month. Understand the power of compounding. So after retirement, there is something called a 3-bucket system. I don't want to elaborate on that. Just understand, what do we need with money? 3 things. We need liquidity for anything that I want. We need income. We need growth. So this is what we financial planners do when we are managing our money. So I'm just trying to give you some concepts and not getting into details. So the money connection, I'm totally convinced that we are all very, 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 very unique and different personalities. So what is important to me may not be important to you. But I'm just trying to tell you what did I do with my money connection. So when I turned 50 5 years ago, I had almost 25 years of career before that. I calculated and I decided I am financially retired. What does it mean? I can sort of have a decent life for the rest of my life. I have saved enough. That doesn't mean I stop working. I actually work the hardest today. But what we all should achieve is financial retirement, where I know I need not work for money today. I'm working because I enjoy my work. Right. So once you know you have sort of achieved your financial goals, what should money mean to you? I think money should solve problems. Of course, money cannot solve all problems. Totally agree. But I'm sure money can solve a lot of problems. Agreed? Yes. So, what sort of problem? To me, cooking was a problem. I don't like cooking. I have a full-time cook in my house. That's how money solved that problem for me. I wanted to upgrade myself in my career. So Rakhi introduced me as a certified financial planner. Yes, that's an international degree, which very few Indians have passed now, not because they can't, because they are not aware of such a thing. So it took, late into my career, it took me 4.5 years, and I passed my CFP. I travel with my friends. I set apart some amount for that. I decided to pursue my hobbies. I still do. I am a very amateur singer. I go for classes to sort of, work on my voice, some light singing lessons. I mean, these are the ways money has helped me in my life. So that's what money should do. At the end of the day, it should give me space to move away from things that I don't want and to move into things that I want to do, right? That is what we should be doing. So I decided I'm not getting into this trap of being a superwoman. I mean, Srikanth earlier said that statement. I totally agree with that. It's okay. I'm not good at so many things. It's absolutely fine. We all do multiple jobs. We are all juggling between things. We don't need to feel guilty about prioritizing ourselves. Every year in December, I take off for 10 days. I just switch off. I go to Chennai to listen to Carnatic music. That's a festival that's happening there. Most people are not interested, so I don't look for company. If somebody comes with me, well and good. But I do that. I plan everything around it. I don't worry what is happening in my house if I am not there. Things will go on. അവരാരും പട്ടിണി കിടക്കില്ല, എനിക്കറിയാം. ഞാനില്ലെങ്കിലൊക്കെ നടക്കും. So we need to just plan it in advance. No, if I decide that in November, nothing is going to work. I plan it 6 months in advance and work everything around it. I fix the dates. I book my hotel. I book my concert tickets. And anybody who tells me, I say, sorry, I am just not available. That's it, as simple as that. So if I need to do it, I should have that financial freedom to say, I am okay, I can manage it. Yeah, I go stay in the best hotels. Why not? Let me do it, I enjoy it. Right? So there's something that my father has always told us. Listen to me very carefully. If you have a problem, if money can solve that problem, if you have that money, you should not have that problem. Why I am saying this? Because I see many people who have the money but are not using it to solve their problems or to achieve their dreams. നിങ്ങളുടെ മക്കൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി എടുത്തു വെച്ച് generational wealth. This is something I'm hearing so often. Many high value clients who come to me, they say generational wealth. I think I always tell them, if you keep investing into your children's name and when they turn 18, they find they have so much of money in the bank, that is a deterrent for them to be an achiever in their life. That is what I believe. Because they think money comes very easy. So don't make your children think, no, it's all so easy. So finally, I will say, communicate within the family. I started out by saying, most women say, I'm not comfortable with finance. I don't blame you, because that's the way we were all brought up. I'm here only because that's the way I was not brought up. Because my father, he made it a point that he discussed all the financial matters in our house in front of the family. Boys and girls were treated equally in my family. And he taught us the basics of how to manage money. So one day, when I was 10 years old, one guy came to our house to borrow money from my father. And he said, അത്യാവശ്യമായിരുന്നു, ഒരു എമർജൻസി ആണ്, കുറച്ച് പൈസ വേണം. സോ അച്ഛൻ ചോദിച്ചു, എന്താണ് പ്രശ്നം? അപ്പോൾ അയാൾ പറഞ്ഞു, എൻ്റെ മകളുടെ കല്യാണമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അച്ഛൻ ഒരു ചോദ്യം ചോദിച്ചു, ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് വരെ അതെൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ നിന്ന് മാറിയിട്ടില്ല. 21 കൊല്ലം മുമ്പ് അറിയുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം എങ്ങനെയാണ് എമർജൻസി ആയതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. ഞാനിത് എല്ലാ സ്റ്റേജിലും ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന ഒരു കഥയാണ്. കാരണം എന്നെ ഏറ്റവും അധികം സ്വാധീനിച്ച ഒരു ഒറ്റ സെൻറ്റൻസ് ആയിരുന്നു അത്. So what I am saying is, in most families, financial crisis comes not because of things which we didn't know, simply because we didn't think about it or we didn't plan for it. Okay, so right, I'm concluding by, okay, just a minute. How much time? 2 minutes? We're done. 2 minutes, yeah. I'm last about 2 minutes. Yeah. So to be financially secure, you don't need a PhD in economics. Trust me. You don't need to be a top ranker in your college or a top achiever in your job. You don't need to spend too much time thinking about money. If you are spending too much time thinking about money, you are not managing your money well. If you have done your financial planning properly, everything should be so smooth and automatic. You don't need a lot of money to start investing. Trust me, you can start a mutual fund SIP with 100 rupees or 500 rupees. It's all in the brain. It's all about habits. It's all about discipline to live a lifestyle within your income. Spend less than what you earn. Sounds very simple. You know, actually, financial planning is so simple that people think, oh, it's so simple, so I know all this. Follow the simple things, you're done with it. You need to be consistent. It's not about intensity, it is about consistency. Continue investing small amounts. It's about patience. Wealth is not created in a day. If you run behind fast money, surely you will lose what you already have. Wealth is created slowly, it takes time. So, I had a few points to say, but I don't think I have time. I need to conclude. Fine, okay. So the last, let me just conclude by saying, financial security is not about the ability to afford luxury. It's about living life on our terms. It's about having the choices or options throughout your life. It's about having the courage to to say no to what you don't like. It's about having the freedom to say yes to what brings you happiness. Thank you so much.
My sincere, please stay back. My sincere apologies to Uttara as well as the audience, and I'm sure that the audience will agree with me. I really feel heavy at heart. Learning so much. I think this session we would have had it for a half day, I believe. I'm sure that Uttara will be happy to join us later on. Yeah, it was such an insightful thing, and I'm sure that all the women who are sitting here is rethinking about their financial independence, so on and so forth. So I'd like to request our chairman as well as our president of KMA to please come forward to hand over the clients. And she's also a great friend from Gwen, Calicut. So proud to have you here, Uttara, and thank you for accepting our invitation. I think she deserves a big loud round of applause, my dear friends. Worth 2,000 rupees, and that you will only get it at the end, so you need to wait for that. Are you ready? I can't hear. Hello. Okay, are you tired? Now I'm sure that we have a person who's coming in to energize. So may I call Lekha Balachandran to please identify the lucky draw winner. So this is 2 dinner coupon from Vivanta, Taj Vivanta. So let's see who is the lucky person. Lovely. Lovely. Okay, that's interesting. She probably can even stay back and have the dinner and go. Radhika Sethumadhavan. She is an accomplished Indian musician, playback singer, composer and educator, known for her versatile contribution to films and independent music. She has lent her voice to notable Malayalam film, including Ayal Nyanalla, 2015, Gada, Bolivia, and she's also trained across diverse musical traditions, Western, classical, jazz, rock, and the list goes on. And she brings a unique richness to her performance and compositions. Alongside her artistic journey, she is deeply committed to music education, inspiring and mentoring young talents while promoting a holistic understanding of music that bridges tradition with contemporary expressions. I am not going to stand between you and Ms. Radhika Sethumadhavan. Please join me in welcoming and invite her, a talented artist, Ms. Radhika Sethumadhavan, a playback singer. Over to you.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. I'm deeply honored and extremely grateful to be here in the presence of such great people. I consider you all as my friends, and thank you so much for inviting me here. I was also given a privilege to talk for 2 minutes about my venture. I own and started a music school. It's called The Soul of Music. We started, can you show my PPT? So we started in 2010. I know, and I heard from a few of you, that most of you are by default singers and sing for every happy and sad event of your life. We have a music school called Soul of Music. We're almost 99% online right now. We started in 2010, and we have evolved into considerably well-known music school across the globe now. Can you show the next slide? Oh, yeah, I have the slide changer here. So we function at www.soulofmusic.co.in, where we've developed many vocal courses for you to learn. Whatever your aspiration is in music, we have an opportunity for you to learn it here. We have also developed beautiful courses for music to be taught in schools. You know that in most of the schools, like ma'am was just speaking about finance, I believe that music has the power to connect with yourself and heal most of your issues and really connect your mind, your body and soul. So I believe very strongly that if taught from a very young age, as young as 1 year or 2 years old, then students become musically intelligent and they have what it takes to face the world with happiness and confidence. So we've developed a music curriculum for schools. So will this play if I show you? Yeah, this is our music school. And we have a variety of music courses that we have for all age groups of children, taught in a very fun way. Film, Carnatic, Hindustani. We teach Western classical to Rabindra Sangeet, Korean pop to bhajans, to Christian worship songs, you name it, we have it. So I just wanted to tell you that we do have a beautiful music school for you or any of your friends who are interested in learning music. That was just the Gyan part of it. I've had a beautiful journey as a musician. My dad is a financial consultant and a banker for the longest of time, and my mother is a practicing doctor. So the pressure was very high to go into alternate fields, but I did have a wonderful life that I wished for, which is to be a singer. So I invite you all on a beautiful journey of songs with me. My only request to you, yeah, that's it. My only request to you is that you please sing along, enjoy all the songs and sing loudly just like you're on stage. And when we get to the peppier numbers, you're all welcome to come forward and to break a leg. Okay? Let's go.
की फिर ये हंसी रात हो
படிப்பறியே பள்ளிக்கூடந்தானறியே ஏடறியே எழுத்தறியே எட்டுவானானறியே பாடறியே படிப்பறியே பள்ளிக்கூடம் தானறியே ஏடறியே எழுத்தறியே எட்டுவானானறியே ஏதில்ல எழுதவில்ல எழுதி வச்ச பழக்கமில்ல இலக்கணம் படிக்கவில்ல தலக்கணமோ எனக்கு இல்ல பாடறியே படிப்பறியே பள்ளிக்கூடம் தானறியே ஏடறியே எழுத்தறியே எட்டுவானானறியே அர்த்தத்தை விட்டு புட்டா அதுக்கொரு பாவம் இல்ல பழகின பாஷையில படிப்பது பாவம் இல்ல என்னமோ ராகம் என்னென்னமோ தாளம் தலையோ ஆட்டும் புரியாத கூட்டம் எல்லாமே சங்கீதம் எல்லாமே சங்கீதம் தான் சத்தத்தில் பிறந்த சங்கதிதான் ஷட்ஜமம் என்பதும் தெய்வதம் என்பதும் பரம்பரை பாடறியே படிப்பறியே பள்ளிக்கூடம் தானறியே ஏடறியே எழுத்தறியே எழுதுவானானறியே அவள ஏதுமில்ல ரசிக்கும் பேத்து குடி சேரிக்கும் சேர வேணும் அதுக்கும் பாட்டு படி எண்ணியே பாரு எத்தனை பேரு தங்கமே நீயோ தமிழ் பாடு பாடு சொன்னது தப்பா தப்பா சொன்னது தப்பா தப்பா ராகத்தில் புதுசு என்னதப்பா அம்மி அரைச்சவர் கும்மி அடிச்சவர் நாட்டு போறத்துல சொன்னதப்பா அம்மி அரைச்சவர் கும்மி அடிச்சவர் நாட்டு போறத்துல சொன்னதப்பா பாடறியே படிப்பறியே பள்ளிக்கூடம் தானறியே ஏடறியே எழுத்தறியே எட்டுவானானறியே ஏத்தல எழுதவில்ல எழுதி வச்ச பழக்கமில்ல இலக்கணம் படிக்கவில்ல தலக்கணமோ எனக்கு இல்ல பாடறியே படிப்பறியே பள்ளிக்கூடம் தானறியே ஏடறியே எழுத்தறியே எழுதுவானானறியே மபதம பாடறியே படிப்பறியே சாரி கம பதம பாடறியே படிப்பறியே பதனி சானித மக சரி பாடறியே படிப்பறியே சரிங்க சரிங்க மக சப்பதமா மாமா பதம பதனி தம பதனி பதனி சரிங்க சரிதம பதனி சானித பதனி தம பதம கம பதம கம கசா Thank you so much. I'm really touched by your encouragement. So now we're moving on to a little freer songs. Are you ready? I need a Krishna. I need a man for me to help me out with this. So I request anybody, any male volunteer, to come and just goof around with me on this song. ഞാൻ ഒരാളെ ബുക്ക് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു, ആൾക്ക് വരുന്നില്ലെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. പ്ലീസ് കം, പ്ലീസ്, ഐ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് യു പ്രജിത്ത്. വച്ചോളൂ. I'll show you the step for this. Everybody, right hand, left hand out. You can sit and dance. Right hand, and then both hands together. Big hand for this man. Raravenu Gopamala Rajita Sadguna Jayashila. Everybody, hands out. Raravenu Gopamala Rajita Sadguna Jayashila. Raravenu Gopamala Rajita Sadguna Jayashila. Ammani kuilalle onnoda kudalalle aruvina kudamalle nee en kanna. Ammani kuilalle onnoda kudalalle aruvina kudamalle nee en kanna. Raravenu Gopamala Rajita Sadguna Jayashila. പീതരാം ചെറുകോപിതൊടാം പീതാംബരവും ചാർത്തിടാം. ഗോപാലം break my heart, ഗോപാലം break my heart. പൈക്കളിതാ പൂപ്പൈക്കളിതാ മേഘ്യാനിധിയേ നീ വരുമോ? ഗോപാലോ my heart strong, ഗോപാലോ my heart strong. കുളിരാർന്നൊഴുകും യമുനാ നദിയിൽ നീരാടാൻ നീ വന്നാട്ടെ. കുളിരാർന്നൊഴുകും യമുനാ നദിയിൽ നീരാടാൻ നീ വന്നാട്ടെ. ആൽത്തറയിൽ നടക്കാം, ഈ പാട്ടിൽ ഒളിച്ചു കളിക്കാം. ഓടത്താറൊളി വർണ്ണാൽ നിന്നെ കോരിയെടുത്തൊന്നു ഞാലാട്ടാം. രാരവേണു, hands out everybody. രാരവേണു, that's it. രാരവേണു ഗോപമാല രാജിത സദ്ഗുണ ജയശീല. ആരെയും വിടുന്നില്ല, എല്ലാരും വരുന്നുണ്ട്. What step shall we do? Oh, welcome to stand. Thank you.
Ready? Come on. Come on. Go forward. देखो वो आ गया.
शरारत सिखा जादू शरारत सिखा more people to come in because we're not slowing down, we're going higher. Date rondale logorulla murandale മാറത്തിന്നൂരാളെ ഈമേ നമ്മെ മരിച്ചാളെ തനി ലോകമുറക്കാരി നരഭാവന ധിക്കാരി പരലോകകാരി വീണ ഭൂവിനുടയാളി ഉലകത്തിൻ നന്ദേ തലവത്തിൻ നന്ദേ കൊടി നീ നട്ടാ പിറന്ന ലോകമൊന്നാളെ ആഴത്തിന് സെന്റർ തനി ആഴത്തി കലണ്ടർ ആവത്തിനു വെണ്ടർ തരമാകാത്ത സറണ്ടർ ആഴത്തിന് സെന്റർ തനി ആഴത്തി കലണ്ടർ ആവത്തിനു വെണ്ടർ തരമാകാത്ത സറണ്ടർ ചിട്ടിയോളെ ഇന്ത്യയോളെ മുറിവാറ് മാറിനിയാളെ തിരതീരായി പേമാറി അടയെ പങ്ക കണ്ണായി ചിക്കണവാളെ ചിരിമാധുരത്തിനവാളെ അധികായത്തി അമരാത്തി അടകൂടാൻ വാ ആഴത്തിൽ സെന്റർ തനി ആഴത്തി കലണ്ടർ ആവത്തിനു വെണ്ടർ തരമാകാത്ത സറണ്ടർ കത്തലാളെ മറ്റുതലാളെ പത്തുമൊത്തം ഒത്തപ്പുരാളെ ചിത്തരൊന്ന് തെത്തമരാളെ കത്ത് കാത്ത് തിമിരാളെ Take no orders. I'm no goddess without bringing the shivers. No cat in the boat, better be mirrored. Lights out, we bringing the shivers. Damn, tell your people gotta fight for your town. There's a scam, there's a people in the quiet. You gotta plan another sequel, then you riot it up. Gotta command for your people as high as the clouds. How do you want it to be? You gotta fight for a reason, baby. Freedom ain't free. Tiole, tiole, murivaru mariniyale, tiraterai pemari, padaye panga, kannai chikkanavale, chirimadhurattigavale, adhikayatti amarati. Everybody, aarathil center, tani aarathi calendar, aavatinu mender, tharamakaatha surrender. Aarathil center, tani aarathi calendar, aavatinu mender, tharamakaatha surrender. Gotta fight for a cause, baby. Freedom ain't free. Your future is now. What do you see? You gotta put it to the ground, baby. Freedom ain't free. Your future is now. Tell me, what do you see? Okay, do we have time for one song? Yeah, this is the one last leg breaker. Okay, I welcome all of you back here again. ഇതിൽ കാലൊടിക്കണം. Everybody sing. all for the opportunity. I hope you had a good time. Happy Women's Day.
Thank you, thank you. Don't you all agree it was a scintillating, super duper performance? Do you all agree with me? So please give a loud round of applause for her. And I think she deserves a standing ovation for that matter. Okay, may I request all of you, please? Thank you so much, Radhika. That was indeed a great show. I think even now we are all energized because of you. Thank you so much. Please stay back. May I request our President Hari Kumar and Lekha Balachandran to come on the... Meena is already there. Oh, sorry. Okay, and I call both of you, yeah? Lekha Balachandran and Meena Thomas to come on stage to hand over a memento as a token of love. I'm sorry, Meena Thomas, I didn't see you. That's hence I called her. Indeed, indeed. Indeed an electrifying performance. Okay, as we conclude the Women Leaders Conclave 2026, let us remember the powerful message that guided today's conversations. The greatest leader are not those who rise alone, but those who lift others as they rise. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who have taken their time out from the busy schedule to be a panelist, to be a speaker, or definitely it's the audience who made this day a great day according to me. Do you all agree with that? How was your day? No answer. And on behalf of Kerala Management Association, I'd like to thank each one of you for making this a remarkable day. Of course, thanks a lot and expressing our gratitude to Taj Vivanta and as well as Tamarin, our event partner. I'd like to ask few of you if can come on stage and just express how did your day go, and because we require feedback as well. Who would like to come on stage and give us few feedback based on what do you feel about the day? Anyone from the audience?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Preeti Nair. I am from Harrison's Malayalam. It's a plantation company. I am really honored to be a part of this event today. Me and my colleague, Ms. Manju is here. So we thought like, okay, I missed few minutes in the starting, but then I thought, okay, let me just be here and see what is it. And when I came here, the day it started was, I didn't even know how the time was passing. When Rakhi ma'am says, it's time for tea or for lunch, that time only I am just looking at the time. So it was so enriching. Thank you very much, KMA, for this golden opportunity for ladies like us to, like how Ms. Kuljeet, Uttara ma'am, it was like a takeaway what we can just, the ladies can inculcate in their daily routine. And the wellness, and the starting the, every, because I'm just lost of words. But I'm really thankful for everything that has been done today for Women's Day. Last year also I attended. But this was really, it's a step up ahead. So I'm thankful for inviting us, and let's see more of Women's Day like this ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, because that encourage,
everyone.
as you said, will help us to step up every year after year.
And you also, ma'am, really good. I mean, it was really encouraging how you pep up everything.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm humbled. All right. Anyone else would like to come forward? Few words would encourage. Would also request one of the students, because you have been there since morning, isn't it? What's your takeaway? Just say 2-3 words, that's it. Because you are going to be here replacing me, and it has to happen soon too. Okay, so please introduce yourself.
Masha Suresh. I run a resort in Munnar called Misty Mountain. We are here as a group from Women Entrepreneur Network in Cochin, and Uttara is also a member of the group in Calicut. Very privileged to be part of this Women Leadership Conclave run by KMA, and we were offered a very good discount for the entry, which we are very honored to be part of this. And every session was very inclusive, it did not feel like a huge, conclave where you feel a sterilized talk happening. It felt like they were speaking from their heart. And I think authenticity is a key word today. And every speaker was very authentic. It was like they were sharing a part of their experience. They were giving all they can for the audience, living up to the theme of today. And I'm sure both students or the audience from all age groups, whether they're entrepreneurs or not, would carry home a piece of what they have learned, some takeaway from today for their business as well as their personal life. And thank you for this really inspiring and very real Women's Day celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. Suresh, anybody from students? Teachers, please encourage them to come forward and speak.
Agnes Sunil Kumar, coming from St. Gitt's Institute of Management, Pathamutam, Kottayam. And honestly, I found out about this yesterday. I didn't have that much of an expectation. I was expecting the whole program to be boring, to be honest, because it's a speak. I wasn't, it's just, I expected it to be like other talks I've been to. But then honestly, it was really interactive, so I actually gained information. And I wasn't bored at all. I was actually paying attention for the first time. I'm the type of girl who sleeps in class. So I was really, honestly, thank you very much for the speech and not making it so boring. And that's all.
And I'm sure that these takeaways will be a reminder for you at a later point of time. Maybe not now, but these will be reminders for you. Am I right? Yeah? Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we part, I would like to request all of you to, before we move, please collect, those people who have registered, please collect your gift, which is worth 2,000 rupees, as well as the tea, coffee is also arranged, I believe. Okay, so please have it. But before we move, as I said, to the next session, or we have already done with it, I take a moment to draw your attention to a meaningful initiative happening just outside this hall. We have a few very special stalls set up. I'm sure that you would have been seen those places set up in the foyer, and each of them represents not just entrepreneurship, but also a story of courage, creativity, and community support. The Adarsh Charitable Trust stall features beautiful and thoughtfully crafted edible products prepared by differently abled children. Every purchase you make here directly support their learnings, confidence, and independence. Next, do visit with the Mom's Pairs stall, where you will find unique handmade items lovely created by parents of differently abled children. Each product, again, reflects dedication, hope, and spirit of empowerment. We also have stalls by INIAT and as well as CPAC India Limited, showcasing innovative and creative products that promote sustainability. The powerful principle of give to gain will be complete by that. By simply visiting these stalls and supporting these wonderful initiatives, you are just not buying a product, you are encouraging dreams, supporting families, and strengthening a community. So I warmly request each one of you to step out, explore the stalls, and extend your support. Let us truly live the spirit of give to gain. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Wish you will continue this success, inspiration, impact, and have a wonderful evening to one and all. Thank you once again for joining us at KMA Women Leadership Conclave. Comes to a stop, or I would say a pause. See you all next year too. Thank you, wonderful women, for coming in big numbers. I hope that you all have a wonderful day. Thank you once again. Signing off.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे